Alright, yo, we should be live. Bro, let me make sure the screen's here. Alright, yo, I'm fucking gone. This over here is some Zaza, bro. This some good shit. I have my tankies, I'm ready to go, bro. I'm so fucking high. By the way, should I know, there aren't, like, really enough people in my Discord yet. Like, dude, I should have made a Discord earlier. Bro, people are posting some fucking funny shit in my chat. So dude, firstly let me look at that video. Oh hell yeah, dude. Begin Games is live streaming. Bro, before I do that, maybe I should go to my channel and just like this. Like literally just for the sake of now I have one fucking like. Yeah, that's pretty sad, right? Hell fucking yeah. Dude, I haven't seen this video. Dude, I don't know who the fuck Jeffrey Epstein is, but like, bro, that's like what I smoked like a fucking gram of this on. I was just watching that fucking Tucker Carlson video. He just made a video about Jeffrey Epstein's death. I had heard that name. I was definitely familiar with it. I didn't know anything about him. Like, if I had heard that, like, he was a criminal, I just knew he was some fucking famous person. I didn't know if he, like, is he a serial killer? Like, what the fuck is he? I don't even know, like, to this day what he supposedly did, but, yeah, Tucker made a pretty great video, like, dude, other than, like, him fucking saying, bro, why did people, like, fucking blow into his lungs, like, do CPR on him while he was dead, and it's like, dude, I actually learned this as a, fucking life-saving, like, dude, my mother sort of forced me to get into that, because I was taking, like, swimming lessons, and, like, bro, a lot of who kids, right, but basically some stuff happened, and it led to me sort of having to take some lifeguard lessons, because, like, someone who knew my mother sort of proposed those for free. Like, dude, the job I got with that was fucked, dude, it sucked, but yeah, like, bro, one of the things I learned is that until the ambulance arrives, like, unless the ambulance were the people who came, like, so, like, you basically have to keep doing CPR on someone, even if, like, you know they're dead. Like, on this, so I don't know if that happened, but, like, bro, this video right here is fucking poggers. Alright, we're gonna see. By the way, let me, okay, it seems that I'm actually fucking live, like, great shit. Bro, my hair's getting a bit too long. Just gonna... So, yeah, let's just look at this video. It's like, bro, this guy was, like, so fucking relatable for, like, a good bit of time. That, like, I forgot he was racist, to be honest. And then it's like, he just goes in with that. We're being treated like fucking... It's basically like we're black. Like, we're and it's like, fuck yeah. Dude, anyway, let's just, Bro, by the way, I'm just gonna... Yeah, okay, so Zero can come and fuse it. Bro, I don't wanna ruin my fucking... I know, these days my internet's gonna... Yeah, anyway, without further ado.
I think that's why. I think that's why.
Big Butt sent $3. What do you think about guys who pull their pants and underwear all the way down when they use the urinal? Bruh, nobody wants to see your ass cheeks while you take a piss. Faggot gay ass nigga.
Do people really do that though?
Yeah, no one fucking does that.
And I never use the urinal.
Dude, I'm so glad some retard, like, randomly wrote that, like, from an autism spaz they had or whatever. Cause, like, bro, this conversation that he started, this tangent he went on, fuck yeah, I'm just so glad this exists. I think this does mankind a lot of good.
I will never go in a public bathroom and use the urinal. There's something that's so...
Fuck yeah, dude. Same, dude. I need my fucking privacy. I'm sure homeless people and black people, they also like their privacy probably just as much as me. But, dude, like, on that, bro, no using the Google. Dude, I would not fucking be able to do that. And I remember, fuck, dude, when I was in, like, elementary school, they had, like, one of these urinals that didn't even have anything in between. And it's like, you would just see 3 people, like, without walls. It was just a thing attached to the wall, like a long fucking rectangle, and you just pee in it. Just stand next to the other person, like each person would be side by side. Like you could legit just look on your left or your right and just see how. Like fuck, dude, I never really used that shit because that was sort of gay, but like I was like. Hell yeah, dude! I guess everyone's got a bigger fucking cock than me. Who knew? Like, it's like, yeah, I guess that sorta
I
gay.
don't know.
I
That's
guess.
just
I don't know.
based on what you know about me. Do I seem like a guy that's gonna go and get in a line of other guys and stand up and piss like that? No, I need a private quarter. Okay,
Oh
I
yeah,
need a stall.
dude. I don't even think it's anything to do with gay. It's just my fucking privacy. Like, I don't know. You wouldn't go in public fucking naked if it was all women, would you? Like.
I don't ever go and pee in a public urinal like that. Like I'm
Fuck,
just,
dude, this guy's being so relatable right now, and it's like, imagine you fucking watch this, and like, you're fucking like relating to this guy so much, then you remember, oh, wait, like, he's comparing this to the black people, to the dude, I'm trying not to say that, but like, I fucking love using that word so much. It's like, imagine depriving yourself of a fire alarm for lip tons. It's hard, dude. It's like quitting. What type of drug is hard to quit? That's basically what no longer using the N word when that autism when that was my autistic meme on my other channel that got banned for like years, dude. It's like it's fucking hard, dude. It's hard. Anyway.
an animal or something. I need a little privacy. Okay, I need a little
An
space
animal?
to do my
Or like,
business.
what type of
I'm gonna
animal?
go and just let it rock. Just go and rock out with my cock out in the middle of a public bathroom at an airport or something.
Fuck
People got
yeah, dude.
bags, kids are running around. Nobody needs to see all that. I want my privacy. I never do anything other. I go in a stall, I piss all over the seat, I do my business, okay?
Oh yeah, dude. Yo, I'm live streaming. I bet.
And you know what? When I pee, I don't put my pants all the way down, but I drop it past my ass. That's what you could do. When you enter the stall, I don't have to like unzip and
But like, I don't know, I sort of got the habit of like sitting on the seat. So usually I will legit like fucking get a bunch of toilet paper and just put some fucking soap on it and just like get this shit, like get a lot so I don't have to touch any of the like fucking gross shit under it. Like get a fucking lot and just legit clean off the shit. Because I fucking sit on it, dude. It's like, yeah, bro.
you know, reach in.
I don't know, because I sort of developed that habit, because you know, like at home, if you do that, you know when you piss sort of just takes two different angles and starts going like scissors, you know, just fucking opening. Like, if you stand up and piss that way, and like, it just starts for some reason making these two fucking jets that go in separate directions. It's like, I don't know, your parents are gonna have a lot of cleaning to do, and like, they might bitch at you for that, and you don't want that, so. Like, yeah, I sort of got that habit. It's like, I don't know, Nick Fuentes is gonna be more revealing than I would have expected from some guy I don't really watch, who I just know is sort of poggers, who talked to a president. I was like, fuck, dude, this type of conversation is rich. I fucking love this. This is epic. Like, this reminds me of the type of shit I might see, like, I don't know, on fucking Goblin. Goblin would talk about that type of stuff. It's like, bro, imagine if Goblin met fucking Joe Biden. That'd be epic, right? Dude, I'm fucking high and going on a tangent and it's not good. I mean, it's not like I could really lose views, but I could definitely gain some. And it's like, dude, I'm probably not gonna either way, right? Actually, no, shut the fuck up. I'm getting lots of views. Lots of people gonna like see this and like give a shit and stuff, so. Bro, let me actually, bro. Shit. Let me, yeah, that video that I disagree with, by the way. Let me
that's-
go ahead and
I think that's why.
Big Butt sent $3.
with, by the way. Let me
that's-
go. Yeah, let me try and put that. Bro, there's only one person here actually, so add everyone. Yeah, if anyone could get tagged, especially this guy. This guy, I fucking love getting him in my streams. He's fucking epic.
And grab my penis out through a little hole and nope.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I like to treat myself. I like to indulge. So I don't.
Fuck, you like to indulge in taking a piss? Fucking hell yeah, dude. My mother's like over there. If I blow up firecrackers, she's gonna bitch at me. So like, she's not asleep yet. So, but fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a water bottle. Oh yeah, bro, I got some V8. I got this. Bro, V8 is just so fucking, like, easy to, like, chug down if you, like, I don't know, aren't really hungry and you really need something to eat. Especially, like, bro, I have some, like, fucking OCD with it. Like, it's fucking hard. Like, eating food for some reason, I have some weird OCD and it's fucking hard as shit. If it's not, like, fucking liquidized type food. If it has a lot of fucking, properties and stuff, if it has a lot of, like, defined fucking, like, defined, it's like, yeah, bro, bro, it's fucking cancer, right? But, yeah, dude, V8's fucking lit. Either way, I got some of that. I might just smoke more weed, to be honest. Like, you know, I'm probably gonna fucking do that.
You don't need to drop them your ankles, but I drop them past my butt. I drop my pants past my butt. I gotta let my balls hang out. I gotta let my full package hang out. Otherwise, I can't get flow. Otherwise, my whole flow is obstructed. You don't feel like your hole is obstructed when your waistband is against your waist and everything's all compressed? I need flow.
Bro, like, if I had all that shit, like, on my pants, I had to, like, bro, it'd just fall down. Like, nah, bro, I don't fucking know. You, like, yeah, bro, I need to shut the fuck up, actually, I just realized.
I need like
I'm saying a bunch of
nothing. I need room for this thing to you know, sort
fuck
of
yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
And be able to get some flow there. It's like a hose.
Oh, here it is.
You know, it's like a garden hose.
Fuck.
So, that's what I do. I go into the stall.
Wait.
I drop my drawers past my butt. I don't...
Fuck. Ah! I just
it's like
fucking hit
hose.
my knee. Fuck, dude.
So, that's what I do. I go into the stall. I drop my drawers past my butt. I don't mess around with the little slit in the underwear. I don't mess around with the
yeah, that's
zipper.
fucking.
I'm not dragging my dick through a zipper like that.
Yeah, that's fucking.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, the fuck.
That sounds painful.
Yeah, that's fucking relatable.
I'm
as
amazed
shit, dude.
that people actually do that. I'm amazed that people are actually unzipping, and they're gonna reach in there like they're going into a purse or something. They're reaching in and pulling this thing out and dragging it through this serrated edge.
That's fucking
dragging it through a scissors practically.
Dude, I see why this guy's popular.
All your junk is smashed up by your elastic pants in front of God and everybody. Yeah, forget that.
Fuck
I'm getting in the stall, closing the door, dropping my drawers, and I'm letting it rip. I do it like this. I drop my drawers, and I hold either end of the stall like this. I just lean over the toilet, and I like this.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I wasn't trying to... Anyway.
I go, oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
I'm like, yes, finally.
I just did that again.
Let it rip.
Fucking
I don't even need to touch. I don't even
okay, what did he just say? He probably said some punk shit, dude. I'm not gonna
like
skip
this.
that.
I go, oh, yeah. That feels
hell yeah, dude.
I'm like, yes, finally.
Get my weed.
I just let it rip. I don't even need to touch. I don't even. I just drop the drawers and I just let it.
Yeah,
rip.
you're just gonna piss off. Yeah, it's amazing.
Okay? And you can go to the urinal and be like,
that's just lit, dude.
yeah, forget that.
Bro, Nick
I'm
Fuentes not
dropping
doing that fucking beta gay ass shit, dude. He's not. Bro, Nick Fuentes is an Alpha Mexicano XD.
drawers.
Remember that.
And where's Loretta in the live chat? You know, gross. It says unfurls. You gotta unfurl it. Some of you guys don't have that problem. I do. Okay, because I'm working with a lot of real estate down there.
Oh yeah, dude.
A lot of real estate, so you know maybe some of you guys,
Just
you know,
fucking
there's
epic.
a lot of there's not a lot of real estate in that part of my pants, you know, because there's no space because it's all being taken up.
But I need to learn how to roll fucking blunts. Like, I don't know, I feel like I'm saving more on like doing that. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, that extinguishes by itself. You don't really have to keep hitting it for like an indefinite amount of time. But like, bro, I should still learn how to roll. Anyway.
There's a lot going on down there.
I'm getting distracted by all types of shit. Hell yeah, dude.
Some
all
of you
types
guys,
of stuff
it's no
going on
big
down
thing.
there.
You know, you're able
Fuck
to
yeah,
reach
dude.
in there. Me, it's like
Dude, I'm so
50
fucking
pounds
high.
of shit in a 10-pound bag. Let's put it that way.
But that's fucking good,
So,
dude.
I just gotta drop the drawers.
I have no
and
clue what
let
he's
it all
talking
hang
about at
out
this point.
sometimes.
It's epic.
Sometimes you just gotta drop the drawers and let it all hang out.
Accusations
People are sending the Sneeko stream.
are not pawns you get to use.
Okay, I don't know why people are sending that in the live chat. Yeah, stop spamming links. Do we even have any moderators on this
Yeah,
fucking
bro.
show or what? So yeah, no,
Dude,
urinal,
get 'em out of
urinal
here,
gang.
dude. Jeez,
Revolt
bro.
against that.
I
Never
just say
use a
cheeks,
urinal
not
again.
nit,
Never
but-
use a urinal. Do not be lowered to that level. Use the stall. Piss on the seat. Nobody cares. It's all over anyway. Use the stall. Piss
Oh,
on the
yeah.
seat. These bathrooms are just such an insult to mankind. You walk in,
Funky.
and yeah, it's the urinals. That's bad. Then you got to do these
Bro, before we go on, I would just like to mention, homeless people and black people is sort of part of mankind. Just so you know.
freaking what do you call them? The motion sensor sink and soap, and then you blow dry your hands off. Like we're idiots. Frankly like we're black.
Hell fucking yeah, dude.
That's what that is. You know, the reason they have the motion sensor is it's like,
Why is he saying
up,
black
up,
and
up.
trash me?
you
That's
know, you
fucking
can't be trusted to turn
just
the
noticed
faucet on
that.
and off and use a responsible amount of water. You get this much water. Up. You get a splash of water.
Dude, it's like, black people is sort of like part of mankind, dude. They can't, like, do you disagree?
Splash of water and a splash of soap. That's BS. We're being treated like we're homeless. We're being treated like
Hell yeah.
homeless black people right now. That's how we're being treated.
Yeah, America shouldn't put up with this. Get Trump on board, bro. He'll deal with these.
Bums.
Fuck, dude.
You know? Up. No, you get a little splash of water. Not too much.
Bro,
And so you're standing there at the sink like, what the? You're tapping it. You're doing this.
Dude,
How
I'm
about-
I'm like fucking talking like again and again the same fucking like joke talking point because I'm fucking high and it's Ken, so I should like stop fucking making this humankind reference. Yeah, that's sort
Give me
of
a
gay.
faucet.
My bad.
Or you get these things where you gotta. Don't you hate that? The whole experience is horrible. How about a faucet?
dude.
How about this? Turn it on. Get a nice
No,
temperature.
bro, I
Turn it
cannot
off.
break this.
Get the amount
This
of
cannot
soap
be
you
broken.
need.
I'll
And
fucking
then how about
repair
paper
this.
towels? What a treat
got a
these
glue
days.
gun.
What a luxury to have paper towels and get to wipe your hands off instead of this fucking leaf blower blasting, you know, God only knows, excrement and piss everywhere. And I don't know, like, do people not realize that doesn't work? I see these Dyson hand dryers, and the concept is that it's like a wall.
Bro, I don't know. If you still
hair.
have piss on your hands after you're done washing them, like, bro, you should just re-wash your hands. I don't know.
Have you ever seen these ridiculous ones? I'm not talking about the ones with the button, or there's these Dyson hand dryers where they think that you're
that shit is so gay. It's like, that doesn't actually dry your hands. It's just, it makes a lot of noise. It's fucking cancer. It's just like some noise that makes you want to fucking shoot up your school LMAO or some shit. And it's just, that's fucking all it is. It doesn't really dry your hands. Like, I'm sure if you fucking had a hand dryer on your hands as you fucking, like, went out of the bathroom until your hands would dry, they'd dry up faster. But it's like, dude, that shit's just, nah, like, give me some fucking towel, dude. Give me some fucking paper towel. I need that shit. And I need that shit when I fucking steal liquor, and I put the liquor bottle in the bathroom. It's like, bro, I need that to cover it up when I go get fucking drunk in the bathroom, bro. I'm just kidding. I don't really do that. Like, I fucking did that at some point, like, once. But, like,
like this, and then pull,
you know, like, twice.
them out.
That's it.
And theoretically, this makes sense. The air
I love typing that
is gonna push the water off the hands as you would dry your hand. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. I don't know if you've ever been in or around.
I was like sort of zoned out because I'm just so fucked up, and it's epic. But like, I missed a potentially really dope segment. And I'm talking really slow, dude. Alright, let's see that.
Where they think that you're gonna put your hands in like this and then pull them out. And theoretically, because this makes sense, the air is gonna push the water off the hands as you would dry your hand. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. I don't know if you've ever been in or around water.
Yeah, like you fucking...
Water doesn't work that way. Neither does air. Yeah, that's why when you get out of a shower, you get a blow dryer and you blow dry all the water off of you. You don't get a towel. You blow dry in streaks.
Yeah, some people fucking do that, and it's just like, bro, that shit also doesn't really work unless you do it for like. I remember my mother would try to blow dry my hair for like, it'd take like 10 minutes. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
In rows or columns, you blow dry the water to the ground, to the drain.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be evaporating it, but again, like if it had the power to make the water evaporate, I don't know what the premise, because it's like hot air, so maybe it's supposed to do that. I don't know. It's like, yeah, again, if it was hot enough to be able to evaporate it, it's like your hands would fucking burn. So, yeah, either way, it's fucking retarded.
It doesn't work. So you're just like, zzz, and your hands are still wet, and then you gotta wipe them on your pants, and the whole thing is just like. Could you spare some paper towels?
Dude, when is he gonna talk about black people? That's all I really care about.
How about a soap dispenser? How about some
How about you start talking about the fucking blacks, dude? The Jews are the black people, dude. I'm fucking getting bored here, bro. Talk about them,
so
dude.
That we can live a dignified life. We can live
Unlike
a dignified
the fucking
life. Everything about society is like childproof, like we're dogs or kids. It's like putting a gate up in your kitchen so the dog can't get over it, or one of those locks. So the dog can't get in and out of a door.
I'm not even really following them, but like
we're in a factory, like we're parts in a factory.
I haven't even gone that far to the
keep these
video.
people moving,
I didn't
keep
see
the water
that.
to a minimum, and keep the.
Let's fucking go, dude. This is epic.
It's just so undignified. Let me get into the bathroom. Let me relieve myself. Let me clean myself off. It makes a good bathroom makes all the difference in the world. You like going to places that have a nice bathroom. You like going to a nice restaurant where there's a good bathroom, where you get to go in,
Dude,
there's nice music playing, and it's quiet, and so on. You like it. You check your
I
phone.
don't know, like, the video was sort of more entertaining at the beginning, like, sort of looking at the whole thing. I'm glad I watched the segment I watched. That was, like, the most pompous, like, I don't know, I watched, like, maybe a minute after he was, like, talking about the homeless and blacks for the last time, but maybe not even. It's like, dude, I got to the good part,
You know,
I hope there's not a good
you
part.
wash your hands, you check your hair, you feel good. You collect yourself, you go back out into the world. Instead of you're in there and it's like, it's a free-for-all. The toilets are clogged, there's shit everywhere.
But you gotta have to react to that other video.
You know, you're slamming all these buttons that don't work, all these sensors, tapping the sensor, this one doesn't work.
Now. Let's go.
You know, I'm gonna become like, well, I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna talk about this idea. You know, what if I'm not gonna do this, but you know, what if there was like a bathroom terrorist? What if there was like a bathroom terrorist that was going out there?
Let's fucking go. This is getting pompous again.
You know. I'm gonna go in there and break all these sinks. I'm gonna go in there with a hammer and just break all these sinks. They're calling him.
Dude, I don't know. In high school, dude, I don't fucking know how they managed to get shit on the ceiling. Like, you'll see they'll be fucking, bro, in public bathrooms in fucking high school or in middle school, bro. Fuck, dude, the bathrooms, they had smears of shit fucking all over the place, on the fucking ceiling. They had some on the fucking ceiling, dude. Like, it's fucking insane. They did that type of shit. Like, at some point, I saw the fucking, water faucet, like, was sorta, I don't know, bugged or something. And I sorta just tried to make it fucking, like, flood. But it's like, they fucking went after me for doing that, because they were trying to get me expelled, because I had made, like, a fucking gay joke or something. And, like, I had, fucking, what else did I, dude, it was some, oh yeah, I just fucking climbed on the roof to fucking, like, go get my backpack, because I had accidentally thrown it on the roof. That was my story, and they went along with it. But then they still fucking tried to get me. And it's like, bro, that was fucking gay, but where the fuck was I going on from this? Dude, I forgot.
The bathroom terrorist. He doesn't kill anybody.
Oh yeah, the fucking bathrooms. Hell yeah.
Millions in property damage after he...
Bro, I should probably look at my live stream. It probably saw 0 views. I should have checked. Okay, I have 2 views over. That's, you know, sort of gay. Bro. Yo. Bro, if we could do this political quiz, like, I just fucking start the fucking live stream again. Head in there.
I think that's why.
Big Butt sent $3.
Wait, I'm fucking reacting. Dude, this isn't even the first time I'm fucking doing this shit. It's like, I fucking put on the wrong video and it's my fucking stream.
Destroyed every...
Yo, yo, yo. Oh, well, I guess, no change of plans. Let me try and put that, I'm fucking doing that again. Like, how fucking retarded am I? Dude, it's like I'm black. LMAO. Dude, I hope he's gonna go back on that tangent, because it's just more fucking epic pog and shit. Fuck yeah.
Hand said the paper towel dispensers were left untouched. His message is simple. Now, I would never do that, but wouldn't that be funny if some vigilante would protect us from this? That's what I'm saying. Vigilante. Everything about society is like this. And it's so great.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't even care if blacks were running around killing everybody if life was just better.
Let's
I wouldn't even
fucking go.
care if you had some of the like really intense problems. If there weren't billboards everywhere and garbage everywhere, and if you could just have like
Dude,
a
I think
decent
I
bathroom
might have
experience.
watched this
And if
actually.
you went through the McDonald's drive-through, they like got your order right. You know, like if we just overall, if you called up
Let's
customer
fucking
service
go.
and they picked up right away and they spoke.
If all this shit was like all the dumb gay shit that I don't like about society was just like, I wouldn't even kid the fucking black people ruining the fucking society, dude. I wouldn't even give a shit. Like, fuck, dude. Niggas could do whatever they want. I don't care, dude.
English.
It's all
Life
good.
could be so much better.
Let's
I could
fucking
be okay
go. This is
with the
epic.
death and destruction and the pain and the suffering.
Yeah,
of the
you
human
see,
condition.
people follow you when you go
I
on the
think
right
we all
tangent.
could cope
Let's
with it
go.
better if life were just nicer. If it was just a little bit nicer.
Dude,
And
we
had a
could
society that
cope
was
with
engineered
like
for a pleasant daily
the
human experience.
blacks and the Jews.
People wouldn't mind being poor. People wouldn't mind being poor. People wouldn't mind working hard. You could really get so much more out of people, and people could get so much more out of themselves if they were just given a nice home, a nice habitat, a nice environment.
Dude, are you like gonna be for housing the homeless now? Like, where is this going?
We're not given any of these things. Nothing is nice. Nothing is pleasant. Everything is rushed. Everything is cheap. Everything is economical. Prison-proofed. We've Negro-proofed the country. That's like when you're a parent and you get kids, and then your living room is just like abominable.
We've
Kids' toys and-
Negro-proofed the country.
That's like
Let's
what our
go.
society is, and we're the parents and the blacks are the children, and like this is like.
So like,
You know why
we're
they
black.
put those things there? They put them there for the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that maybe don't know better.
Dude, so we're black people. So like, we're black. Fuck yeah,
Built to
dude.
last, but not to enjoy. So it's just it's just true. It's true. We all know it. It's true.
Fuck yeah. I mean, fuck, dude. If like, what if rich people want to enjoy more shit? It's like, how about they go to get the fucking more expensive shit, and like the fact that McDonald's exists doesn't really fucking force them to go to McDonald's. I mean, that's sort of industry fucking, but like, yeah, he's like, if poor people didn't get anything, they would like have more of an incentive to stop being poor. Like, as if money wasn't like some that was already a big enough incentive for anyone to want to get, as like, especially the poorer you go. Like, I don't know, you sort of really want to not be homeless if you've been homeless. I don't know, if we forced you to go outside and, like, sleep outside, like, the next day, would you want to be outside more or less? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. You'd probably want to, like, go and do anything to start being fucking homeless. It's not like you oh, yeah, fuck, dude, I'm just gonna be lazy and, like, I don't know, sit on my couch and watch TV and smoke weed and shit. It's like, you don't got a phone, bitch. You can't watch videos. You're outside. It's fucking cold. What are you gonna do about it? It's like, you can't really be lazy. It's like, I don't know. You're just gonna have to rely on money that people give to you. It's like, you can't really save that up to get anything, right? It's like, if you've gone down to the bottom, it's like, I don't know, it's sort of hard to get back up, dude. I don't know, like, you sort of already have an incentive. Maybe if school stopped teaching us all types of retarded dumb shit, like fucking English and history, like, English once we're like past middle school, yeah, I'm sure we don't know how to speak our fucking primary language yet, buddy, like, fucking sure. And it's not even like they teach us anything fucking, like, remotely, like, what, dude, I'm so fucking high. Like, actually useful ever, like, relevant to our lives, so, yeah, I think that could be more of an incentive, but, bro, we have Goblin in the chat. Imagine if that was the Goblin.
You go to a rich neighborhood, you go to rich
Well, I'm
places,
so
and
fucking
when
high.
there's money, that kind of prices out a certain.
I know, and if, like, rich people are rich and they want to go to rich places, it's like they fucking can because they're rich, dude, oh my god!
You can live a nice life. But for all us poor
Bro.
people in the scrum with all these non-English speakers and others, it's
Yeah, that's
like,
great. Like, they can live in the poor places. And, like, yeah, they can sort of also do that. Yeah, it's fucking cool,
we
dude.
gotta live like
Hell
Blade
yeah.
Runner. We gotta live like you know.
I know, you could just move if you're rich, because you fucking have money, dude.
Depth grovelers. Alright. And you know I'm right.
Oh,
Alright.
fuck yeah.
You know what my grandma always used to say that at McDonald's they have pictures
Dude, I
of the
have
menu
definitely watched this. Fuck yeah, dude. That was
items on the
epic.
cash register. If that doesn't tell you what's up, she used to say I didn't believe her. She used to say that my entire life. That was one of like her talking points. She would say, you know, she'd say, she goes, Nicholas, I'm not very smart. She goes, but at
Yes.
McDonald's.
Dude, he believes that black people are stupid for genetic reasons, by the way. That's his argument. Like, I just like to throw that out there. This isn't, I'm not saying anything about anybody. I would, I just remembered that randomly. I'm just high, so I don't know why I'm pointing that out, but
pictures on the cash register.
it's like,
And I was like, yeah, that's crazy, Grandma. But you know what? Go to McDonald's. Take a look. It's true.
I know, dude, like, they fucking have a picture to, like, give you a display of what the fuck you're ordering, so that, like, I don't know, if you're new. Fuck, I don't eat at fast foods fucking ever. Like, most of the fast foods, I've eaten at Taco Bell because I'm fucking employed there. That was the first time I went there, like, to eat anything. I've eaten at McDonald's, that was, like, dude, I don't have a lot of shit now on the menu that I can eat because, like, I just don't fucking do that now because I realize some of that, yeah, you shouldn't fund that, but, yeah, like, there's still a fuck ton of shit that they have. It's like, fuck, dude, they have free drinks. It's like, fucking epic, right? But, like, bro, what the fuck was I going from there? Like, yeah, right, I don't go to a lot of fast food places, and, like, some people just don't, and they might just want to know what's on the menu, dude. It's like, some people who go to fast food places, they might not know everything on the menu, and it's like, fuck, dude, I'm sure if in the rich restaurants, they just had a picture of everything, it's like, that'd probably fucking help them too. I mean, fuck, dude, I don't get how that's a bad thing. Like, that's fucking publicity for them. It's like, if more people, they just do that because they are so fucking successful, they can fucking manage to have all that. Like, I'm sure they probably fucking have some similar stuff in some menus of some expensive fucking restaurants. Like, I know, except if all the people there are just experts in food because they're just that fucking rich that it's in rich people's culture or whatever. Red pilled. That's like the one fucking, like, libtard audience that he didn't trigger yet. Is, like, the fucking feminist, libtards. I don't know where that's from, but hell yeah.
They press a button.
Base
Value
fucking
meal,
brand.
burger, nuggie, fries.
That's fucking hilarious.
Right. I didn't believe her. I thought she was making that up.
It's like, I don't know, bro. Some of the shit is like, fucking, yeah, I went to McDonald's. It's like, fucking Ching Chung McNigger. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? I've never heard of this stuff. With the Travis Scott now, that sounds like a fucking South American slave owner from back in the day. Like that, I don't know. I don't know why I thought that. I was just really high back in the day. By the way, I'm not fucking racist. I just like making these fucking jokes because they trigger libtards. Just so you know, like, have the framing right. But, like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is sort of fucking retarded. Because he thinks the Jews are planning some stuff, and he thinks black people are stupid, just because they're low on average in IQ, while poor people just low on average in IQ. And since segregation was 60 years ago, it's like, yeah, money sort of goes down the fucking family tree. Like, I don't know, you sort of inherit money, and, I don't know, people who were black, they did, back when they were segregated out of being able to earn a fair living, yeah, they probably didn't have a lot of wealth to pass down to their future fucking black generations, right? And it's, I don't know, like, the fucking, what the fuck's it called, yeah, like, that shit sort of goes in the culture. Like, I don't know, when you're poor, the poor world is sort of the might makes right world a lot of the time. And it's like, yeah, you get indoctrinated into that. Poor people tend to go with, oh yeah, like, society sort of let us down. Like, they tend to go with, fuck education, that's not the way to go. Just get a job as early as you can. And it's like, that's just a big part of the culture in fucking poor people places. They don't have a lot of fucking education, and they can't fucking provide much for their kids in terms of education and help, because they just don't fucking know a lot. And it's like, dude, they sort of get to being poorer because that's sort of in their culture. Their fucking lifestyle isn't gonna be very enriching, like, for the brain and shit. They don't try to like, fucking push like, critical thinking or like creativity as much. They don't try pushing like fucking, I don't know, learning some fucking brain enriching stuff as much. Like, it's just in poor people. It's nothing to do with being black. It's just got something to do with being poor. Like, but yeah, like, black people today who tell you I'm fucking oppressed, like, to somebody who's like white and as rich as them, it's like, no, there was no fucking systemic racism in fucking, there was no societal racism today. Like, that's just fucking retarded. It's like, I remember in high school, yeah, it'd be fine to make Holocaust jokes. No one, unless they were Jewish, and like, if they were dude, I don't get why people have a problem with the Jews. Like, every fucking Jewish person I know is so fucking nice. It's like, bro, the Jews are so fucking nice. Like, you keep it. It's like, what the fuck did the Jews ever do to you? It's like, if you make a Holocaust joke, they're not gonna beat you to the ground as they would if you just said a word that they employ like multiple times in a sentence with black people. It's like, what the fuck is the incentive? And that is a generalization too. Like, not obviously not all black people do that, and some white people and some Asian people might even do that to you if you're white and you say that. So, just fucking saying, like, that's one stereotype we could associate with black people, but like, dude, the Jews are just so fucking nice, dude. They're just so fucking nice to everyone. It's like, fuck, dude, why you gotta go after them? But like, bro, it's like, hating Jews, it's like, no one really cares about that. But like, the black people, the Black Lives Matter movement and shit, that's literally centered around like a fucking criminal, because they couldn't inspire it on Martin Luther King. No, they had to inspire it on a criminal, which really shows you what their fucking inspirations are. They commit a lot of crime. Apparently, there were a lot of parallels I heard from Tucker Carlson with the Black Lives Matter movement in January 6th. So that's definitely, like, dude, there are a lot of ways you could approach that. You could call CNN out for like, hey, you're trying to make white supremacy a fucking thing again, right? Like, yeah, it was basically like the flat earth movement. That's what it had fallen down to in terms of relevancy. It was fucking competing with that, right? And like, you're really trying to make it mainstream again. You do realize you using the death of George Floyd as ammunition to create a new race war. That's not really you being against racism, buddy. It's like, dude, you could go after CNN for that, but like, he's sort of like the opposite of CNN. It's like CNN will make like the same points basically. They'll say the same thing. It's like, but like, fuck white people, and they'll be black saying it. It'll be like just in reverse, or like white saying it. It's like, I mean, Kanye's friends with this guy, so he'll probably spew out a lot of his talking points. So it's like basically that, like, Nick Fuentes and Kanye making up. That's basically CNN. Like, you could point that out, but, like, yeah, the stuff he says is sort of just parodying CNN.
No. I swear, I thought she heard that on talk radio. I thought she was making that up. It's real. It's real.
Dude, I forgot we were fucking talking about, like, businesses fucking making a, like, template for everyone to see what the hell they're selling. To, like, have it appeal to them more. It's like, oh my fucking god, dude, business works. It's like, dude, I'm going to guess that they would have stopped doing that if it didn't work. It's like, does that type of shit not appeal to rich people? Like, do they already all know what they're getting on the menu because, like, they're rich, they already know? Like, do they never come there for the first time? Like, their parents already brought them, and they... Like, what the fuck? Doesn't it appeal to everybody to know what the hell is on the menu? Like, do they not get, like, fucking... like, more business from having new customers that might never have come here, that, like, learn about the place and want to know what's on the menu? Like, what does it look like? Does that look appealing? Like, looks say a lot more. A lot of the time, what's on the menu is, like, the question of, and a lot of the time, it'll legit be called, like, some fucking meme or some shit, like, to all nice restaurants. So maybe it's because I'm fucking, I mean, I'm not really poor, but I'm just not fucking cultured a lot. I don't care about history, all that shit. It's like, I think today is more relevant than yesterday, but it's like, fuck, dude, I don't know, like, a lot of the menu, it just sounds like cancer. Like, what the fuck even is that? It's like half the words are like 3 to 4 syllables, and it's like, I don't know what all that shit means, dude. It's like, yeah, I'd much rather have a picture to fucking know what the fuck that is. It's like, that'd be great, yeah.
She knew what was up, man. She knew.
Fuck yeah, dude.
She knew what...
She knew she was fucking retarded. And you know, jeans go down the fucking line.
What was up?
Fuck you.
Anyway.
Fuck you.
So what were
I'm
we
gonna
talking
break
about?
this is...
Dropping your drawers in the urinal. Yeah, I don't
Bruce
know.
sent $3.
Homie don't play
What's
that.
the story behind that picture haters' use of you with your mouth open at the ice cream store wearing a striped shirt?
Dude, that's... I remember that fucking cliffhanger. That's awesome. Yeah, I watched that last stream. Okay. Let's look at that. Republicans ban poor people from buying steak. Now, I guess steak is sort of a luxury. Now, I didn't have a clue what the fuck Social Security was. And I always... dude, fuck. So... Like, I always assumed it was a good thing. I always assumed, basically, that it was, for example, like, to pay for when the... I don't know, if the ambulance needs to come pick someone up, like, you don't have to immediately... Like, the state will just pay for that. Especially if people are poor. Like, I don't know, if you... Like, if a homeless person, say, fucking, I don't know, needs to go to the ambulance, like, it is fucking dying or some shit. It's like, you're going to take them there. You're not going to tell them, fucking pay, bitch, or we're just going to let you fucking die. It's like, I assumed, oh yeah, that's probably a good thing that we have that. But it's like, actually, like, I just found out I'm a libertarian. I didn't know what that word was, like, 2 months ago, or a month ago, but... The government system that provides monetary assistance to people with inadequate or no income. So it's basically stealing people's money. And like, the homeless, they aren't getting a lot of money by, like, fucking begging on the street. Like, I see them, they don't get a lot of money from that. If they just... Like, this, not a lot of that is going to homeless people, right? But it's like, if you can get a job, it's like, yeah, I'd have to say, as much as this is, good intentions, you're taking money from people, you're stealing money from people, because I don't think this money is being taken from anyone, voluntarily. I don't think there's consent to that. And it's being given to just people in return for nothing, just given to people you don't make. So it's just a wealth redistribution. And in general, I am fine with wealth. I think that is a good thing for society, but no one gets to make that call other than, like, try to fucking pressure some rich people into doing that, or try to, like, make a like a fucking system that's, fucking better so that you can know exactly where your taxpayer money is going into, and make it optional, and then just fucking, I don't know, pretty much segregate people who don't pay taxes out of society by telling them, well, you can't use public services anymore. Who really wouldn't want to be so fucking, like, what's it called, want to be so disadvantaged, so fucking, like, uh, uh, yeah, like, who wouldn't want that shit? Probably the rich. They probably don't want to be, like, yeah, they probably don't like that shit. Inconvenienced a lot more than the poor. It's like, yeah, the poor might rely a lot more on public services, the homeless, specifically. Dude, my fucking shit just turned on. God damn. Dude, my bad. But it's like, yeah, and if you tell people, if you get to have a system where, like, yeah, if you don't pay once, like, you have, like, a month to, like, a few months to pay it up, or, like, if you miss 1 month, like, if you do again within, like, I don't know, 1 to 2 year cooldown, you can't use public services until you pay up, make up for all that taxpayer money that you didn't pay. And it's like, yeah, I think that's pretty fair. And that would give a big incentive for people to pay their taxes without it being theft. You're just letting people choose whether or not they want to use the shit that, well, they sort of need to use one way or another, because there's a lot of these fucking public services that the government is responsible for. Do they want to get to use fucking roads? Like, do they want to get to drive on these roads with their permit? Like, it'll fucking not be good anymore if, like, I don't know, like, you'd have to work around that type of system, and then, yeah, you'd actually not have a theft-based fucking system. Maybe that's a good improvement to go towards, but, yeah, apparently Social Security is basically stealing money from people to give it to people more in need. Now, Robin Hood was a thief. He might have had good intentions, but, the law shouldn't be disregarding human rights such as property rights. Wealth is a property right, to just do the right thing. Yeah, like, no, you can't, you can't really do that. Federal insurance. So, now the retired, they fucking pay into that shit. Now that is, yeah, that I completely forgot. That's why I was, like, completely for Social Security. I heard in France they're trying to cut the, now people who pay into Social Security, apparently, by the way, immigrants do that a lot. They put a lot more into Social Security than they take out. That's a pretty fair point. I never really, I had sort of forgotten what that was. I thought it was like, yeah, these public services that needs to be given to everyone, such as, like, I don't know, if you fucking get a stroke, and, like, some ambulance is gonna need to take you, and even if you're homeless, they're still gonna fucking do that. To, like, Social Security, I was always guessing, yeah, that's the type of stuff that money is used for. But, yeah, just, giving a free check to people, for example, who just got fired from their job, like, for a certain amount of time they on got, like, all that stuff. I don't think the rich have any, like, it's definitely good if they want to donate, but, yeah, they have no fucking, need. They have no moral requirement. They have a moral requirement, but they shouldn't have a legal requirement to be good people and give their money to people who aren't working, say, or, like, just want to gain more than they earn. It's like, Yeah, I think that's just communist type shit, but in the US, a federal insurance program that, yeah, retired people, unemployed, or disabled. It's like, for example, if you have Down syndrome, your parents might not be able to keep taking care of you, and especially if you're pro-life, which a lot of Republicans are nowadays. Yeah, you can't really be pro not aborting people with Down syndrome, but you want to push the narrative that people should have more kids because, yeah, it benefits the economy. When you could just have immigrants coming in and they benefit businesses more because they can just pay them under minimum wage and not have to apply by this theft standard. Like, when they have illegal immigrants, they can at least decide, since I am deciding this, I am fucking demanding the service and I'm paying the fucking salary. I get to choose what the fuck I'm paying for. And I get to choose how much I want to pay for the service that I'm demanding. Because it's my fucking money. And I fucking choose to do whatever I want with it. If I want to set terms, it's my fucking money. It's my fucking terms. Like, that's just property rights. Again. But yeah, like for like if you're gonna do that, so like have more fucking kids, it's good for the economy, but not get immigrants, even though they are good for rich people. Illegal immigrants are. It's like, dude, you can't really do that. Shouldn't be against a program that it say take care of people with Down syndrome. It could just happen. Like if you can't abort that kid, well, you're forcing these people to, like, maybe, like, they might need to put these kids in some fucking facility. They might not keep being able to take care of them, especially once they grow up. And, like, they, like, dude, that shit could be fucking hard. And they might need government assistance. Especially if you're gonna force them to carry out that child. It's like, you have to be consistent here. So, yeah, definitely, that's a thing, but I'm definitely for a lot of things in Social Security, but just giving money to the poor, to people who aren't earning that money, just giving stolen taxpayer money from the rich, I'm against. But yeah, definitely, that's, like, you might say, oh, that's an entitled thing. You can, no, if this money is literally being given as a free check to people, it's like, yeah, maybe they shouldn't try to be entitled with it. That's a fair thing to ask. And if you're saying, oh, this is rich people spitting in poor people, spitting in their faces, my ass. If you fucking give a homeless person, because the middle class is always, like, doing this fucking, what's it called? This victim complex of just ignoring the fucking third class. The middle class, they are very much assholes to prostitutes, homeless people. They just ignore them. Like, I know how prostitutes are treated by the middle class. Not very well, let's just say that. But, yeah, same thing with homeless people. Pretty much everybody just ignores them. How much does the average middle class give as a percentage of their wealth to the third class, which is what the middle class amounts that the rich give to them? Probably not even a percent. Like, how many times does your average person give, like, a $1 bill to a homeless person? Well, not often. And if you went to that homeless person and told them, dude, buy yourself food with that. Don't buy drugs. Uh, don't buy fucking alcohol. Don't buy cigarettes. Buy food. You look starving. You need fucking food. Not, like, I want to give you this money for you to help yourself. Uh, the homeless person will not just be like, oh, fuck you, dude. And most people, like, if they gave a homeless person who said, oh, I'm hungry, I need money, they gave them a sandwich or something that they had, and the homeless person was like, fuck your food, dude, I need money. The middle class would tell them, okay, well, I'm not giving you anything then. And most people who would hear about this, they would react by saying, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. So, yeah, oh, the middle class, like, they always put it in their face, bro. Yeah, hey, buddy, like, oh, big businesses need to give their fair share, bro. Yeah, okay, alright, Yeah, it's not like the middle class pays their fair share to the homeless. They just don't. You could, I don't know, do you live in a house with at least one fucking room that is unused? Well, there you go. You have the possibility to be slightly inconvenienced, and well, for that minor inconvenience, that the socialist ideology would say, well, taxes, the fair share would be taxpayers are minorly inconvenienced versus the benefits you get from it, such as like free healthcare. Socialists would be for, and I agree that's a good way to start if you're gonna go down that path of theft. But like either way, trying to get to free healthcare, that's a great thing. I think it should be a human right. But like yeah, that type of ideology goes down. Oh yeah, well just pay your fair share. And the fair share would be the taxpayer, like paying their fair share would minorly inconvenience them versus the majority of people, like the middle class and stuff. Like, yeah, it'd be a major inconvenience if they like I don't know couldn't get healthcare in one day. They just one phone it got a like deadly illness and that just made them go financially bankrupt because the average middle class just can't fucking afford American healthcare. Like, where's meritocracy now? Like that's definitely a good point. But either way, our taxpayer money is not going to housing the homeless. It's not going to. No, most of it's going to super stupid fucking rich military that like has such little regard for the people it's supposed to be like representing, dying to protect. While their leaders have such little fucking regard for your stolen taxpayer money that they don't even bother accounting for it goes. Secular Talk made a video about that. Over 1 point whatever trillion dollars in Pentagon money missing. By the way, that isn't money they have. That isn't money that they own. That's money that you own that they stole from you. And they don't even know where they put it. So, especially if you're rich, that should probably bother you. They are stealing your money and they are putting it into hypothetical fucking foreign threats, which are very fucking hypothetical because who the fuck would want to attack the fucking like biggest fucking armed country with the like by far biggest military fucking anyway. Even if we weren't the biggest military force with nukes, who the fuck would want to attack us, right? And it's like yeah, especially if you're rich, you are the one contributing to the system the most. I know it's like different because it's relative. It's like anybody, like that is fucking theft. So but yeah, I think especially if you're the one paying, you have every right to say, no, I don't want you to fucking buy this shit because this is my money, bitch. If I'm giving you my money, I get to say, no, you don't have a lot of money to spend on that. You're not gonna spit in my face and steal my money and just buy things that you don't need that are a luxury. You can't afford to have luxuries, especially with people's stolen money that they're supposed to be giving you to be able to make your life better. If you're gonna use that towards just waste that towards buying things you can't afford, that isn't what people's donated money, forcefully donated money. That's you spitting in their face. So that's them demanding you not spit in their face. That's them saying, look, you wanna get less poor. Well, sometimes you need some motivation because you just keep yourself in that. Yeah, no, you don't buy luxurious shit that like you don't need to fucking eat that. Like I eat mostly off of pasta. Like yeah, when you're fucking poor, you can't really be fucking picky. Like that's a good standard for people who are more rich to have. And also there's the issue of an animal holocaust. I don't think anyone should be allowed to like fucking buy murdered animal pieces. I think that is wrong. I think animals have a right to life and have a right to not be tortured, be given humanitarian standards. Just like even though they might be inferior, they shouldn't have the right to vote. They should still have the right to life. They should still have the right to some humanitarian standards, not being beaten, for example, as you might see in slaughterhouse footage. Maybe they shouldn't die when the optimal diet is actually a plant-based diet. And like the reason so many people are having the stolen taxpayer money to go into a lot of healthcare, or they might have to afford that healthcare paid on their own fucking shoulders. Well, they're doing that to themselves. And a lot of propagandists are spreading this shit that, like, of course they don't know it's wrong, but they're spreading that, oh yeah, like, you need meat and stuff. Meat is what contributes the most to heart disease, our number one killer by far, and apparently it's very contributory to cancer as well, which is our number two killer. And like a lot of the top 10 deadliest fucking diseases, apparently there's a lot of correlation there. And there's no nutrients that you need from meat that you can't get from plant sources. Like, none. And like people point out B12, well, B12 is in soy milk. Go look in Walmart. There's some. How about D3? Well, D3, there's not a lot of D3 in a meat diet either, is there now? Like most people are just D3 deficient. That's not more prevalent in vegans, say. But yeah, you're at least making one class not be able to contribute to a Holocaust, at least in one way. I mean, yeah, I think it's a good place to start, especially to buy that as a luxury, like Holocausted animal parts. Yeah, I think that's pretty wrong, but yeah, I'm going to react to that video. Now I have a lot of views.
Should a school-aged girl or a grown
This is
woman
so
be forced to
fucking
give up her
AIDS.
privacy in a locker room because a biological man identifying as a woman wants to change there? Should a
Dude, how many fucking George Floyd got you fucking, except it's not CNN being racist, it's fucking y'all being transphobes. How many fucking gotcha moments are you gonna have of trans people raping cis people? It's like, I'm waiting for the next fucking George Floyd to come out. It's like, I don't know, transphobia is bigger now than ever, probably. I'm looking at Fox News, I'm looking at the Club 2 shooting, all that stuff. It's a growing thing. They're pushing that more and more. That, like, trans people shouldn't be allowed to be public school teachers, for example. That's the obvious narrative on Fox News, even though they aren't saying it outright. That's clearly, explicitly their message. Like, look at this fucking picture. There's a classroom. What's wrong with this picture? Oh, that's right. There's a trans person. She's the teacher. That means the kids are getting fucking groomed because they have this ideology that yeah, trans people, even though they make up a significant portion, like even though it's small as a portion of like a big country like the United States, it's statistically very significant. But like, yeah, these people, they're basically all lying, or they got indoctrinated. They were so stupid, they were able to be just confused and just fooled into thinking that, like, yeah, you've always thought you were a man. No, you're a woman. Like, as if people just such rejects that they were able to, like, fucking go down that path to be more socially accepted. As if these people weren't already fucking, like, degenerates of fucking society, who also don't exist, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Like, they'd be so fucking weird. Like, they'd probably just be gender fluid if they like if they fucking go back on their decision, which like they have a lot of time to think about. It's not like you just get trans surgeries for free, but yeah, like, and now the transphobia is a huge thing. Point to me, what's today's fucking George Floyd outbreak of fucking, dude, the trans people, they're grooming our kids. I mean, they're raping our fucking, I don't know, whoever uses the bathroom. Probably kids, too. They have to go poopy at fucking Walmart or some shit. It's like, dude, who knows? In the bathroom, there's probably the fucking trans person, like, fucking bathroom homeless person just looking in the bathroom, just who could afford healthcare, just fucking ready to pounce, dude. He's probably like in the fucking toilet, ready to jump out. Like once you lock the door, like it's like, bro, fucking, where's that clickbait cancer? I want to see that. Like, get us to the fun, dude. Fuck, dude. I really want to blow up a firecracker right now. I just remember I can't because my mother's probably so awake. What? Nah, probably not. Fuck, dude. I'll wait a bit. Next time I want to blow up a firecracker, I fucking will, dude. Betcha.
A shelter serving women who have survived rape, sex trafficking, and domestic violence be forced to allow biological men to sleep side by side with these women? Should faith-based adoption providers be shut down for following their conviction that the best environment for each child includes a mother and a father in a committed and stable marriage? Should a biological male who...
Yeah, I get that, like, if you're gay, like, you have, it's, like, at first, I was never really comfortable with this position. I was always like, dude, I know if I went to school and, like, at open house, I went with my parents and, like, I had two parents who were the same. Yeah, everybody would make fun of you. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, that'd be really uncomfortable, right? Like, a lot of people would be like, dude, like, what? Like, so you're basically adopted, right? But like, the thing is, I rethought about that because I was like, dude, gay people should absolutely have the right to, like, have kids, because, like, everybody should, like, the fact that they're gay, just because there's discrimination, like, they might need to want the best for their kids. That's a prerequisite to having kids. That's why homeless people, I don't think, should have the right to have kids. But then gay people, the only kids they could have are kids they would adopt. And we need more people to adopt kids. Like, I wouldn't have a kid. If I wanted to have a kid, I'd just adopt one. Because then I'd be doing society a fucking favor instead of just doing myself a favor. And the whole thing of having a kid should be heartless. Should be selfless. Like, you should be doing it for the benefit of your own kid. The best thing would be to just adopt a kid. And if you're gay, that's like, you have to adopt a kid. So that's like, dude, if you're gonna be like, dude, like, my parents are, like, gay, so, like, I don't know, like, what am I gonna look like in school? Like, I'm gonna have to explain all that, and it's just gonna be long, and it's gonna be really awkward. Like, everybody has, like, two straight parents, and, like, I don't fucking know. Like, society is probably not that bigoted. It's probably, like, in my fucking mind, because, like, trans people, there's some bigotry around them, and it's sort of associated, but it's like, then, like, dude, if you're gonna complain about that, it's like, motherfucker, they're the reason you might still be in fucking, God fucking knows where you'd be. You might have stayed in the orphanage, so, like, yeah, just sort of shut the fuck up, I guess. It's like, I don't know if I'm an asshole for that, but, like, gay people should definitely have the right to have kids, especially if they're adopting kids. Like, yeah, they should definitely try to adopt. Anybody who tries to adopt a kid, they should try to adopt kids who might need it more. Maybe older kids, because they're less likely to be adopted. But, yeah, like, I just think that's a thing around everyone, but,
who believes he is female be allowed to compete
I don't
against
know where I was
women
going
and
with
girls in female...
Yeah, I definitely agree with that point specifically. Like, trans athletes, trans women definitely have an advantage over males, especially over women, like cis women, in a lot of specific sports. Like, since they're transitioning, like, there's a difference in a lot of aspects, hormonal aspects, for example. Dude, I can't fucking speak, I'm so gone. It's like, you still have, for example, higher testosterone, I've heard, for, like, years after you're done transitioning, compared to, like, born fucking female athlete. Like, apparently you just, have a lot of advantages still, and I've heard, like, from vegan gains, apparently, yeah, like, some amputees are like banned from certain sports where it would just like they just have a natural advantage in those sports that would be unfair towards people who aren't amputees, like in some momentum or whatever. Like I forgot the specifics, but like yeah, if some's a disadvantage, like I guess it's unfair, but if you want to preserve the spirit of the sport, which is let any like regular person, the majority of people have them get a fair chance, not like yeah, like there'll be some physical conditions that will allow you to be just a genetic freak. So like basically just hype your genetics up. Like there's been naturally born women who were always women who apparently in France or something they had to fucking lower their testosterone. They had to get some surgeries. Now I definitely like I can get that, dude, you're not being fair angle, but then where it is being fair is that these people might have an unfair advantage. Now again, I think that's the same thing as genetics. Like sports people, they'll be in the sport because of genetics. So I definitely disagree with that type of stuff. I think there should be a border to it because, I mean, it's not like the average person is going to have the same chance that anybody else might get. Like, genetics are like already the hugest component that go towards like who are the NFL players going to be? Like the biggest players? Well, they're going to be genetic freaks who are just like dispositioned to being able to play well in the sport. And like yeah, like it's already discrimination by genetics. Good genetics are going to make the best players because there'll be people who will be very fucking very devoted, very dedicated towards the sport towards the sport from like fucking all over the country. And like the ones who are going to make it to the top of the elite branches who might have like from all the people who might have like their whole life really been devoted to the sport, like possibly even fucking dreamed of making it their career and shit. Like probably hoped to get into the NFL. Like fucking died and all. Like lived the fucking sports lifestyle. Were very fucking athletic. I know fucking started young. Always like the people who are going to make it of all the people you might know one in like a few in your fucking town who are very dedicated to their sport like that. Like the most genetically gifted are gonna make it to the highest bubble. So, like, yeah, but normally genetics, like, how do you factor? Yeah, if you have good genetics, you can compete. That's sort of a different thing. But like, sports are pretty consistent. Like banning amputees, making a girl who was actually not a trans girl, just a cis girl, lower her testosterone in order to be able to compete. Apparently, there was a lawsuit forcing that. So, and like I always thought, yeah, that's gay. Like that's no, you can't really do that. My body, my choice, and you get to compete no matter who you are. But it's like on that topic when it comes into like when you what's it called juxtapose that to the trans issue, like it's also really consistent on that. And yeah, I think it just makes sense, and it's not. Again, this isn't us. Like this isn't the sports people who are doing that. Like like not affirming trans people, denying the fact that they're women. Like this isn't these people saying, "Oh yeah, we don't recognize these people as women." It's sort of like amputees when they're banned from participating in a sport. Like that's not us denying the fact that they even have a gender. Some shit. Like no, like that's just you have a natural advantage. You have an unnatural advantage or some shit, and it's like just like steroids are illegal in most sports. Like on that competitive scale, that just is the same thing. So yeah, I'll agree on that
Sports.
front.
Depriving female athletes of a level playing field and countless opportunities to win and even earn college scholarships. According to the so-called Equality Act, a priority for Democrats, including President Biden, the answer to all these questions is yes. Want to support free speech, religious freedom, and the real
free speech, no, I heard apparently some books are getting banned from libraries in states like Florida.
Differences
from the
between
Humanist Report on, recently, so.
men and women by opposing the Equality Act, fairness for all.
Dude, I have no idea what's in that, but I'm sure they're probably full of shit, so.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. We are gonna have
Yeah,
some fun today.
let's
I told
see
you.
why, the middle class should be so fucking entitled, why the middle and third class should be so fucking entitled to the first class's stolen fucking taxpayer money, that they should get to, just put in the first class's face, say, yeah, this money that you're being forced basically to donate to us, like, hoping that we'll use it for a greater good, and, try to, like, get back up in life. Maybe where we don't have to steal your fucking money to be able to get by. We're gonna spit in people's faces saying, well, because we're poor, which might have been at least to some extent a choice. Well, because being poor isn't just completely a choice, who the fuck wants to be poor? And some people didn't choose to get that way because life is complicated and everybody has their own story. And there's a lot of flaws in, say, like, the system that, like, it's quite, if you have a lot of mental issues, or if you have a drug problem, that's not gonna be treated in any, like, fucking, like, effective manner. It's gonna be pretty much, oh yeah, well, you either, like, stop fucking having whatever you have, like, either from now on, like, we're gonna be like, yeah, you came to the perfect people, I'm so glad you wanted help, so, yeah, basically, if you, like, if we ever hear anything from you again, like, we're considering locking you up, right, so, like, you don't want to be locked up, yeah, basically, like, just pretend that you're fine. Like, you better do that, or we might take you out of your parents' fucking god, right? Like, when I had, like, depression, and I had some fucking, like, troubles, and I tried looking to the counselor, they were basically like, yeah, bitch, we'll pretty much, we'll tell your mother to take your computer away if, like, since apparently, like, your life has gone downhill, and you're, like, worried that, like, you're fucking living to play fucking Minecraft. Like, you're sort of concerned that you might be a degenerate. Like, your life's been good. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we'll just tell your parents to take your computer away. It's like, yeah, that'll really shut me up. Like, thank you, fucking dipshit. And it's like, yeah, they also threatened, they saw some email that I was trying to write it to someone who I really cared about, who I was looking up to at the time, when I was, like, going through some bad shit, and I found their email through Instagram, and when I sent the email, like, really going through some fucking rough shit, it was like, yeah, they fucking, they basically, like, I sent that email from Instagram, and it automatically somehow put that email, it chose my school email, maybe I was logged onto it and I didn't notice, but, like, yeah, when I came back from fucking winter break, because I was, like, dude, I had, like, been on a fucking downhill for, like, a long time, and for a long time, dude, I was so fucking sleep deprived, I never had time, like, school was fucking me up with homework, and none of it was actually relevant to anything, so it wasn't even inspiring to fucking do. I knew none of it would actually benefit me in any fucking way, be relevant to my life or help me, so it wasn't even something that I had, like, an incentive to want to do or to care about. But it's like, yeah, I was really looking up to the winter break to be able to get better. It's like the winter break went by and I just didn't have the fucking motivation I hoped to have. And it's like, I had other problems. And it's like, basically the end of the fucking break was coming. I was really fucking doing shitty, right? It's like, bro, when I fucking arrived in school, it's like, they fucking had cops, like, like, they dragged me out of class, and, like, they fucking searched me to make sure I didn't have, like, any weapons to potentially harm myself or anyone else. And, like, they fucking read, like, the whole very personal, by the way, very personal fucking email I wrote to somebody, right? To, like, try and reach out. And, like, they read that, and they were like, so, basically, we might need to take you out of your parents' guard. We might even need to lock you up. Like, you're gonna have to take a survey. Like, based on your replies, we might lock you up, buddy. Aight, bitch, like, yeah, we just seriously, motherfucker, like, bro, we fucking got you on the nail here. Are you depressed or not? Do you need help or not? I don't know, like, based on the results of that, you might be going to prison, bitch. It's like, yeah, that's sort of how we approach it. I'm sure drug issues would be the same thing, or probably worse, actually. And it's like, yeah, again, at some point, like, again, I'll tell that whole story one day, but like, Ocean, at some point I was really drunk, and I was like, again, I was not doing well, and I was like writing to some friend, like, yeah, I'm just not really doing well. I don't think I'm gonna get better and shit like that. And like, they fucking interpreted it for some reason. I don't know if they were fucking retarded or something, but like, no, like, dude, like, are you okay, mate? Is he? Dude, I don't know what he means, but like, he didn't think he'll, like, oh, bro, like, what if he fucking harms himself some shit? And like, I went fucking AFK, I didn't reply to him, and like, then I saw the fucking cops in my house, and it's like, what the fuck is this? And they basically told me, yeah, like, there was the ambulance, then they told me, yeah, and I was drunk as fuck, too, and they told me, yeah, you need to come with us, yeah, you're clearly drunk, yeah, dude, so we're gonna, like, take you to this place. And I was like, the fuck is this? Like, I didn't give, I'm over 18, aren't I free? I'm not suicidal, first of all. That's never been true. I've never, like, really been suicidal. Like, at some point I was like, fuck, dude, why? I fucking really care about Minecraft, so it's like, dude, when I have to get a job and I don't have time for Minecraft, like, yeah, to get that out of my head, I'll just be like, yeah, whenever I get out of high school, and, like, can't play Minecraft, I'll just fucking kill myself, dude. But I never thought about that fucking seriously. Like, I never really gave a shit. But, like, when I was like, yeah, that's probably, like, that's sort of what got me to thinking, yeah, I should probably try to reach out for help, because some's sort of, like, gay about, like, there's some fucking off right here, dude. By the way, like, I just say gay, because that's a joke, that's a meme. Like, that's not meant to be taken literally. It's not like when you say bitch, you don't hate women. Like, yeah, I just like that joke. It's just a thing. But, like, yeah, they told me, yeah, no, you come with us. I told them, why? Like, why do I need to come? I don't want to. I'm not suicidal. I told y'all. They said, bitch, either you, like, we have guns. We're fucking stronger than you. If you don't come, we'll fucking tackle you, dude. Do you really want to do this? And I was like, yeah, nah, I don't really want to do this, actually, dude. I'm coming. I never wanted to do anything. And it's like, yeah, like, they strapped me to the fucking ambulance. They legit put me, like, in fucking handcuffs, basically, like, in the ambulance. It's like, it was fucking insane. And, yeah, they kidnapped me. They forced me to go to this place called Oceans, and, well, I saw over there, basically how much they cared about people who needed help. Now, thank fuck, I was sort of normal. I didn't even really belong in the place. No one over there was actually, and I heard this, pretty much none of the people there were actually brought here because of potentially being a danger to others. It's all a danger to themselves, so, yeah, the government will kidnap and enslave people because of what they might do to themselves, as if people's bodies and people's lives belong to the fucking government. And guess what? Over there, I saw the staff members legit just beat schizophrenic people to the ground because they were just fucking annoyed that they were just fucking, like, I don't know, being obnoxious and shit constantly, like, yeah, they didn't fucking care. And guess what? When they let me out, I was given a fine. I was forced to pay for my kidnapping. So, yeah, just saying, like, that type of stuff, society definitely doesn't give anybody with mental disorders, let's say a drug problem, which probably comes from having, like, depression or something, any fucking help towards that. They try to push them towards, yeah, you better not get help. So I definitely would agree that homelessness isn't the choice, but you're in a bad situation, and the rich are giving you free money. That money is being stolen from them, so you should have an even bigger, like, dude, not only is this other people's money, but they didn't even get to choose to give it to us. Like, we better fucking, not waste it because it's not even our money. And it's not even money being, like, given to us. This money, like, the person who it was taken from never chose to give it to anyone. It was taken from them. It was stolen from them. So, yeah, like, saying, the first class saying, no, you're not gonna spit in our face and just, like, waste this money on stuff that you can't really afford when there are way cheaper food options. There are plant-based food options which are way more healthy, aren't gonna give you heart disease, and how the fuck are you gonna pay for that? Maybe you would need less of our money for healthcare also if you didn't make these bad choices, like these bad health decisions. Yeah, like that's just a very fair thing. Steak is high in saturated fats and cholesterol. The two main factors for heart disease are leading killer, like by a fucking landslide. Yeah, saying, like, specifically if you're poor, yeah, you can't contribute to an animal holocaust that is legit fucking killing you while it's killing all your victims. Yeah, that is, think that standard should be held to everybody because, murder is wrong, and I'm pro-life in that fashion. If you are already alive and you are very sentient, I'm sure your dog is sentient, do you think your dog should be killed? Is that fine? Just get, like, why is there a fucking outcry about China eating dogs, but pigs are actually more intelligent and more, like, all that? It's like, yeah, I think that's a big inconsistency, but yeah, ban poor people from just buying expensive stuff with their stolen money that is literally being given to them under the premise, like, for the reason that they can't afford that type of stuff. And they're just using it to just wasting it on staying fucking poor and making sure they keep not being able to afford. It's like, that money is supposed to go to giving you a chance to get out of your rubble, and you're just spitting in these people's faces and saying, I don't care, I'm too entitled and lazy, I just want to stay in that. Now, of course, there could be incentives to do that. You're not a bad person if you do that. But, like, I get rich people saying, no, like, actually, this is our money. You don't get to do that with our money. Like, it might suck, especially for people. Imagine if, we were to do that for all luxury stuff, like, on a special occasion, like, say, for Thanksgiving, or, Christmas, or, like, a special fucking holiday. If you couldn't get, like, some, like, above average, above fucking, like, pasta type, meal to get for your family, like, that'd sort of suck, right? But then, if it's on free, like, it's completely fine for the government, I mean, for rich people to say, this is our money, actually, you don't get to use it however you please. If you go to a homeless person and tell them, actually, dude, this is, our, by the way, let me make sure I'm still streaming. If you go to a homeless person and, you give them money, firstly, they will not have the middle class smug entitlement attitude of, well, actually, you know what, I know you just gave me money, but actually give me more, because that's not enough. Clearly, if the middle class is 30% isn't enough. I guess the $1 bill that you would give a homeless person, that you would roll down your window to give to a homeless person if you can afford a car and probably a house too, because you probably don't live in your car. Yeah, I think that's definitely not a fair share, but at least homeless people, I guess the rich should be more fucking, thing is, the third class, they're sort of silent. The first class is even further in their own bubble from the third class than the second class is, so they just have even more of an incentive to ignore the third class. But yeah, like, the third class is staying silent, so maybe that's why the rich aren't really noticing. Yeah, while the middle class are just these entitled freaks, you see them all over social media. Hey, this fucking money that is literally being stolen from you, you're all being forced to agree to a certain, salary for a service that you might not think is worth that salary, so that is, salary money being enforced on you. You don't get to choose the fucking price of the service you want. Like, you don't get to choose how much you're paying for what you fucking want. You don't get to choose that price. So yeah, this money that is actually yours. Yeah, we want more of it. We're entitled to that. The third class will not do that. The third class, if you give them money, it's like they'll be fucking happy with that. Actually, they won't demand fucking more. And if you do, if they do, which they don't actually, but if they fucking did, you would probably give them the same response that the first class gives to the middle class, who are demanding that their fucking money be stolen from them more, which would be, actually, I'm not giving you any money, bitch. I'm leaving you at minimum wage since you're demanding more money. Yeah, so 7.25 isn't enough. Yeah, great fucking deal, dude. So how about, what's it called? Yeah, prostitutes. They're part of the third class. Well, guess what? Prostitution is illegal because your body isn't your choice, apparently. And I guess that's more of a Republican standpoint. But Democrat people in general, the second class, are not very nice towards prostitutes, actually. They sort of treat them like cancer. They don't fucking... Like, dude, what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, thing is, these people, prostitutes, they don't get paid minimum wage, do they? Their job, which is literally them exercising my body, my choice, is illegal. Do they get paid minimum wage? Does anybody care about that? Oh, but... Oh, the middle class. Yeah, they're suffering my ass. Like, just shut the fuck up, okay? For, like, healthcare, yeah, if they fucking get a deadly disease and it's like, suck for you, now you're gonna go financially bankrupt because you're middle class, the middle class can't afford American healthcare. Yeah, I could definitely empathize with that, but like, the fucking shit of, like, yeah, we need steak. It's like, the fuck? No, you don't need to contribute to an animal holocaust. No, you
All right,
fucking
welcome to the show,
don't.
everybody. We are going to have some fun today. I told you the other day, Stella got her groove back. Our big wet boy, Donald Trump, has now surged
What the
back
fuck
into
is...
the lead on the Republican side for the 2024
Yeah, I
primary.
heard about that.
Got a lot to say about that. We have other Republicans now coming out of the woodworks taking pot shots at Trump. Why?
Yeah, for
Because
Social
they want to
Security.
run in
Like,
2024.
I don't know what my sense is on Social Security. Like, I saw when I looked it up earlier, I was like, holy shit, actually, I've always been for that, because I assumed, like, yes, like, the ambulance, like, those types of services, it's to make sure that, yeah, they don't just ask you for money, they just, like, go and, if you're dying, they pick you up. Or like, I'd completely forgotten that it was also, like, retirement. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't cut that. These people damn well fucking deserve their retirement. They paid for it, in fact. That's why they're getting it. If they hadn't paid into it, they wouldn't be getting it. In fact, what they get is proportional to what they paid into it. And, like, for how long they've been paying into it. So, yeah, like, that, these types of programs, I'm completely for now. Just, letting people live off of government assistance and just be lazy with it and just be super extravagant, just, or what is it called? Just fucking use it on just waste it all on expensive stuff. A lot of people will do that. They'll just waste all of their money on a lot of fucking shit. Like, poor people might just waste all their money on beef jerky. And it's like, yeah, maybe say, beef jerky is pretty expensive. Now, yeah, I know from Kurzgesagt, like, this stereotype of homeless people, yeah, they'll just use their money mostly to get alcohol. And, like, apparently that's not true, in fact. And it's like, yeah, you damn well think, like, if they need to feed themselves, do you think they would just go and waste all that on alcohol? I don't know, like, they have a lot of problems, and life clearly isn't easy, and it's not like they're gonna get anywhere out anytime soon. It's not like they're really given a second chance. It's not like Democrats are proposing free college, make this meritocracy a communist fucking country. It's not like they're proposing instead to give homeless people a second chance. No, they're like, oh, well, now you get fucking free college once, and it's like, well, if you made the mistake of not, like, caring about the meritocracy system that already gives you free college, except you have to work for it, and, like, yeah, you made that mistake, and, like, whether it have been your, like, from your end or not, like, whether, I don't know everyone's story, but it's, like, ultimately, like, America fucking offers. I've been in public schools. I know they offer every opportunity. Teachers offer every opportunity for kids to succeed. So it's like, if you fucking did it, it's like, I know, like, poor people, like, their families and all, like, there's a culture behind it that sort of indoctrinates people into staying poor. It just feeds into that vicious cycle. But it's like, like, you have the resources. You might not be, but it's like, that's really all the government should really do, right? So you can get to the top. But it's like, imagine if you choose to make that mistake. Well, now it doesn't matter if you work. You just get free college. That's the Democrat position. I'm sure that's his position. Give people free college. Actually, he mentioned that. Like, with the army, yeah, these, like, trillions that the army is just putting in our faces, this stolen taxpayer money, actually give it to making college, just communist, since they're already pretty liberal anyway. Just make it a communist system, right? And it's like, yeah, maybe, remove affirmative action since you're against racism, then, to try to make colleges better. How about, every, like, 4 to 5 years, like, if you've been denied going to college because your GPA isn't high enough, that's usually the reason. Yeah, give people, like, every 4 to 5 years, a year of college to get their GPA up, like, the, like, minimum requirement for classes for that to pay into TOPS. And if you know about TOPS, it's basically America's version of free college that you have to actually earn, because this is a meritocracy, not communism. But yeah, like, again, you have to earn your
24.
fucking way up.
So, it's getting kind of ugly out there, dog.
Yeah, that's why a country like that wouldn't incentivize people to... Dude, I forgot what he said. But wouldn't incentivize people to use people's stolen money, that's supposed to, like, help them work their way back up and redistribute wealth, so help them get better, and they're wasting it. And then they're having more kids. And it's like, the fuck?
A lot to say about that. We have other Republicans now coming out of the woodworks.
It's like, I see a lot of poor people with a lot of kids, and it's like, especially if you're poor, you can't afford that. And like, you're fucking, like, yeah, poor people tend to make a lot of decisions that make them even poorer, and then, like, demand that the rich fucking say, oh yeah, well, all misery is the government's fault. I see so many poor people with, like, fucking 10 kids, and it's like, they're pregnant with another kid, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the government's fault that was struggling, we need government to... And it's like, you made that choice, and you shouldn't have been allowed to make that choice, in fact, because now these kids, you made that selfish choice to keep having more kids if you can't feed them, without... And it's like, dude, you're not doing yourself any favors. Like, you're too poor to have a kid, and you're gonna have, like, 4 or 5. It's like, no, and then, especially if you made that decision, that's obviously why you would stay poor. If you hadn't made that, would be a lot richer, you would have a lot less people to feed the income you would make, which isn't going to rise with you having kids, wouldn't be split more into like, all the fucking people you now have to feed and house, and all of these things. It's like, yeah, when poor people make all of these decisions that actually make them poorer, and, like, you know that they aren't so uneducated that they just don't fucking know how babies are made. They just, like, they didn't go to school. Their parents didn't teach them. It's like, no, they just don't care, and they're just like, yeah, I'll have another kid. I want to have another kid. Even though I can... Yeah, the government's just gonna help me with that. It's like, no, you getting another kid unless you were raped, in which case you should get to have an abortion. Like, it's your choice. It's your choice, and you shouldn't get to make a choice that is going to cripple you, financially speaking, and get to make this choice that you can't afford to make that is also going to create more misery, because this kid doesn't get the choice to, like, Like, you're putting someone, you're forcing someone to exist in a world where they will be, just not able to have equal fucking opportunities as the other people, because, like, yeah, if you have so many kids, like, they're so poor, you might not be able to afford, like, the basic stuff that, like, you can't afford them, like, basic fucking privacy, like, having their own room to sleep in. It's like, that's not equal fucking opportunities, that's not equal standards, it's not nearly equal. And it's like, you're lowering yourself to these standards, like, that is making you poor. Like, if people are poor and they're choosing to keep having more kids, yeah, like, things like that, they're choosing to just buy extravagant things, that's pretty much spitting in the faces of those who, that money is coming from. Like, yeah, I'm going to choose to keep staying poor because I'm just going to keep stealing your money to be able to keep affording my choices to keep being more poor. Like, yeah, the whole premise behind giving poor people this money is to try and help them get out of their poverty. And if they're gonna make choices like that, like, we can be strict on them because that's our money. If we want to be assholes, which, like, I would be against personally, like, I mean, take, specifically because I'm against the animal holocaust, I would be for that. But, like, say an expensive vegan dish, like, I would say, yeah, like, I would personally say, yeah, if poor people want to buy that with my money, if I see someone buying that with their food stamps, I'm not gonna fucking be a dipshit. I don't really care, but, like, if rich people want to hold poor people to that standard, it's sort of their money, and it makes sense logically. No, you can't, use our money that we're giving you under the premise of trying to get yourself out of this misery so that you don't need to steal our money anymore to get by. And instead of, using it to just exploiting our fucking, like, forced kindness, that we're supposed to be, like, pretty much, what's it called? That was supposed to be, what the fuck? That was supposed to be investing as a country and, like, getting, like, rising to, like, raising our standard of living as a country. Yeah, you're just having more kids and forcing more people into a lower standard of living than the average. Forcing people, because of your fucking selfishness, forcing more kids into, fucking, into an unequal fucking opportunity world where, their parents just couldn't afford to have them, but didn't care because it's like, yeah, the government's gonna pay for this. My kids will suffer. I don't care. I want kids. Like, like, fuck, dude. So, yeah, when rich people say, no, you don't do that, it's our money, the fact that it's their money makes it like, yeah, they get to do that. Like, this is something that they can't afford, saying, no, you don't buy this. Like, I get it's going into people's private lives, but, this is an aspect of their private lives that is funded by the fucking public, and the public should get to decide, especially when this money is, like, this is being funded by the public under the promise of trying to help them get out of their misery, trying to help them because they're in that misery. If you're under government assistance and, under that premise, you're using other people's stolen taxpayer money to get by, you have a moral obligation to do your best to get out of that, to not be a burden and a parasite to those funding you anymore. And it's like, that's not how you should see yourself. That, like, of course, I'm not saying people on government assistance, like, they're just parasites, but, like, that rich people have every, right to see you that way and to look down on you that way when you're spitting in their face and saying, yeah, your contribution to trying to allow me to get out of my poverty, I'm just gonna have more kids and I'm just gonna buy shit I can afford, have things I can afford because the government's gonna help me more. That's a very fair fucking, that's a very fair demand. You can say, oh, well, it's bitchy, it's going into people's personal lives, it's sort of like, you're fucking being stricter on the poor, but we want to be stricter on the rich. So, yeah, we just have different discrimination priorities. We just both like to discriminate, but in different ways. And it's like, these poor people, no, they're not the victims we should be trying to victimize. Like, uh, yeah, rich people have every right to say no to that.
Taking pot shots at Trump. Why? Because they want to run in 2024. So it's getting kind of ugly out there, dog. And Republicans are defending their plan to invade Mexico.
That's fucking insane. Like, I know a lot of Republicans fearmonger about, like, oh yeah, we're getting invaded. Like, why is Ukraine's border so much more fucking sacred than ours? And it's like, bitch, like, Putin has declared war on Ukraine. Like, they're getting invaded, literally. Like, Putin is claiming cities that it's invaded. It's, like, pretty much Holocaust. It built trenches in Ukraine to, like, that's come out, apparently. Like, Russian soldiers went and raped a bunch of people in these Ukrainian cities. That's a fucking invasion, dude. In Mexico, these people are fleeing the drug cartels to try to live. Yeah, there'll be drug smugglers in between, just like in France, the immigrants, I bet there'll be terrorists in the midst. But a lot of them, they might just be trying to flee these terrorists. Just like in Mexico, they might be trying to flee the drug cartels. They don't like this third world country, and they don't like the fact that it's oppressing its citizens, and they just want to live the American dream, because the American dream sounds more inspiring than the Mexican dream, which, what's the Mexican dream exactly? So, yeah, like, I don't know why I was, going with that, but, oh yeah, like, they clear war in Mexico, that's fucking insane. Like, maybe force them to take more measures on the drug cartels. Like, I think the drug cartels should have the right to operate. Like, if you want to sell drugs, like, drugs, people buy them, they don't buy them to hurt others, they just buy them to exercise my body, my choice. Again, it's like, people should have the right to sell any products they want, people should have the right to buy any products they want, as long as it's not, like, specifically malicious use type shit, like, I don't know, whatever the drug is that is commonly used to rape people, I think that should be banned, but yeah, like, apparently the drug cartels are very fucking violent, and there's, like, yeah, there's a lot of fucking anarchy that, like, there's a lot of corruptions, like, in favor of the rich over there, and, like, yeah, there isn't a lot of government that protects its citizens as much as in America, and there's, like, it's a whole different thing, so, yeah, like, people just saying, yeah, we're getting invaded by Mexico, look at all of these immigrants, it's like, alright, buddy, like, France is getting invaded by the Middle East, it's like, they, like, declaring war. I mean, to be fair, the US is already at war with, like, Afghanistan or whatever. I think they're out of war now. It's like, fuck, dude. Yeah, I guess. I definitely agree with them on that. I think illegal immigration, but from a business perspective, like, as a Republican, I would fucking think, like, it's good for businesses. Businesses no longer have to, they get to choose with illegal immigrants, how much they are paying for the service that they are fucking offering that you take. Like, they get to choose how much your service is worth because it's their money, their terms. And I'm a Republican, so I would agree with that. I think the concept of minimum wage is, again, theft. People should get to choose how much your service is worth, how much money they put on it, how much your salary is, because they are the ones paying it. It's their salary, and you get to go somewhere else if you don't like the fucking terms. So, yeah, I think that whole thing is theft, and with illegal immigrants, you don't even have to do that, apparently. Now, again, morally speaking, I think it's wrong. I would never pay, if I was an employer, I would never pay someone under minimum wage, and I think that's wrong. But, again, I make this analogy all the time. Imagine if you just are on a fucking football field, and, say you have a football, and you're not even playing with it, and another kid comes up to you and says, I want to play with your ball. If you're like, no, mine. You don't play with it. And it's like, you're not even fucking playing with it. Like, say you know that kid isn't going to steal it from you, they'll give it back. And you still say no, well, you're being an asshole. Well, that kid should go to your parents and tell tell your fucking parents to like fucking raise you right, to tell you like not literally like just say he won't let me play with the ball, and then let the kids' parents do their job, because it's their job, not the government's, to raise their kids, to teach their kids to be good people. It shouldn't be the citizens. Like citizens shouldn't be legally required to be good people and to give to good causes. Give up their property rights to good causes by law. Then the law shouldn't force you to be a good fucking person. It should just make stop you from committing property rights violations. So committing abuse, like forcing negative experiences onto you, forcing what's it called, misfortune onto you. And a contract makes that force. It's not forcing you. Like, are they forcing you to put your signature anywhere? Do they force you? They might be assholes with it and really give you incentives to like let yourself get pulled down in a bad contract. They might they might not be ethical with it, but it's like the law shouldn't force anyone to be a good fucking person. And again, if that person who has the football actually happens to be an adult because they're just a middle-aged fucking like loser going through a midlife crisis and having fucking bipolar all of a sudden, or some fucking crazy shit developing that somehow, just fucking going in a park with a fucking football and just leaving it on the ground for some reason. If that's your fucking case, well, guess what? The law shouldn't force that person to let the kid play with their football. Even though they might not be using it, even though the first class might not need that 30%, and the other two classes probably need it like exponentially more than them. Well, the third class needs your money more than you do. In fact, like if you're middle class, again, if you have a spare bedroom, if you have a spare room that you might use for storage, a homeless person that legit has no roof over their head, might have bad weather, yeah, they need that fucking storage room more than you do. Again, like the whole premise behind socialism, like pay your fair share, like the taxes, they're meant to minorly inconvenience the ones who pay them, but like the services you get in return are meant to they would majorly inconvenience people like to not have them, such as free healthcare, as I mentioned. But it's like that's the whole premise behind socialism. Well, okay, well, the first class giving their fair share to the second class, I think, is the same thing as the second giving their fair share to the third. So, yeah, I think it's a very fair. This completely applies. In terms of 30%, that's fair. That's a reasonable amount because it's not gonna ruin your fucking standard of living. Like rich people aren't gonna be fucking washing their hand in fucking toilet water because like the fucking water doesn't run anymore or some shit. It's like this isn't gonna make them go fucking bankrupt. They aren't gonna like paying that, but like fucking they can live by it. But like people not having healthcare, they can't really just live with that. And it's like, yeah, okay, like we can argue whether theft is reasonable under any circumstance. I think there is definitely some argument there. Of course there is. There's a moral argument. It's like, really, what do you prioritize? Like, property rights. And sometimes I think, like, yeah, there can be a great argument, but in favor of steak? Like, no.
They want a war with Mexico. Okay, you can't make this stuff
That's
up.
fucking
We'll dive
insane.
into all the specifics of it. But before we do that, I got a little...
Yeah, let me actually, yeah. No one fucking is watching. Let me make sure, by the way, my stream's still doing good.
Show announcement here for you guys. We got a live show, y'all. We got a live show going on in Austin, Texas. It's going to be Friday, February 3rd at the Paramount Theater. Look, I'm telling you guys now, go get the tickets now if you want to come, because they're almost gone. I mean, we're talking 95%, 98% gone. I was warned by the Breaking Points crew, like, you better, you know, hop on it now, because if you don't, then there's gonna be no seats left. So if you
And yeah, what I was gonna say from that video, I'm so fucking high, just went on a tangent and forgot. Yeah, I think in the same way that, like, the middle class is demanding that the rich, the first class, pay their fair share. I think, yeah, you housing as a middle class person who has an extra storage room, you being forced to, say, by the law, and so like almost socialism, to just taxes on a socialist thing, paying you 30%, that's socialist. But, like, if we're going to go with that, well, it's your fair share, like, in that extra storage room, it would only minorly inconvenience you. In fact, you might make a new friend, get to have someone who isn't in your fucking, semi-elite middle-class bubble, that might also, get you see, just like you think the elite need a reality check to empathize more with middle-class people. It's sort of your fault that you're going at them, trying to tell them that their taxpayer money should be stolen more. That's maybe why they hate you, so maybe you're responsible for that. Maybe you should stop doing that if you want them to hate you less. The homeless aren't doing that when you pay them $5. Maybe learn something from them. Maybe the middle class has something to learn from the homeless. Yeah, if I get my own house, any spare rooms I would have with it, that's what I would do. With the middle class doing that? No. So the middle class, oh yeah, the rich pay their fair share. Yeah, shut the fuck up. How about you put your money where your mouth is? You don't need any money, just house them. Maybe give them, like, fucking, what's it called? Yeah, feed them. Since so many middle class people, they don't have all these rooms to be able, they don't have the fucking space it requires to have all these kids. They're just gonna pack them one on top of the other. They'll have like fucking 5 kids. Do they have 5 rooms? Do they have 6 fucking rooms? One for them and one for all their kids? No, they just pack them. They don't even give a shit about their kids' privacy. And like, they'll just put in their kids' face, say, oh yeah, well, you're already poor. You're about to get even poorer. There's gonna be even less money for you because we have even more kids now. People are such assholes to their kids that, like, their kids are having to live with them being poor and making these choices, like continuing to have more kids to make them stay poor. And it's like, yeah, maybe instead of getting a new kid to feed them, to be able to, like, have your ego to fucking push your principles down the line to more people. Maybe have someone, like a homeless person. No, well, they're so repulsive, right? Yeah, is that why you don't want them in your house? Like, oh, they probably do drugs too. Is that another stereotype you're gonna go with? Because, like, if the rich try any stereotypes on the middle class, or the middle class actually giving them as ammunition, the middle class attacking them all the time, doing so publicly, that's all the media talks about, is fuck the elites. Why would the elites want to give to you if you're gonna behave that way, if you're gonna treat them that way? That makes no fucking sense.
live in the Austin area, if you want to see us, you better hop on the tickets right now.
Dude, I'm like, I keep going on a tangent, and I have barely even started watching this video. I'm just going on a tangent, just making my fucking dialogue, and I'm high as fuck, and it's just great, dude. Hell yeah.
I'll leave the link in the video description box. It'll be the first
I should
link.
get more subs.
So it's going to be myself, Crystal Sager. I don't know if Marshall's going to be there. He might be there. But again, it's at the Paramount Theater, Friday, February 3rd. The doors open at 6:30. The show is at 7:30. This is, as far as I know, this is the last live show that we're actually doing. You know, at least there's nothing else planned. So if you're interested in coming, definitely hop on it right now. We're we're running out of time here. And then, of course, I'm excited to go to Austin because I'm going to meet with one of my favorite YouTubers, RM Brown. Really looking forward to that. Dude's hilarious, man. You have to check out his YouTube channel.
Yeah, dude. I wonder if I should, like, maybe go on my phone to, like, log into different accounts to just help out my live stream. That'd probably fucking help my live stream get more views. Yeah, let me fucking do that, actually. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I have 0 people watching. That's so fucking sad, dude. Shit, dude. Well, this is about to get better likes. I'm not gonna go on like that many fucking. I don't know. Like all the accounts I made, I pretty much I have like 4 fucking accounts at least, which I made for like other reasons. I have a fucking free intros audio account, which actually got banned now. Like I used to legit make free intros, like that was my thing. That was some gay thing I did back in the day when I made Minecraft videos and all. Like I had a channel where I would just take like from no copyright sounds. I would just take the fucking sound bites and just make templates for fucking like intros. And I would just, dude, I had so fucking many of those. Like, yeah, that account was sort of like a part of my other account that got banned, so it got compromised. But like, I have a new account that I called that, like, just for that. And that was sort of there, because I didn't, I didn't fucking post on it. I just didn't really give a shit, so I never really did any of that. Like, dude, I have my other account, which I used to use for cool stuff. Well, so I have my Minecraft fucking channel, it's like, yeah, I have a lot of fucking accounts that I legit just use for other stuff. I have some stuff to post, like, unlisted video. Like, dude, I have a lot of that shit. I think there was an account I created on accident. So it's like, bro, yeah, like, at some point, dude, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say, but, oh yeah, this is getting recommended on all of my fucking second accounts. Even though I don't actually, dude, I think I'm subscribed to this channel on my Minecraft channel. That's actually the only other account I'm subscribed to this channel on. So, like, all y'all 34 subs, like, only one of y'all is me. And I think I might be the first. I don't know. No, actually, I don't think so. Who the fuck is?
Go
this
watch
is why I don't have
RM
views,
Brown's
dude.
YouTube channel. You'll
Nah,
really
it's
get a
not,
kick out of it. And then also,
that's because I'm not
going
smoking
on
more
one
weed.
Joseph Robinette Rogan's
What the
YouTube
fuck?
channel. Not YouTube channel, his podcast, whatever it is. I love how
It's-
it's the biggest
it's
podcast in
AIDS.
the world, and I'm over here.
Dude, like, I fucking hated Joe Rogan way before he turned, like, went on this tangent to be a Republican. And that's what you'll notice about a lot of these hacks that are just going from, like, a lot of these people, the reason why I hate them is, like, I've seen them, like, just talking out of their ass, just saying some garbage, like, about the fucking vegan movement. Joe Rogan kept fucking spouting some bullshit about how, oh, yeah, like, yeah, like, if you don't eat meat, you'll fucking die, bro. He was just spouting some dumb dog shit, because he's just, like, one of these fucking degenerates who just has an opinion based on nothing, but is so egotistical that he thinks his opinion is that fucking, like, valuable. And he's basically that guy who just is, like, should be fat, but takes steroids to not look fat because he is insecure. And, like, he fucking, like, whatever the fuck, and, like, dude, he just has some gay-ass opinion. He's, like, that typical fat guy who just smoke weed, and, except that he thinks his opinion is so relevant, but, like, his opinion isn't backed by facts. Like, he just says some random garbage that isn't true, such as, oh yeah, if you don't eat meat, you'll just fucking all this shit. Well, it's like, no, you won't die if you don't need that. It actually is unhealthy for you. And he just gets people to be able to circle jerk. He'll just get whoever would agree with his opinion, and it's just a giant circle jerk. If you ever watch his thing, he just is a fucking degenerate with an opinion that's worthless. Just acting like his opinion is worth so much, just getting some other loser who'll just agree with him. It's basically like some loser who just smokes weed and has friends, and it's just like fucking, yeah, just tries to get the specific friends that'll pander to his opinion so that they can circle jerk, and it's just pathetic because then, like, he invited someone who was actually, like, got fucking, like, went down that tangent, went to a lot of research and got misled, and actually felt, like, went into his narrative, someone who actually was respectable because they knew what the fuck they were saying. They did some research, they did the wrong research, got into, like, the wrong studies, but, yeah, that person was actually debunked. He invited the wrong person onto his show, the Games Changer documentary guy, who completely dismantled what he had been saying, and the reason why he invited this guy to push his opinions was that it was his opinions. He was just, as usual, just getting whoever he could to just fucking circle jerk, fit his narrative bullshit, to make it go to an hour, like his worthless opinions. Just have someone to be like, oh yeah, bro, I completely agree, bro. It's like, yeah, the guy's never been of any fucking value. His opinions aren't worth shit. And guess what? He got debunked. The person, the person completely destroyed, the guy who he had, like, fucking looked for to pander to his opinion. And, and Joe Rogan just said, oh yeah, I guess this guy is fucking wrong. And he didn't take any of the blame. He was like, oh, I guess this guy's being fucking debunked now. Didn't act as if, oh, well, I sort of have to answer for that now, right? Like, I sort of pushed all that stuff. In fact, that's why I invited the guy to push that stuff, because he was pushing what I was pushing. And, well, I just got debunked. No, he was just like, I guess you've been debunked now. Just completely through his friend who he had gone onto the show, who was someone actually respectable, who at least did research, unlike him, to be peddling that shit onto people. At least he did his research. Yeah, like, he just, like, threw him under the bus after he just exploited him to, like, fit his narrative. Said, oh yeah, you've been debunked, when, no, you both have been debunked. Except you didn't do your research, he did. You were just pouting whatever garbage, you didn't care if it was real. And after Joe Rogan admitted, yeah, we both got debunked, but actually I'm not gonna admit the fault. I'm just gonna let the other guy who was just pandering to me, agreeing with me, that's basically what he was doing. I'm just gonna let the guy who agreed with me take the fault. Oh yeah, he got debunked for agreeing with me, but yeah, I wasn't wrong. I didn't agree with myself, right? And it's like, the guy just completely threw his friend under the bus, who he had like taken advantage of to push his narrative, and then he just completely reversed it and just kept saying the same shit that he had admitted that his friend had been debunked on, like the stuff that he admitted. Oh yeah, these talking points that I used to push, yeah, they got absolutely debunked. Like all this stuff, this guy sort of proved that, yeah, my friend was wrong, like, on I agree with you, Joe Rogan. Like, oh, I guess he got debunked. The I agree with you, Joe Rogan stuff, yeah, apparently that was full of shit. Like, that, none of that was true. That got debunked. Joe Rogan admitted that on the show with the Games Changer documentary person. And then he just, like, the fucking next week, he went on to keep fucking saying the same shit that he had just said had been debunked. So yeah, he got debunked. He just let his friend take the fall, say, I didn't get debunked. The guy who was agreeing with me got debunked. And then he just say, oh, well, that shit's definitely false. You just debunked it. Like, I'm so open-minded. Then, like, when the guy was off, like, he just went back to pushing the same shit that he had just, like, disowned his friend for. Because, oh, well, he got debunked, but I'm just gonna keep fucking saying that shit anyway. Like, so yeah, Joe Rogan, I've always fucking hated him. He wasn't a conservative back then, but I always, like, that doesn't surprise me of him. Like, he's a fucking complete loser.
Having brain farts talking about, like, his name and the name of the show. Anyway.
It's like, the guy legit takes fucking steroids, probably because he's insecure. Like, his opinions are garbage. He just gets people to fucking, like, circle jerk with him, because his opinions aren't of any value, and he probably wouldn't have a lot to fucking back it up, and would be better off not defending it, just circle jerking, because he's not that valuable. Yeah, he literally fucking takes steroids to not just be that fat fucking slum, just fucking discussing his worthless opinions. Like that, at least he's special in that regards. It's like, other than that, he's not smart. He's sort of an entitled brat who just fucking takes whatever he thinks is true for granted, doesn't care about research. And then, like, yeah, if someone debunks him, he'll be like, oh yeah, actually the guy who agreed with me, yeah, he got debunked. Congratulations, dude, you debunked him. Like, yeah, all this stuff that he said, he was actually agreeing with me on, but, like, he also said it. Damn, like, I guess all that's wrong. But then next podcast, like, oh yeah, actually, let me, like, fucking say that again. You know, that stuff that got debunked. Yeah, actually, like, this guy's gone, so it's fucking true again. It's like, you're a fucking joke, dude.
So, we'll be going on there.
Joe Rogan's a joke.
That could get interesting, man. That could get interesting, because I love Joe. He's such a nice and sweet guy, but let's...
Nah, he's a dipshit. I'm pretty sure he's transphobic too now. It's, like, not a surprise. Someone like that with just entitled, dirty-ass opinions. Like, oh yeah, like, fucking murdering animals, my take on that. I'm just, like, gonna say you just need meat based on nothing, and when someone debunks that, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna throw my friend under the bus who actually did his research and was worth something. Yeah, it was his fault, actually, even though I got him over on my show just because he agreed with me. Then he just keeps fucking pushing it. So,
keep it real.
Just
politically, I do think he's said some things recently that I look at, I'm like, Joe.
Yeah, what do you know? It's not, like, you needed him to turn Republican to realize he's fucking stupid and a complete loser. It's like, fucking, are you serious,
Joe,
dude?
what are you doing, Joe? Joseph.
Like, dude, the guy was for Bernie Sanders. It's like, it took you him switching from Bernie to fucking, Ron DeSantis to get that the guy was just a fucking, like, dumbwit, just spewing whatever garbage he could, and that's why he just gets people who agree with them to just get to have people pandering to. Yeah, if your opinion is less fucking worthwhile, it's just some average fucking loser who with an opinion just like everyone, who just thinks his opinion is that much more valuable. Yeah, if anybody disagrees with my opinions, I don't have status quo opinions, famously, although I'm irrelevant right now, but, yeah, if anybody ever wants to debate me on anything, I will definitely debate, and if somebody, like, debunks my claim, I will not say, oh yeah, it's actually this person, but I never fucking said that. I guess you've been debunked, dude. Like, no, I'll agree, yeah, I was wrong, and I'm not gonna the next day just be like, oh yeah, let's just pretend that shit never fucking happened, dude. Like, yeah, anyway, it's like, yeah, if it took you that much to realize Joe Rogan's fucking faggot, it's like, yeah, if it took him, like, if it's gonna take him maybe becoming a fucking homophobe too, since he's a transphobe, it's
so
like,
anyway, we might get into, you know, Biden, DeSantis, you know, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of things.
Go get another water bottle, bro. Smoking gets me thirsty as shit, bro. Hell yeah. Fuck it, it's cold tomorrow. But I should just leave that there, actually. That's a good spot. Hell yeah. Just check my stream chat again. It's probably at 0. Probably like 8 views instead of 7 now. Oh. You know, oh yeah, I got fucking... Oh, that's probably why, because I fucking went on my other accounts and shit. This stream hasn't been going on for that long. It's not absurd. I was... Dude, no, I'm not. That's funny anyways. See this.
That we could potentially argue over, so we shall see. Anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into the stories that we got today. So this one right here is it doesn't get any lower than this. If you thought the Republicans were at the bottom, they decided let's.
Yeah, they aren't saying we're not going to allow you to buy food with this. Like, yeah, if people say, with our fucking stolen taxpayer money, say, you're not buying alcohol. like, you're not going to get to buy expensive shit you can't afford because we're giving you this money for you to be able to, like, get yourself out of this. Like, you're wasting our fucking stolen money. They have every right to say that. They have every right to tell you what you can and can't buy with the money that is theirs and that they are giving to you. You'd call them entitled to that's their fucking money. They should have the right to. If you give a homeless person money and you tell them what to buy with it, you should even get to buy that stuff for them and give it to them. And if they don't want it, well, fuck them. That's what you would say if you gave a homeless person, no, I don't have money on me. I just have food. I mean, is that... No, I don't want this shit. I want something more expensive, actually. I want some more expensive food. You tell them to fuck off and you wouldn't give them anything. That's probably the average middle class's reaction to the third class upon that stuff on them. But they're gonna pull that stuff on the first class all the time because they're so fucking entitled. No, bitch. That is their money. That is their fucking money. How about you house a homeless person first? How about you start saying that no, you're not such a special snowflake for being middle class. In fact, you make up the bulk of that country, so you're even less special. That's why your interests are considered. Yeah, you make up an even smaller percentage, you as an individual, because of that. So how about you start realizing that you're just in the middle, and that there's a third class, and that they are way less entitled, and that if they treated you in the same way when you give way less than your fair share, and you give them $1 bill, you could probably afford to give them $5. They need it more than you. Yeah, if they told you, bitch, that's not enough money, like the average middle class person would probably tell them, well, then I'm not giving you any money. And the average person would say, yeah, if a homeless person did that, fair enough. Well, where's the fucking consistency? Like, you're entitled to, like, the fucking higher classes treating you right. You're mad at them for staying in their elite bubble and not paying attention to your concerns when they don't fucking have to. It's their fucking life. You don't owe society anything for being born in it. It might be a nice thing to do, but again, the government shouldn't force you to be nice. But then the second class is gonna demand this, that other people break out of their elite bubble, but they aren't gonna break out of their semi-elite bubble and say, how's a homeless person? Because they can. And, yeah, it'd be a minor inconvenience for them, but, yeah, you could learn some stuff from that person. You could ask them, what is your story? I mean, what are homeless people scary? Yeah, that sort of says a lot about you if you think that, right? So
bring in some heavy equipment and go below the bottom. So this is in Axios. They say no more sliced cheese, white rice under proposed Iowa SNAP bill. So for those of you who don't know, SNAP is just the fancy new way of saying food stamps. If people are poor and, you know, they struggle...
Yeah, because food stamps aren't their money. They didn't work for that money. That is money that is being stolen from people and given to them. And sometimes, like, yeah, you might need food stamps. And food stamps shouldn't be able to go towards, say, alcohol. But, like, people say, yeah, food stamps should, like, this money is not being given to you for you to, like, buy fucking luxury items. Like, food stamps are there specifically because you cannot afford luxury items. Like, yeah, that's sort of you exploiting the fucking system. And you're exploiting other people's money for your favor. Like, you're choosing to be a parasite. And then you're going to get more kids, just be selfish, get more kids at other people's expense. They're gonna pay for it, the government's gonna pay for it. Who's the government stealing that money from? Yeah, for the first class to say, yeah, we're not gonna allow you to use our money as an incentive to try and stay poor. That's also something that people say about funding, like the homelessness programs, giving them free drugs. And like I would say, these people are going to go look out for drugs anyway. They are addicted. It's like giving them safe fucking alternatives. It's like yeah, I get, and again, if if people do not want to do that with their money, if they're like, no, I'm not going to use my money to give drug addicts more drugs, to give people provide people with fucking cocaine and shit. That's not what we want to spend our money on. Again, whose money is it? So whose choice is it? It's like, where does the majority of this money come from? Like, yeah, it doesn't come from them.
Eat food to have enough meals. You have the food stamp program, the SNAP program, which makes sure that, hey, you're not going to go hungry.
I think it's reasonable. I just think if you're on food stamps, you just shouldn't start having kids. I definitely get, like, you had kids and some unfortunately happened to you, but, like, you shouldn't have kids if you're homeless, because that is inhumane. You cannot provide your kids with, like, an acceptable standard of living that they would need to have equal opportunities. If you can't, provide, and this is, my personal, thing, if you can't provide your kid with their own personal room to have their own privacy to some extent, uh, you can't afford to have a kid if you can't afford to give them some basic fucking like privacy, right? Give them a basic standard of living, like having some fucking privacy. So yeah, these people don't have any respect for their kids. They have kids for selfish reasons, like just for themselves, even though it's bad for their kids. It like divides the income they have even more amongst the kids they already have. So it's really them spitting in their kids' face. Like a lot of these people, they will make these decisions, and they might not see it that way. I don't think they're bad people for it. I think they're selfish, but yeah, I mean, clearly, like they feel like it's not a choice. Like when people are like screaming about abortion, and of course, I think abortion, we should keep it that a thing. I think abortion should be allowed until birth. And again, my body, my choice. I don't remember anything from back when I was a baby. Was I the person I am now when I was a baby, or was I? But yeah, if we're gonna slaughter animals, literally holocaust them, murder them, when they are way more sentient than a baby. Like a baby that's going to be a nuisance to a parent. The baby isn't even really sentient, and you're gonna prioritize their rights over the parents' rights to get to choose not to live in fucking poverty when they probably can't fucking afford that kid, unless they got raped. If they aren't even educated enough to be able to remember how babies were made, so much so that they believe that by taking away your right to an abortion, we're taking away your choice, because they forgot that having sex was a choice. When the majority of these people who are outraged over their choice being ruined by Roe v. Wade being overturned, which, by the way, I'm entirely against it being overturned, yeah, you start to realize maybe these people, if they forgot how babies were made, maybe they are probably barely even capable of being responsible enough to take care of themselves. Maybe they shouldn't get to have another human being under their influence and under their fucking god, like under their responsibility. Clearly, if they're too poor to be able to afford living themselves, if they're too poor to afford their own fucking life expenses, maybe don't be selfish and don't, like, yeah, I get these fucking higher classes being fucking yeah, getting what the fuck's it called, being frustrated over the lower class doing that type of shit to just breed themselves into poverty. And I get it's with the culture, like, yeah, they're just that's why they don't succeed in school as much, even though there's every opportunity. I went to public school. I know the teachers will provide with every opportunity to succeed. It's just in poor people's culture to just like not take these opportunities, to think, oh yeah, like we're not gonna get to the top anyway. Like this is just not, like, in the world we live in, we're just gonna get fucked over anyway. There's no point in trying to succeed in college. Like we're just not in that life. We're just like in the third class. We don't have a chance. we should just not waste our time and try to get into the workforce as fast as possible, because that's where we're at. And like, there's a culture around like poverty where people sort of breed themselves into continuing to stay poor, but this whole idea, it'd be an idea to try and incentivize. No, you can't do this garbage, this fucking retarded shit that's gonna make you keep staying poor. You can't do that. It's like the government wasting our fucking wasting our taxpayer money on their absurd military budget. Like, they spit in our face by not even bothering to keep track of where they are putting our fucking money that was stolen from us. Yeah, we should get to say, no, you're not even gonna keep track. No, we're taking away that money. You don't even need it. We're not a war right now. Like, we're funding we're funding for like so much fucking an absurd amount of money, way more than any country, for a hypothetical threat as the foreign country would want to attack the United States. Fucking like clown shit, fucking absurd, right? Yeah, we're like funding so much for protecting ourselves from a hypothetical foreign threat when there's a measurable fucking domestic threat, which is not having free healthcare. The fact that the middle and third class definitely can't afford healthcare, and talking about meritocracy, which is the whole like a big premise of the United States. The American dream is based on meritocracy. That's the best way to go by it. Yeah, like if you go financially bankrupt because you had a disease that you couldn't afford to cure yourself with under our current system, yeah, that's a very fair point. Like, yeah, you're wasting our fucking money on this hypothetical foreign threat that isn't going to happen, when the only reason we'd be going into other countries to fight them, not to defend ourselves. So we're taking lives instead of saving lives, and maybe that's not what the average American wants to do, and it's their money, they should get to have a say in it. Well, same thing here. This is a joke. You're taking our money and you're like this money that's supposed to go towards trying to help you improve and get out of your current shitty life situation. Try to like get you to be able to like to help you rise up and get out of leeching off of our money. We're trying to help you get out of that. Well, you're just gonna give us the middle finger and say, well, we're gonna keep going down that rabbit hole because we're gonna buy all that shit. And it's fair, like sometimes you might want to do that. And it's like, but it's not your money. That's the thing. When you live off of food stamps, you're living at the expense of other people. And it's like homeless people. If the middle class people who are the super victims, everyone tries to pander to them as if they were just these angels who weren't in their semi-elite bubble, who weren't just apathetic to the third class, just like the first class, maybe the second class, except for good reasons. Like, yeah, what the fuck was that? Yeah, like the middle class is so fucking entitled to like, oh yeah, this is, it's as if it was our money. You're telling us how to spend our money. You're going into our private lives. No, dude, it's not your private life. It is our money. We get to tell you you're not wasting it on continuing to feed into your fucking just feed into that fucking cycle of becoming more of a fucking parasite, so that you can just taking more of our money, so that you can just keep keep affording like maintain this fucking unaffordable insane fucking lifestyle that you clearly can't afford, and just keep feeding into this cycle of being even more of a leech and a parasite and demanding more government assistance. And it's like, again, I'm middle class. I'm not really paying for any of this. In fact, I don't really even pay that many taxes because I just have a part-time job. I'm going into college. Free college would definitely massively benefit me. I'm against it because it's theft. Again, I get that taking a libertarian standpoint as a middle-class person, it's against my own best fucking interests. And again, like, people tend to say, oh, well, you're just selfish. You're against free healthcare. It's like, the average middle-class Republican over here in Louisiana, and by the way, none of them are racist, so that, oh yeah, America's systemically racist, everybody's racist. Well, I live in the southern states, most well known for being super, I've never met a racist person, but all of them are against free healthcare, and all of them should know, because, like, you might have friends, I actually know it, like, teacher never taught me, but, like, he was the husband of one of the teachers who taught me, who, like, he would bring me back from school to home a lot of the time, and guess what, they are against free healthcare, they are Republicans, and, yeah, like, that person lost his life, his family had to sell their house, to be able to afford his cancer treatment that didn't even work, so they basically got scammed, and guess what? The average American is against, the average Republican is against free healthcare. The average American is middle class. That's why Fox News is mostly populist. It's like, what the hell do you expect? Like, the average person who's Republican, who's middle class against free healthcare, do you think they like, taking that position based on their best interests? Well, yeah, I just don't want to pay for it. And again, if they don't want to pay for other people's illnesses, thing is, you get old. Everybody gets old, and when you get old, you start getting sick. So healthcare is gonna benefit everybody in the long run. So in no way, when you're against free healthcare, are you arguing for your best interests if you're middle class or below. But most of these people who are arguing that, since the bulk of any fucking party is the middle class, yeah, maybe these people who are against free healthcare, they aren't actually trying to be selfish. Who knew?
Hungary in what's supposed to be the richest country on earth.
Wait, let me... Yeah, if you don't want to be hungry, maybe you buy more affordable shit. Such as pasta, what I eat the most. You could get 3 fucking meals of pasta for $1.35 now because of inflation. It was much closer to $1 before. Even, like, for a good bit of time into inflation. Gets pretty much $1 and a few cents for, like, 3 meals. You could say, like, a meal and a half if you take 2. Like, you're definitely not gonna be hungry anymore. So, yeah, you could buy more food if you just buy more affordable fucking foods. If you don't buy, say, meat, which is very expensive. And that way you also don't contribute to an animal holocaust. And you're going to be less likely to need healthcare earlier on in life because these foods, such as steak, have a lot of cholesterol and saturated fats, the 2 leading causes of heart disease, which is America's #1 killer. So, yeah, telling poor people you're not gonna eat these foods that cause fucking diseases that will make you die earlier and need healthcare earlier, that again is gonna cause you to be a parasite and need to leech off of rich people, live on their expense because of your poor fucking life choices. Because in that way, needing healthcare would have been a choice. And, yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. This is not something you're doing with our money. It's our money.
Sure that, hey, you're not going to go hungry in what's supposed to be the richest country on earth. Well, Iowa Republicans decided, how about we put some onerous restrictions on food stamps? So we try to limit what poor people are allowed to buy.
Yeah, it's our fucking money. Should they be allowed to buy alcohol with that? Wouldn't that be spitting in our fucking faces if we're giving them that money? And again, they might have an addiction. Life is hard for them. I get it. The average middle class person who's too busy fucking complaining about how they're the ultimate victims, they tend to ignore you. And that's fucking insulting. Them to be just making themselves the ultimate victims since they have social media. Do homeless people have social medias, or people as a community going together? How about their freedom of speech? You don't like the first class getting an even higher privilege of freedom of speech with money in politics, which by the way I'm against for like, other reasons. I don't think money should be in politics because you should represent your people, not your donors. But, like, yeah, and I think that's also one of the ways that Bernie Sanders' election was torn from him. Again, the Democrats would like to have such information censored because election denialism. Yeah, okay, buddy. But, yeah, back to this, like, what the fuck is it called? Yeah, people, how about homeless people's freedom of speech? They don't have social media, they have way less of an impact, and we're worried about rich people having money in politics, mostly because it's speech that drowns out ours. And homeless people don't even get to speak. In fact, you don't even know what they have to say, and it's probably much more valuable than your fucking entitled take of, you should be forced to give me money because I deserve your money more than you deserve your money. Which, okay, fair. That's not really something you would say to someone if you want to take their money. That's not really something that's going to, like, incentivize them to raise their wages above minimum wage. But, oh yeah, we're not giving you $7.25 isn't enough. We want more. Even though it's not our money, we want more of it. Well, prostitutes, they're part of the third class. Who demanding that they get paid minimum wage? Like, I'm sure a lot of them demand, like, what, a lot of them, they are willing to do fucking what they are willing to do for money. Like, they might go with lower prices. Who would pay them? Well, probably mostly the middle class, because that's the bulk of the country. Are they saying, look, I actually have this money to be able to pay to have you, but, what I'm going to do, like, I recognize that you struggle. In fact, you're willing to, like, for that money that I could just pay you, you're willing to, like, be physically abused. Well, for the night, I'm just going to give you that money and just go get a roof over your head. Go get a hotel without needing to have someone physically abuse you for it. Do the second class, is that how they treat prostitutes? No, they're like, yeah, actually, I'm going to abuse your body just because you're, like, giving me that option for it. That's usually how they treat them. So, yeah, again, there you go. They aren't saying, yeah, well, at least give them minimum wage. Force the middle class to pay them minimum wage. No, because, well, what if you're middle class and you find a hooker who's like, oh, well, then I don't know, the middle class sort of tends to go for prostitutes, so then what? I mean, fuck, dude, now I'm sort of against the concept of a minimum wage when I'd have to be the one paying for it. Like, yeah, the middle class's arguments, when the middle class is trying to argue for themselves to be heard, yeah, you're asking for your interest to be put first. Well, how about, the homeless? That's how much society hates them, the anti-homeless infrastructure that is put, like, in nice places to try and keep them out. Yeah, it actually costs more to put, like, these pikes in places for the homeless not to be able to go, like, yeah, the anti-homeless infrastructure we currently have to try to chase homeless people away from, say, nice places, literally costs more than it would to house them. And the people who hate seeing them anyway, which are mostly the first class, because, I mean, mostly Republicans, because, like, Fox News tends to push that narrative. It's like, they wouldn't even have to see them if that happened. Like, they would be housed. You wouldn't have to see them on the street doing meth or whatever. And the middle class just, like the Democrats, they just don't care about the homeless, so they're like, whatever, just let them be on the road. Like, just let them. They have a right to be there. Which, like, yeah, no shit, they have the right to be there. It's public property. That's why Mexicans should have the right to be here too, because it's public property, and you can't fucking tell someone you're trespassing public fucking property. It's an oxymoron. So, yeah, illegal people. They, like, a country, you shouldn't be, like, legally not allowed to be in a country. But anyway, I'm going on a tangent here. I mean, by the way, imagine if I had, like, a view. I have 8 likes. Where did that come from? Dude, imagine if I had, like, a new fucking subscriber. That'd be epic, dude. That's definitely not the case, but Yeah, that'd be great. I think this live stream is epic. Dude, I'm getting much better at live stream. I'm not getting a lot of views, but...
So the new bill, it's a new bill. Again, it's in Iowa. And here is what the 40 House Republicans have co-sponsored. They say they want to restrict so you can't buy white grains with food stamps. People can only purchase 100% whole wheat bread.
Isn't that more expensive, by the way? But that's actually better for your health. So they're looking out for your health. I mean, it's more expensive, so that's sort of counterintuitive to some extent. But I guess it's better for your health, so that's the only incentive there would be to doing that. So that way you might, like, need healthcare later in life, because, like, whole wheat grain is actually more protective against almost, like, common diseases, like heart disease and so it's just better for your health in general. But yeah, that's actually more expensive, so I mean, probably so that these people don't need healthcare as much, just sort of force them into healthier life decisions. Same thing with banning steak. It's unhealthy and it's expensive.
Rice and 100% whole wheat pasta.
Like, if you're on food stamps, the fuck no, you shouldn't be having that, especially not as your staple food. I doubt that anyone is, but saying, no, you, like, that type of stuff, like, it's sort of saying, no, you can't have that. It's not like they'd have that as their staple food, but yeah, it's your money. You should be damn entitled to it. It's not their money. They are taking your money from you. That is your money. Yeah, you get to say what's being done with it.
So you can't have any white bread of any kind. There's no baked, refried, or chili beans. You're only allowed to purchase black, red, or pinto beans. They're banning fresh meats.
Dude, this is... I'm actually really on board with this, because this is... all of these are healthier options. Like, I'm realizing... like, these would be FDA recommendation type stuff. Like, they're pretty much forcing poor people on food stamps to make healthier food options. And a lot of these people, they will have a lot of kids. I doubt that they're so uneducated and moronic that they actually don't think that sex is a choice, that they don't know how babies are made. They just choose to have more kids at their kids, and at your fucking expense of your taxpayer. Because, well, they can, you can afford it. It doesn't matter if they can't afford it, and they can't afford a kid. They can afford to give these kids basic privacies, actually respect their fucking human rights. Because they're self-centered. They only care about themselves, so they'll treat their kids like shit and all. And guess what? They'll feed their kids. Yeah, shit that's gonna make them fat, literally as kids. Like, in one other country, in France, do you see kids who are fat? And it's called very rare. America's not that rare, actually. Yeah, no. If you're on food stamps, you don't feed your kids a bunch of just junk food garbage. Just I mean, obviously there'd be better standards if we wanted to, like, they're sort of banning sort of not too unhealthy foods, like just sort of just bad quality foods in favor of actually more expensive for some reason, which is counterintuitive. But I don't know, black, red, that can cost $1 to $2 in a can. I buy those a lot because they're very inexpensive, like canned goods. They're vegan, they're healthy. All of that stuff's good. You're not contributing to an animal holocaust, and it's healthy, whole grains, so just better for your health again. So this even sounds like empathetic. I haven't gone that far into the video, I guess, but like, yeah, this is them pretty much trying to make poor people care more about their health, because poor people tend not to really care about their health. They tend to just eat a lot of junk food, and that's going to hurt them.
So people can only purchase canned products like canned tuna or canned salmon.
That's also not very healthy, right? Yeah, again, that what would they?
That's amazing. So apparently no fresh fish either, because they're saying only canned tuna.
I'm against all that stuff. I'm against the animal holocaust. Good. I think all classes should be restricted from. Just like you shouldn't be able to order a hitman to kill a person because, oh well, you want to eat them. They taste good. You don't need meat to survive. In fact, humans thrive off of plants. There's all the evidence out there. Hence, Herbivore made a video. Let me look at that. He made like I think he made a wait. Was dude. He made like a long video. What on earth is dude, what type of keywords could I use to fucking maybe get rid of that? Like, bro, I'll definitely find that video and I'll just, okay. Maybe it was a response to him, but yeah, he had, like, just a whole video completely debunking it. Like, yeah, we are entirely, the way our bodies are structured, we're structured with like a large intestine. Apparently, like our intestine size is the size that herbivorous animals have. So many things, and we're just more healthy on a plant-based fucking diet. So we would be more healthy not committing an animal holocaust. So at least forcing one class of people. The class of people who wouldn't even be hiring a hitman with their own money. No, you're not using our money to hire a hitman and murder animals. No, you're not doing that. Fair. Okay, I'm for that, actually. Yeah.
Salmon, that means you probably can't get fresh salmon.
Banning at least some.
No fresh meats. And they're saying no sliced, cubed, or crumbled cheese, and no American cheese. It's like, I don't even know how...
All of these are extremely unhealthy, a lot of saturated fats, and probably a lot of cholesterol. Those are fucking unhealthy. They have a lot of, what's it called, androgen stuff, like, a lot of fucking things in it, like, are just really bad for your health.
How did they come up with it?
And then you need healthcare, and yeah, why wouldn't you be for a ban for, like, yeah, poor people who are the most prone to, like, they'll make a lot of bad decisions that will negatively impact themselves and others, partially because they are uneducated on stuff like that. They'll do things that aren't in their own self-interest. This would be better. Don't buy these things. They are bad for your health, and they're immoral, a lot of them.
It's like they had a giant hat with foods in it, and they just, like, pulled out, like, no American cheese. We got American cheese, everybody. No American cheese. How did you come up with this? And why are you doing... Look, the thing
maybe
that's so
because it's our fucking money.
Gross about this is, like, we all know.
And where's Take? That was actually sort of the, like, thumbnail instead of the video.
Iowa's got bigger problems than a poor person having some American cheese.
Yeah, who the
than
fuck
a poor
is?
person
True.
eating a steak.
with our money.
Or some high-quality chicken. Like, you're going to put time, money, and resources towards this when, look, I don't have the number in front of me, but how many people in Iowa don't have health care? We know it's 85 million Americans.
Yeah, well, guess what? That's actually great that you're mentioning this again, because these foods are unhealthy, and the options that are being provided. Yeah, this instead of that. The counter options with our counter options are more healthy. Like whole grain is objectively more healthy. These beans instead of baked, refried, and chili beans, they're just more healthy. They probably cost about the same amount, but actually probably a bit more. I don't know. Probably this. Like, these things that will incentivize people to need healthcare less. Because they're just better dietary food. They're better for your health. So, that stuff addresses healthcare in some way, not in the best way. Because of course, when you get old enough, you'll need fucking healthcare. Trust me. You'll get old enough and you'll need fucking healthcare. And you won't be able to fucking get it if you're middle class living in the USA, but well,
uninsured,
yeah, this is
some percentage of them are in Iowa.
All of these foods that they're banning are unhealthy. So for healthcare, yeah, maybe make these people live healthier lifestyle. That's a good start.
So you're talking about infrastructure that's falling apart. You're talking about people without health care. You're talking about people with low wages. You're talking...
And I agree, we're gonna have taxes. Healthcare is one of the most popular things. And popular for damn good reason. Anybody could fall sick in this country, and where does meritocracy go when, like, yeah, we're going to steal people's taxpayer money. At least give it on these issues, which is what these people are paying this money for want. Overwhelmingly. Maybe house the homeless. Care about the third class first, because those in most need first. That's the whole idea behind the socialists. Yeah, you're reasonable shit to those who overwhelmingly need it more than you. The third class needs your money, whether it be the middle class or the first class's money, way fucking more. So we start at the bottom. The middle class are not special in any fucking way. They should not be anybody's priorities, ever.
Talking about, I'm sure they need a jobs program. And
other than, like, in free healthcare, sure, like that's... But other than that, the middle class, take care of the third class. If you're a socialist, then take care of them. Or if you're a capitalist, ensure the rich people, so the first class, ensure their property rights, because you're for that. And I'm middle class, and I can agree, yeah, the middle class is concerned. Yeah, we have it that fucking bad. Like, just shut the fuck up. No, we don't.
But you're focusing on, hey, if you're poor, we're going to crack down on your lifestyle more. Look, the mindset here is this, and you guys have all heard it before one time or another. The mindset is these poor people are living high on the hog. Be jealous of the poor people because they live on the government dole.
No, obviously they don't fucking want that. No one wants to be on food stamps, but they aren't making the lifestyle. If they're buying these things with their food stamps, they're not making the lifestyle choices to stop being a parasite. And, like, if you've gone down to that, again, no one knows your story. Everyone has a story, and imagine homeless people, again. How about the middle class start going to them, start taking more interest in them, instead of bitching at the first class for ignoring them, while they ignore homeless people? Actually go and ask them, what is your story? And yeah, I would be guessing that the average homeless person, if you bothered asking them, their story wouldn't be, well, I was lazy then and I'm still lazy now. In fact, that's why I'm still here. Say this all the time. Like, yeah, of course, people don't want to, like, people want to be rich. But if these poor people are making these choices, having more kids, for example, which is why I'm very pro-choice, that's another reason to be pro-choice. I'm just not for the Bible, say. Like, yeah, it's all fucking money, again.
They're lazy all day. They sit on their couch and watch sitcoms.
most people are that way, whether they're rich or poor. And especially if you're poor, you tend not to be really incentivized because it's in poor people's culture. They aren't really incentivized to try making their lives better and go to like they're sort of indoctrinated into this. Society doesn't really care about you. Society is just going to fucking oppress you anyway. So yeah, just like be lazy, just smoke a fuck ton of weed and like whatever. Just yeah, live off of government assistance. Like you will sort of put down to that level. Like that's all the opportunities you got. So yeah, like try to force them out of that fucking. So like, hey, we're giving you this money. Remember that it's not yours. We're gonna tell you what you could buy with it because again, this isn't your fucking money. You didn't work for that.
And you, hardworking,
like we fucking
middle class American, you should despise them, and you should be jealous of them. That's
not necessarily. This isn't incentivizing anybody to hate anyone. It's just demanding that these people try to get out of their misery and try to get out of, like, being parasites leeching off of, like, for example, the middle class. They contribute a lot to taxpayer money, and, like, maybe not, like, on an individual perspective, but, like, since the middle class make up the bulk, yes, mostly their taxpayer money. So to say, yeah, the middle class, that's a lot your money is going into, letting people just fucking live unaffordable lifestyles because you can afford it. They don't have to afford it. Yeah, that anybody has every right to be mad at people who are just acting entitled to your money and wasting it and giving you the middle finger, saying, "Yeah, we don't care about trying to use your money for what it's being used for. We're just gonna exploit that and just yeah, take advantage of it to just let ourselves stay poor. Just yeah, government assistance is gonna take care of it anyway. So yeah, we don't have to break out of that circle. So no, no one wants to be in that situation. No one's trying to say yeah, you should be jealous of these people. No one wants to be homeless, for example. No one wants to be needing government assistance because people recognize that makes you more poor, and if you don't have to live on that, that's just better. But yeah, saying this is still your money, and these people shouldn't get so entitled to forget that, and they shouldn't get accustomed to that lifestyle and stop trying to like be pushed to. Hey, you're gonna move out of that. That's what we're giving you that money for, to better yourself, not to just ingrain in your fucking garbage life that you like get better. Don't stay in that. People have every right to tell the people whose money they are giving to. Like people have every right to say, "No, I'm giving you this money. You're not doing that."
That's the mindset that leads to this, and that is nothing but a giant wrench in the middle of what's supposed to be class solidarity. Because class solidarity would allow you to realize, hey, if you're middle class, you and the poor person, you and the homeless person have way more in common than you do with the boss, than you do with the...
You and the homeless person have nothing in common if you're the average middle class. How much time do you spend actually talking to them? Trying to, like, ask them about like, how bitchy is the middle class compared to the third class? How often do you hear the homeless people bitching about how society's fucked them over, when society fucks them over way more than they fuck over the middle class? Yeah, the middle class is way more entitled and fucking narcissistic as well, and just way less charismatic than the third class. I don't get why the third class is despising the homeless so much more. The first class is it's like, no, the third class is way more charismatic. They don't fucking act so entitled. And no, the middle class is very entitled. In fact, they demand that money is stolen from other people because they think they fucking deserve it. Homeless people, if you give them $5, they will tell you thank you. They will not tell you, bitch, give me more. This isn't my fair fucking share. Even though if you consider 30% to be fair share. Yeah, clearly you giving them $1 bill when you are giving them that money through your car window and you can afford a car. Yeah, do you think they deserve $5 more than you do? You probably have that money to give to them. You could probably give to homeless people more often. That'd be fair. You don't do that. Well, will homeless people point that out and say, hey, that's not enough. Hey, you're giving me food. I don't want that. I just want money. I want better food. Give me something better. Give me something more expensive. No, the third class are not bitchy, entitled, fucking, just snobby fucking. Yeah, they aren't that way. They aren't entitled. Unlike the middle class. The middle class is literally a class that just, like, for the majority in general, ignores the fucking third class, is entitled to their shit, just ignores the third class, while, like, bitching at the first class for, like, not giving them money. So the first class is pretty entitled, the second class is pretty entitled, the third class isn't entitled. The third class aren't, fucking just, assholes. They aren't, like, yeah, I think the middle class, and the first class have a lot more in common, than they do with the third class. How often do you hear a homeless person, bitching at someone giving them money because it's not their fair share? Now, how often will you hear a middle class person say, yeah, we want minimum wage, this job is, yeah, homeless people demanding that you give them minimum wage as a middle class person? Are homeless people demanding that you house them because, who's around them? The middle class mostly. They probably, at least a lot of them, have a spare room. There's a lot less homeless people than people around them who might have like a spare storage room. I have one. This is just not my house. If this was my house, I'd house a homeless person with that. I mean, yeah, we use this as storage. That's sort of what I would do personally with if this was my fucking property, but it isn't. Like, I'm sure my mother would probably disprove of that because she uses that storage room a lot and like needs it for stuff. Yeah. The third class, they don't get paid minimum wage. Do prostitutes get paid minimum wage? Oh, but if they did, the middle class, who, like, a lot of people I know, like, I don't know, I went to public school, I'm, like, a member of the middle class, yeah, yeah, I don't think the middle class would be too happy if they had to pay more for prostitutes, so, yeah, I guess, oh, pay people minimum wage, well, guess prostitution's illegal, so they won't get minimum wage, right? Yeah, so first class, second class, pretty entitled. At least the first class has, like, an excuse. Like, yeah, these second class people who, like, is all the people we hear. It's not like the third class actually can afford phones to express their free speech, and it's not like they'd be entitled enough and, yeah, just enough of fucking assholes to be worried about who to point the finger at and who to blame for their problems when the world's let them down, not just the higher classes. Yeah, I think the third class is way less entitled. The first and second class, they're sort of the same in their victim complex. Oh yeah, I'm this special person who's like just a victim of everything.
Executive.
Like, aye, buddy.
Than you do with the top 1%er or the capital owner. And so it's stuff like this.
No, you don't. Middle class lives in their semi-elite bubble. First class lives in the... And, yeah, you're right. People, St. Uyghur pointed out, and Tucker Carlson unfortunately sort of agreed, like, businesses aren't people, like, corporations, they aren't people, they shouldn't have... Yeah, maybe we dehumanize not only the third class, but the first class too. So yeah, the first class, by saying, yeah, corporations aren't people, they shouldn't have rights. Corporations shouldn't have rights. Well, that's the status quo on the left. Corporations shouldn't have rights. Billionaires shouldn't even exist. They shouldn't have the right to have that wealth. No shit, the first class would fucking despise them, because you're also saying, yeah, we have nothing in common with you. You're just an immoral piece of shit. While we're like the fucking golden boys, we're the angels in the middle class. No, homeless people are way fucking better than your average middle class person. They're way less entitled. For one, that's the only thing you really get to notice about them, because you probably don't fucking speak to them. I don't really. I sort of just stay in my room all day. I don't really speak to them. I don't go outside. Like, I don't know. Does the average middle class actually talk to them enough to be able to make such a statement?
It's old.
Like, I don't know. They'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, these people are really not entitled. Just like me, huh? I'm this golden person."
Trick in the book.
I wish the first class would be more like us.
What do billionaires like to do? What do corporations like to do? They like to make the people fight amongst themselves as they run out the back door with all the money. And they've done it along racial lines. They've done it along religious lines. They've done it along...
Yeah, the really religions. But, like, again, it's their money. And when the middle class is lowly, just outright demanding that this money be stolen from them, I get why they would be selfish and say, no, mine. Since you're trying to steal it from me, I'm not gonna share my fucking wealth with people who are trying to fucking steal from me. No.
Sexual identity. And we've seen it over and over. Hey, white people hate the black people because they're moochers and they're parasites and they're...
No, actually, black people are way more likely to be racist towards white people than white people are likely to be racist towards black people. I live in Louisiana, a state that is very well known to be red. I've never, other than online, never found anybody who was racist. I've lived here since I was 6. Racism is pretty much as widespread as fucking the Flat Earth movement. It's basically on the same level in terms of relevancy. So, no one actually hates black people. No one's telling white people to hate black people. No one's doing that. Maybe Nick Fuentes is doing that. He's not your average Republican. And CNN shares more alike with Nick Fuentes than fucking anybody. CNN is just like Nick Fuentes, except that they're just switching the races around. So, no, like, you'll see how many black people do they in Louisiana. I went to a school that had like pretty much over half the people were black. You would hear them legit. I'd go to school every day and hear them say a word that would be a colloquial word. It's used in their vocabulary just as much as fucking would be used in our vocabulary. As just edgy teenagers, we'd be in high school. Just as often as we'd use the word fucking, they would use the N-word. But, if you fucking said it, if you entitled yourself to the rights that these superior races have over you, if you try to speak like them for 5 fucking seconds, they would beat you to the ground, a lot of them, for, entitling yourself, being entitled to the rights of the supreme black race, basically getting to say that word that isn't theirs. How many white people will you see saying, just beating a black person for drinking out of their water fountain and saying, no, bitch, that's racist. You can't drink out of my water fountain. That's reserved to my race. Well, cultural appropriation, that's, who's doing that? Is that white people doing that to black people? You can't say all word, even though we're gonna say it every, like multiple times in a sentence a lot of the time. Where's this racism coming from exactly? Is it coming from CNN, who are openly racist against white people, who openly have quotes that, like, would be banned off of Twitter were they to be said off, like, just racist reversed? Apparently these coders, they have, like, entitled white lady. That, like, that's the new way to say Karen. Imagine if a college literally said, oh yeah, like, and so what's a word? Instead of saying the word I don't know. You instead of saying instead of saying thief, we'll just use the word nigger because we think that's less offensive. Imagine if colleges decided to make this type of racist stuff. Just reverse the races. Just switch off Karen for entitled white lady. How about if they said replace thief with the word nigger? Yeah, they would be called out, but they aren't called out because the racism that is socially accepted is racism against white people, not against black people. So, yeah, try to allow McDonald's, for the sake of just an experiment, allow them to segregate their workers. Like, let's say they're stupid enough to actually do that, fire all black people. How long do you think they'll stay in business? Like, yeah, we are no racism is no longer like racism is no longer tolerated on a social level. Like people are not racist. No one is racist. Like you're complaining about a loud minority that isn't even that loud. The only people who are making them loud is CNN because they are white supremacists. I mean, they are pretty much pretending to be black supremacists to appeal to people, but they're making white supremacy mainstream when it had pretty much gone down to the flat earth movement, and they're using black identity politics, which are inevitably going to lead to white identity politics. So it's like, yeah, I think the left is way more racist than the right. It's actually one of the reasons why I am Republican, is because I'm very much against racism. The Democratic Party is by far the most racist party, other than the Nazi Party. Like that, that the fucking is that like really exists and is known
as leeches, and they're stealing your money from you. They're stealing your tax dollars from you with welfare and things of that nature.
Yeah, that is theft, dude. Let me look up again. I'm getting fucking tired of this. Theft. If you're going to make this, at least frame this right. Don't say, oh no, it's not theft. No, if you disagree that taxes are theft, the Humanist Report made a whole video, like, trying to make a personal attack against Ben Shapiro for, like, not explaining this to a kid, but, let's go over this. So, according to the law, theft is the taking of another person's personal property. Wealth is property, otherwise the government wouldn't be able to demand that from you if you didn't actually have it. The government wouldn't be able to demand your money, to steal your money if it wasn't used to fucking begin with the intent of depriving that person of the use of their property. So let me read that again. Theft is the taking of another person's personal property with the intent of depriving that person of use of their property. Well, if you steal their money in terms of taxpayer money, which is their property, otherwise you wouldn't be able to take it from them. Are they going to be able to fucking use it now that you've taken it from them? So yeah, if you're going to argue that it's fine, that it's a good thing to steal people's money, like you can argue that it's ethical to steal people's money in certain circumstances and that the law should allow for theft to happen, but at least frame it right. Yes, it is theft. If you don't agree with that, you're arguing with a definition of a word. Let me back that up a bit. Like, yeah, that is theft. You can disagree with the English language and maybe change the definition of words a little bit. Or maybe you could speak another language if you disagree with the English language. But by the definitions set forth in the English language, taxes are theft. You disagree with that. You disagree with the definition of a word. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Then you do with the top 1%er or the capital owner.
No, you don't.
And so it's stuff like this. It's the oldest trick in the book. What do billionaires like to do? What do corporations like to do? They like to make the people fight amongst themselves.
Actually, they tend to like to pretend to be super woke. Pretty much be like the corporate Democrats that you see in power, like Joe Biden. Pretend to be super woke because that's actually populist type things. Like they are fake populists. Basically, they try to appeal to the super woke mob, which is why Tucker Carlson criticizes them a lot. But yeah, they're like basically corporate Democrats because like uh, I don't know, leftist ideas tend to be pretty popular. Healthcare, for example, most people support that.
As they run out the back door with all the money, and they've done it along.
So yeah, they tend to actually like to appeal to the left more than the right.
Lines. They've done it along religious lines.
Like putting fucking pride flags for Pride Month. Yeah, like businesses love to do that because it panders to the audience.
They've done it along, sexual identity.
And that's just because of church. Like, yeah, Republicans are really into like churches. It's like that has nothing to do with there's two big things in the Republican Party. Business, so capitalism and God. And these are separate things. People who are like transphobic against trans rights, like that might be for religious reasons. Like people who are against gay marriage, a lot of the time that's for religious reasons. And like yeah, that's got nothing to do with them trying to like just like what's it called, distract you with some other issue so that they can keep stealing your money without you complaining about it. They don't really care that you're complaining about it because they're ignoring you. Like they don't have to deal with you, just like you don't really care that the homeless are that you're not paying your fair share at the homeless, that you like the average middle class just driving out of the McDonald's with their meal as they see a homeless person that's way fucking skinnier than them and definitely needs that meal more than them. They don't care that this homeless person is like going to be hungry while they aren't going to be hungry, when they could just go back to the drive-thru and get another meal and give that meal to the homeless person. Because, well, the homeless, unlike them, are not fucking Karen dipshits, and they aren't going to get in your face and demand money from you. In the same way, the first class, they don't have to deal with your entitlement as a middle class person fucking demanding that their money is torn from them. They can live in their bubble without your fucking like asshole, I want to steal your money shit. Well, since the third class isn't that entitled and they don't get in the middle class's face, they can just ignore them the same way. So and just like the middle class doesn't care about the third because the third is more charismatic and are less of just fucking assholes. Like they're less entitled. Like so the middle class can just ignore them without any fucking social repercussions. Like yeah, same thing about the third class. They don't care to distract you. They don't care if you're not happy, especially since you're like entitled, so fucking entitled that you're demanding that more of their money be stolen. Yeah, they don't care if you're mad.
And we've seen it over and over. Hey, white people hate the black people because they're moochers and they're parasites.
Yeah, that as if being rich, like, just automatically made you racist. Like, why do you think that the first class hates you so much when that is the type of stuff you spout? Like, that's the average socialist. Like, yeah, these rich people are just so awful. Like, they must be racist too. You know what racism is? Like, hating a class of people, hating a group of people for some that, like, oh, I don't know, but you're sort of hating on a group of people. The group of people who you should, in fact, be pandering to because they have the money that you're trying to steal from them. We want them to give you that money. Maybe stop trying to, like, throw them out to be like, oh, we have a lot more in common with, like, the homeless people who are actually nice, who we should want to, like, maybe learn a thing or two from them because they're less fucking entitled freaks than we are. Yeah, we have a lot more in common with them who are even more victims than we do with the first class. Like, they're just like not even really humans because they aren't us. Like we're the great people. Um, yeah, like if you're gonna try and dehumanize the first class, and they're exactly the people who have what you want, like what do you expect? Like just what do you expect? Like back in the day when workers were like the revolution around that, paying workers better wages and all, people were still entitled. Like now, like there's Twitter and stuff. The first and second class are way more involved. They communicate a
Sites
lot
and they're
more.
leeches, and they're stealing your money from you. They're stealing your tax dollars from you with welfare and things of that nature.
Yeah, they are.
Hey.
That is a definition of a word. You can look it up. Like, I don't know. Like, do you just you could just start speaking another language if you disagree with that. You could make up a language.
Hey, white people hate Muslims.
Muslims now? What the fuck is this? No, that's actually more in Europe countries. Like our problem with immigration is with Mexicans. Like in France, the Republicans might teach people to hate Muslims and all. Like Marine Le Pen, I heard, like she might be in favor of that type of stuff. But you're talking about the wrong country, dude. We don't have a huge immigration crisis with Muslims. Countries in Europe has that, and that's why the discrimination we have here against, say, Mexicans, over there it's targeting Muslims. But this is just a separate country. Like, yeah, like you've got the things wrong. Over here, this discrimination isn't against Muslims. Like over in these countries like France, the talking points would be, oh yeah, like you're letting all these people in, and there'll be terrorists among them, right? So like these people who are mostly trying to flee the terrorism and trying to get better lives over here, it's like we're just letting terrorists in, and over here it's like, oh yeah, like these Mexicans, most of them probably trying to run away from the drug cartels. Well, there's probably cartel members, like there's probably people smuggling drugs within them. So like, yeah, these people trying to run from the drug cartels, we'll just let them die. So yes, like yeah, you're confusing Mexicans with Muslims. I don't know why you're doing that.
Hate Hispanic immigrants who are coming and taking your jobs. The whole goal is...
Yeah, Hispanic... Yeah, now you're getting it right. Okay. Let me put that up.
They're stealing your money from you. They're stealing your tax dollars from you with welfare and things of that nature. Hey, white people hate Muslims. Hate Hispanic immigrants who are coming and taking your jobs. The whole goal is
hit the mark
make you
Muslims.
Hate the person with less money and less power.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Like... like in... like anti-Muslim stuff, like in a long time from the Republican side. Like here on Fox News, they'll have xenophobia, not anti-Muslim stuff. Like they just don't do that. Like
power than you have.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any anti-Muslim discrimination at all.
As opposed to you and that person being friends and saying, "Hey, hold on here. It looks to me like these billionaires are ripping us off. It looks to me like these corporations are ripping us off."
Oh no, ripping us off by not giving us for free more of their stolen money? How is that a rip-off? That is you ripping them off. You stealing from them, in fact. That's worse than ripping them off. Like, are they promising you a service or a good in return for your money, and they are just not offering, they are not going through with their promise, they're just not giving what they promised? They would be in jail for that. They would be sued. That is what ripping someone off is. Cox, which is a scam company, I don't think they should be allowed to advertise themselves as a legitimate company. They are not a legitimate company. They are frauds. those people, yeah, they are ripping you off. They promise a certain service in return for your money. They promise 24/7 internet, but then what they offer isn't that. You get internet shortages all the time. It's pretty much fucking rations of internet. That's not what they fucking promise in their fucking guidelines. So yeah, these people should be sued into bankruptcy. They should be forced to give every penny of anybody who ever paid for their internet. If the person can have a video recording of their internet being cut out for more than a combined 2 hours in a week, all they should get a free year of fucking internet, because this company, Cox, is a scam company. They shouldn't be allowed to advertise themselves. They should be forced to put a disclaimer that they are in fact a scam and they aren't running a legitimate company. They should be forced to disclaim that, because yeah, as much as I don't think misinformation should be censored, when your misinformation is incentivized to scam people, that's a different story.
It looks to me like,
but yeah, people not like people trying to find loopholes in tax money, so as to not have money stolen from them. People not donating their fucking money. People not just people not being in favor of theft. That isn't scamming. People keeping their money to themselves. People not allowing their money to be stolen. That isn't scam. Like, if I go to Walmart and I just steal a fucking liquor bottle, I'm not even discreet about it, and they catch me and they tell me, hey, no, you can't leave with that. Give that back. That's ours. You can't. That's not them scamming me. Just like these people, if they don't pay their taxes, they don't pay their fair share of their money to other people whose money it doesn't belong to. That's not scam. Just like if someone goes in my house and decides, hey, I'm just gonna break into this guy's house and take stuff. If I go in my house and I say, hey, what are you doing? No, you can't take that. Leave that all. Put that all back where you found it. In fact, leave that there. I'm gonna. That's not me scamming them. That's me telling them, this is my stuff. You don't fucking take it. I'm not giving this to you. I didn't tell you I could give it. No, I am keeping that. That is mine. Same thing with rich people. They're like, yeah, I'm paying under minimum wage. I'm like, that isn't them scamming you. That is them not allowing you to commit theft.
Every time a new study comes out on income and wealth inequality, it's getting worse and worse. There was that Rand Corporation study from a few years ago. They found that the top fraction of the top 1% effectively stole $50 trillion from the bottom 90%.
Okay, so in tax cuts, so they're stealing their own money. So I mean, it's okay because it's like tax cuts. So like they're stealing money from themselves actually. So like they're just taking the money that is already theirs and just refusing to give it. So they aren't even stealing their own money because it was never stolen. So that's less theft, actually, that you're describing here. Are they being donated by the government? Your taxpayer money? Like, what's the argument for that?
Hey, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's a problem when the Oxfam report comes out and they find that 26 people...
Yeah, like, big businesses are already rich. I don't see why they would need to take
26 richest people have more wealth than the bottom 50% of the world.
Imagine why that would be. Big corporations, they will get a lot of money, and all that money will, like, go to one boss. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. How many employees are there for one, big company? Like, fucking millions. Look at McDonald's. Who owns that? One person compared to all the employers. Like, what do you fucking know, dude?
The world.
Like, that is their money because they own the fucking business. They're paying these people salaries. Like, they, like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, that's just not your money that they're stealing, that's theirs. They can steal their own money if they want to. Like, they can consent to themselves taking their own money, it's theirs.
Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's a problem that
Wait, what did he just say, dude?
The world. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, these people have money, and it's theirs. They aren't stealing it from anyone, unlike the people on food stamps. So, I don't know, which one is a scam? The money that was stolen, or the money that is already yours and you're just keeping?
It's a problem that corporations are making record profits, at a time when you're struggling with inflation and you can't go and buy eggs. Maybe that's the problem. But no, and this trick, it works, man. It works, particularly on Republicans. This trick works.
Also, eggs are one of the most unhealthy things. They actually have methionine in them, which is directly linked to cancer. Also increase your risk of heart disease. A lot of things that are, like, not that they have. I forgot what else they have, but, like, yeah, eggs are just really fucking bad for you. They are the highest source of cholesterol, I heard. Like, yeah, they're super fucking bad for you. Again, the government should, and also they include an industry that is very exploitative towards animals. Again, an even lower class that the middle class just fucking feast on. They feast on that class's fucking corpses that were murdered at their expense. Yeah, the average middle class person will be like, oh yeah, an animal could be murdered for my fucking taste pleasure. That'll make me be even more of a parasite once this murder catches on to me and I start getting heart disease from it. Yeah, now other people are gonna have to fund that because I fucking I fucking contributed to the animal and yeah, to the slaughtering and to the dairy industry, the slaughtering dairy industry or whatever I'm fucking saying. Yeah, like again, there are people and there are others just suffering more than you if you're a middle class person. Like, if you go buy some fucking burger, guess what? That has, those suffering more than you in it. Are you being slaughtered for fucking food unnecessarily? No.
They say, oh my God, they're taking your tax money and they're buying filet mignon. Don't you want to ban that? Don't you want to stop that?
That's fair. It's your money. I mean, and if they shouldn't be doing it because they can't afford that. So just banning it, your argument should be, well, they aren't entitled freaks. They don't do that with your money. That's not what poor people do. That's a false stereotype. Ban that. They don't care. They are reasonable. They're like the third class. Actually, these like fucking low income second class people. They're actually like the third class. They aren't like people with a shitty job who just like aren't fucking homeless. Just have a house, just have a shitty trailer, have a house for themselves, and just fucking like stack all their kids like on top of one another in the other fucking room. Just have themselves and like whoever their newborn baby is, like increase government assistance. Like yeah, these people are definitely.
And by the way, I bet when
like your argument should be like, oh yeah, they aren't gonna do that. What's just like the average person living on food stamps, they're actually more like the third class. They're less entitled. They don't do all that wasteful stuff. Kurzgesagt pointed out in a video that homeless people, like the stereotype is wrong. That like if you give them money, they'll probably use it on drugs or alcohol. No, they actually tend to use it more on food. And, yeah, I might look for that video at some point to point that out, because I'm pointing that a lot. No, like, these people are more like the entitled middle class, actually.
When you crunch the numbers on this, I guarantee you, the amount of money that's being saved for the taxpayers is infinitesimally small. I guarantee you.
Yeah, I know.
But again,
it's just them saying the message, you don't get to be entitled to our fucking money. Like, we're gonna crush that, and we're gonna do it on your fucking shoulders. Because whichever way we fucking look at it, you're second in line, bitch. You're middle class. Middle.
They would rather, you know, nickel and dime poor people, cut Social Security, cut Medicare, than go where the real money is. The military-industrial complex.
Yeah, go after
Wall
that.
Street bailouts. Corporate and wealthy tax cuts.
What the fuck is Wall Street bailout? I've never heard of it. I've heard Wall Street is, sort of like Fox News, like they just, I think they're sort of right-wing, bailout. What the fuck would they be spending on? What the fuck is that? But the military, yeah, I think it should be cut by at least 75%, at least. Like, yeah, these people, like, the premise is supposed to be, yeah, just, we're here to die for our Americans. Well, how are their leaders? Well, that's how much they respect you. They are willing to waste your stolen taxpayer money that they're funding on a hypothetical war when there's actual real problems, countable, measurable problems, such as healthcare not existing. People are dying over that in the numbers. How many people are going to die in wars? Well, let's stop wars. Let's stop having them. Not like there's an incentive for any country to attack the US anyway. Let's save lives instead of take lives. Like, yeah, decrease the military budget. We're not at war, as I know, with fucking any country. At least we shouldn't be, except if we're gonna go at Russia. But like, yeah, we what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, definitely. That's how much they care about you as a taxpayer. They will not even bother to keep track of where they are spending that money. Like, he actually, him right here, he made a video, like, 1 point some trillion Pentagon money missing. That's money, like, for the military. And they just didn't bother accounting for where it went. So that's how much they respect your stolen money. So, yeah, I would say whether you're middle class or especially first class, you're probably paying for the bulk of that. However much of your 30% you actually choose to pay, because whatever, like, with the loopholes and stuff. Like, yeah, you should probably be more infuriated at this than anyone if you're first class, because you're probably the one who's getting scammed the most by this. Maybe not relative to what your money is worth to you, since you are richer, but yeah, you're definitely the one who's, statistically speaking, getting, like, numbers speaking, getting the most ripped off. So yeah, stop funding the military. Like, that's a fucking scam. Save lives instead of take lives. If we're going to steal people's taxpayer money, healthcare should be the first thing we look at. And yet, also, being against free healthcare also does pause a system with meritocracy, which is, and of course, these socialists, a lot of them, fucking retarded standpoint, they want free fucking college. That's always what they'll point to, like, oh, well, our stuff isn't affordable, our ideas aren't affordable, well, take the military and let's juxtapose that. Like, he did that with the stolen money he covered. St. Uyghur did that with the Iraq War. I know nothing about the Iraq War. I'm generally anti-war, but I recognize sometimes you have to, with Second World War being a perfect example. Don't we need to get into detail with that? But, like, yeah, I'm sure the Iraq War was probably bad. I heard it was under Trump. I think it was. I don't fucking know. I didn't pay attention back then to politics. and I'm more focused on the present, so I never bothered looking at that. Don't know about all that, but yeah, like they like Sanker Hugo in that debate with Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro, he mentioned Ben Shapiro. He was like, yeah, he juxtaposed that free college, except we have a meritocracy system here, and yeah, free college is communism. It's not meritocracy. Like we're just saying, oh well, it doesn't matter if you work well. Like we already have free college over here, except you have to earn it. It's called TOPS. Again, look it up. It like if you have all A's, yeah, guess what? You get free college because you fucking earned your free college. Otherwise, yeah, you have to pay for it. That's what the American dream really is, by the way, Senkuku. If you're fucking watching this, bro. But yeah, for healthcare, that's definitely a separate issue. Like, yeah, if for someone you have no control over, you could go financially bankrupt overnight because, well, you got cancer. Like, I mean, you can switch to a plant-based diet, which will reduce your risk of all causes by a fucking huge amount. Can make lifestyle choices, but at the end of the day, like that's the least definitely switching to a plant-based diet is the least fucking like what's it called like demanding fucking fucking hell, like demanding of you. Like, it's you have to devote the least amount of time. Like, what do you spend, like fucking 15 minutes eating? It's like it's the most impactful too, I imagine, but yeah, healthcare, you can just get cancer, and well, that'd make you go financially bankrupt. Again, I know somebody who, like, they got cancer, they actually died. Their family had to legit sell their home to be able to afford that healthcare that didn't work. So they lost a family member and that because the average middle class cannot afford healthcare. Like it ruins them financially. Like that is like demonstrably incompatible with meritocracy, and that's the thing with a lot of these. You have to choose between two things, and people love to like since the political sphere, especially today, is so toxic. Look at pro-choice versus pro-life. That was an open discussion that like people open to the debate until Roe v. Wade was overturned, and now it's like no, it's absolutely not accepted to be a pro-life, which I'm pro-choice, of course, but I don't think you're evil if you're pro-life. I think these people really come from a compassionate standpoint, actually, but yeah, they're really just treated as people who want to ruin women's lives and don't respect women. When like yeah, and like in the political spectrum these days, like yeah, you're often trauma and is that yeah, you're trying to protect this right over this right that's fundamentally incompatible because you just have conflicts of rights, rights that go into conflicts a lot of the time because the world is complicated, and like we can't have a perfect system. We all fucking know that because things just fucking uh, some stuff are just inconsistent with one another. Some stuff get into conflict, and people tend to strawman those as, oh well, even though my stuff I'm arguing for my good intentions, this other person, they aren't arguing for their good intentions. They just come from a different angle. No, they're just against the good intentions we have, such as like, oh yeah, they aren't just in favor of rich people's property rights. They aren't just against theft. No, they're against you getting to be cured if you have cancer without going financially bankrupt. They just want the homeless people to starve on the side of the road, dude. That's what they want. And it's like, no, that's just a straw man and a personal attack. Like that's an ad hominem. No Republican wants that. They just don't want to have taxpayer money stolen from them to fix these issues. They aren't for, like, against these issues being fixed. They aren't in favor of these issues. They just aren't in favor of the property right that is fundamentally that like just would be broken by that. Like it's just fundamental rights are incompatible with one another in a complex society like ours.
Then go where the real money is. The military-industrial complex.
Oh yeah, I watched that. Let me make sure my stream is still running. Fucking great, dude. Oh, I have 2 likes. I guess all that probably got
Wall Street bailouts. Corporate and wealthy tax cuts. Like, that's where your money is. That's where your money is. But no, it's like, let's nickel and dime.
Corporate and... Yeah, I was sort of zoned out because I'm high. Tax cuts is not your money. That is these people's money and less of it being stolen from them. So it was always their money. It's just remaining their money. That's their money. It was never your money to begin with. It's just staying not your money because it's not yours.
Then go where the real money is. The military-industrial complex.
Yeah, that is taxpayer money. I agree that.
Wall Street bailouts.
Yeah.
Corporate and wealthy tax cuts.
Yeah, that's not your money. And it's like healthcare. Like a big argument is, yeah, it should be a human right. You should have the right to have healthcare if you need it. It's not like you did anything wrong to have that, and like you just need to be cured. That's a basic. Like it should be a basic human right, and it's like I completely agree. I think healthcare should be a right. But then the argument against that is, like, that is my argument specifically. I think eternal life should be fundamental human right. I think that never having to lose a loved one should be a fundamental human right. But guess what? We just don't have the resources to do that because we just don't know how to do it yet. It's not in our scientific... Like, we don't have the research on it yet. So we can grant it as a human right, say, yeah, ideally it should be a human right, all we want. If we don't have the means, yeah, we can't really enforce that. And I would argue it's the same thing with healthcare. Well, we can't really afford healthcare because we don't have this money. This money isn't ours. It's not our money to give to healthcare. We don't have the money. It's not ours. Like, we cannot afford that. Like, it's not our money to spend on healthcare. We don't have the money to spend on healthcare. Now, of course, I would be for healthcare. Like, if everybody in the country would be like me, and in fact, a lot of people, like, an overwhelming majority, like, over 70%, apparently, favor healthcare, and I'm not surprised. It's a thing that hits the middle class hard. American healthcare is just not affordable for the middle class, especially not for the third class. No one really cares about them, middle class or first. Unfortunately, they just try to pander about caring about them. The middle class does, but like, they do that a lot. The third class just don't fucking try to hide that. They're just like, no, you're an asshole. I don't care about you, cunt. Like, piss off. But the fuck was I just talking about?
Wall Street bailouts.
Yeah, like, whatever.
Corporate and wealthy tax cuts. Like, that's where your money is. That's where
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's not your money, that's their money. Tax cuts. What are taxes? It's stolen taxpayer money. Well, who's paying that money? Well, tax cuts are a reduction in the amount of theft, in the importance of the theft of someone else's money. So if there's less taxes, there's less money being stolen. So it's saying, this is where your money is being stolen. Yeah, I would agree that if you pay taxes, your money is being stolen. But guess what? Rich people, taking proportionality aside, just objective, factual measures, however much of their 30% they may pay, despite loopholes, you can agree that the average first class person, like these big corporations, they give more fucking taxpayer money than your average middle class. If we juxtapose them 1-to-1, who gives more taxpayer money? Well, probably the big fucking corporations. And it's like, yeah, tax cuts, like, they give the majority of that fucking money. They should have some fucking more benefits than the average middle class, because they're giving the bulk of that money.
Where your money is.
Like, on an individual perspective, you're giving more money. You should get more out of the system
But no, it's like, let's nickel and dime
than, like, some person who's giving a lot less.
poor person who wants to have a good meal every now and then. It's just...
Because, yeah, like, we shouldn't be segregating people by class, saying, oh, yeah, well, for $30, you'll get to have, all these benefits that you couldn't have before. For $30, you get free healthcare. If you, well, yeah, for you, for $30, you'll get free healthcare. And for you, for $700, you get nothing because you already had free healthcare.
It's an
It's
unbelievable...
like, yeah, that's just discrimination. And from a party that is incredibly racist, like, trying to, like, claim they're against racism, it's like, that's just absurd.
Really cruel approach to the world. And of course, guys, the stereotype of, like, the poor person who is lazy, sits on their couch all day and watches TV, and is just leeching off the government. That's nothing.
Yeah, watching TV, I wonder who would be doing that. Probably the middle class, not the third class. And yeah, the stereotype of the poor middle class may be sort of true. They are uneducated and sort of entitled a lot of the time. But yeah, the homeless people, they are not entitled at all. And it's like, again, you're still talking about the middle class people here.
But a stereotype. As a general rule, the overwhelming majority of the people who are struggling are still trying. They're still looking for a job, or they're still working a job that pays them less than what it should. A lot of people who are on food stamps are employed. They just don't get paid well. And this is what the ruling class does. It makes middle class...
You know, if they're struggling and they don't get paid well, they probably can't afford healthcare, by the way, for that instance. They have every incentive to not want to get sick. Yeah, like, maybe, not buying shit that they can't afford, maybe that's a good thing for them. Like, yeah, these people are struggling. Okay, so it would make sense, to tell them, yeah, like, don't shoot yourself in the foot, don't buy all this stuff, you can't fucking afford it. And since it's all money, like, in case you'd be fucking insane and you do that stuff, are very unreasonable. Since it's all money, we're just imposing that standard on you, because, yes, especially if you're struggling, we're gonna help you by not letting you feed into that cycle, that vicious cycle, and start leeching off of us into your cycle. And we're gonna do it both for us and for you. That is a perfectly sound fucking argument against this whole
people and upper middle class people hate poor people.
Yeah, that is actually what they already do. They don't hate them. Like, the liberals and the upper and lower middle class don't hate the homeless, the actual third class. They just don't care about them. They ignore them, and they don't have to hate them, just like the first class may be pushed to hate the middle class, because the third class, unlike them, aren't so entitled that they would fucking scream at you when you give them money. Hey, that's not enough. That's not my fair share. Well, the homeless, you sort of do need to, like, look at them to give them money. It's not like the taxpayers who are corporations. They give you that money, but they don't have to actually see you you don't get to tell them, hey, that's not enough. Yeah, homeless people, they just don't do that, so people just don't care, they ignore them. But if homeless people did that, yeah, the liberals, I'm pretty sure that they would all fucking hate them, dude, instead of just not care about them, just sort of ignore them.
And this is what they do. This is what the ruling class does. It makes middle class people and upper middle class people hate poor people more than they hate the billionaires, the corporations, the top 1%.
No. Republicans just have a problem with all that stuff, because not only is it the upper class's taxpayer money, but it's theirs. And if it's not being used, if it's being taken advantage of and exploited, that is your money. They aren't entitled to just wasting your money on shit they don't need, that isn't going to get them in a better situation. That's just going to make them be more of parasites leeching off of your money. That is your interest. You have every right. Like, as you as a taxpayer, the people who benefit the most off of your taxpayer money, what they're doing with it, you have every right to ask that. And as a Republican, that would be a big question. That's just a matter of being a Republican. It's not specifically against any class. It's specifically against the people who are leeching off this government assistance. So these people who are taking others' money. If you're taking other people's money, the question of whether you're using that money for productive purposes, if you're wasting it, just like the military, like, are we racist against the military or whatever fucking buzzword? Do we just we're just discriminatory against the military because they just like, we both agree here, and I'm glad on that. Yeah, they're absurdly fucking overfunded for some hypothetical fucking wars that we shouldn't be in any, because we should be saving lives instead of taking lives. And in terms of saving American lives, which we don't do in wars, typically, I'm guessing, we're not gonna be attacked. North Korea isn't that fucking autistic. Kim Jong-un might be fat, but the fat hasn't gone to his brain yet. Like, I'm sure he has a fucking cell membrane that's pretty fucking fat, but, like, he's not gonna fucking nuke us, dude. Don't worry about that. It's like, yeah, the military is a joke. We agree. Like, do we just hate? Are we just discriminating there? Like, no, it's just our fucking money, and if it's not being used properly, if our stolen taxpayer money is being wasted, with every right to not be happy about that. And Republicans, they would just, like, unfortunately, a lot of the time they're against cutting the military, but yeah, like, you should be consistent. Like, who's wasting your stolen taxpayer money? Yeah, go after them. Say, no, this is actually our money, not yours. You aren't entitled to it. Just like the first class killing your military budget, that's actually not any specific person, so that's not even a class, that's just the government being entitled to your fucking money to spend on the military budget. They're entitled to your stolen money. They shouldn't be entitled to that, to just fucking waste it, not even account for where it's going. It's like, it's a joke. These people are fucking lunatics. Like, they shouldn't be doing that with the military, but same fucking thing here. Like, poor people, if they're gonna be just abusing, like, taking advantage of the money we give them to hopefully get them out of their situations, they're just gonna be feeding into that cycle and taking advantage of that money to let them get into that fucking cycle of just becoming more poor and becoming more of parasites that just leech off of the system and take more money out of the system than they give in. Yeah, that's actually one of the bigger reasons why more Republicans should be and used to be in favor of illegal immigration, because immigrants actually put more into the system than they take out. And also immigrants commit, like, half as much crime as native-born Americans, which makes intuitive sense. If you left your home country, everybody in America has a big sense of, oh yeah, caring about your home, like having a sense of identity with your kid. Ever thought that other people in different countries may have that too? Yeah, they just don't really want to they just don't really want to be sent back to their country. If they had it so bad over there that they left everything they had to go live over here, they don't want to be kicked out and sent back. So it would make intuitive sense that they would commit less crime. Dude, I'm so fucking gone, by the way. And that's illegal and legal immigrants, by the way. Just end that on. But yeah, like it's just being logically consistent. If you're gonna be against the military just spitting in our face and just being so entitled to our stolen taxpayer money and just wasting it on that shit, giving us the middle finger. Yeah, when people who are on food stamps give us the middle finger and take our attempts to fucking raise them out of their misery, and they just fucking bathe in it and just use it to just create this fucking vicious cycle that is like, now we don't have to worry anymore about affording it. Like, that would be the definition of them doing that. That would prove the stereotype true. If these people, like, you should be arguing, oh no, they aren't these lazy people. They aren't, like, trying to live way out of their fucking affordability. They aren't just, leeching off of, they aren't abusing these government-spended resources. They aren't doing that. They just aren't, they aren't taking advantage of the system. They're good people. They would never do that. They would never be entitled to the money we're giving them. If that should be your argument, which that would be the best moral position to take, like, you should be for that. Yeah, ban all that. They aren't entitled to that. They get that it's your money. Or even, like, yeah, they're reasonable. I mean, the stereotype that they're lazy and just unreasonable and just absurd and extravagant, and that's why they're poor. They just don't pay attention to their money and they aren't fucking spending it. That's a big thing that I hand a fucking instant millionaire. But, oh yeah, you're just poor and that's why, like, you're poor because you just waste your fucking money. Like, that's also a stereotype against poor people. Well, if you're gonna say, yeah, all these stereotypes are wrong, you should say, yeah, of course, like, that would prove the stereotype. If they were to buy all these things that they, by definition, can't afford, that would prove this fucking stereotype of these people they, like, had such a low mark, and that also triggers them to, like, really feed into the trend, the mindset of, well, the system sort of fucked against me, so, like, I might as well take advantage of it because I'm poor and the system's just fucked against me. Rich people don't pay their taxes and shit, even though it's their money. It's like, yeah, these corporations won't give me more money that isn't mine, like, because they don't deem my service worth more than what I get. It's like, yeah, I should be entitled to more. They get angry, they blame their problems on, well, look up, not down, right? Look at the empty side of the bottle and try to find the blame because that's, they're mad that they're losing in life. Then they get on government assistance, and it's like, yeah, if I get more kids, I'll get more government assistance. And then they, like, yeah, that would go, like, getting more kids when you can't afford more kids and you don't even care about their privacy enough to make sure you at least have enough room to house all these people. I see a lot of poor people having a lot of kids, and it's like, you know, Republicans tend to be for that, but they tend to be against immigrants because they're poor, and having more poverty doesn't make the country richer. But then there'll be, like, people like Tucker Carlson have more kids, and it's like, that's sort of contradictory, because having more kids, that doesn't increase your income unless you're gonna be leeching off of government assistance, which is taxpayer money, mostly paid by middle class, by the way. Tucker would probably mention that. yeah, having more kids doesn't increase your salary, but it divides the amount of it divides your income by however many more people there are. Every time you get a new kid, you add one to that number. Um, poor people tend to have a lot of fucking kids, and they can't fucking afford that, and they get more government assistance for it. And like, yeah, if you're against them being unreasonable, like they'd be the type to just buy a lot of junk food, buy a lot of like these things for like do these things that are legit against their own best interests, and then end up needing healthcare because junk food isn't fucking healthy, especially not steak, things like that, high in saturated fats and cholesterol. And as we saw earlier, like the new guidelines right here, these are healthier options than what's being banned. So it's actually just an incentive to, like, some of these aren't more like whole wheat instead of white. Like that's just healthier, and it's not like whole wheat tends to be more expensive than white stuff actually. So it's just healthier. Again, these tend to be not more expensive than these. These are pretty cheap. Plant-based options tend to be cheaper in general. Meat is expensive. This is just healthier. Again, all of this is healthier. They're just because once you start living off of government assistance, like you can go on this cycle of, well, I'm not really paying for it. It's sort of my money, but like I don't have to work for it. So like, it's not about if I can afford it. It's about whether they can afford it, and like they is actually you if you're the taxpayer, and it's like they have money to spend, and it's like can you afford that like they can't afford that, but they aren't the ones who have to afford it. They don't have to afford getting another kid. You can afford that. Yeah, if you're gonna criticize the military for reckless spending, that is reckless spending. That is reckless decisions. They need to be more educated on that. For example, Roe v. Wade should not have been overturned. We need to have more abortion. We should actually tell people, hey, if you're poor, if you're homeless, seriously don't have sex, like that, you won't have to have an abortion that costs money, and you don't have that money. And secondly, just fucking get an abortion if you have a kid, because you can't afford a fucking kid.
And the owner class, I mean, it's just so disgusting, man. I can't imagine. It's hard for me to tap into that mindset. I understand it rationally, but it's hard for me to tap into that mindset of some middle class person who's working a tough job.
Yeah, I get it. You think it's immoral. Well, I think it's way more immoral to for anybody to give the middle finger to taxpayers and say, this is what I'm wasting your money on. It's not on trying to get better. I'm just feeding into my problems because you can afford it. I don't have to afford it. Yeah, I think that's sort of disgusting too. I think that's sort of immoral.
Getting angry and finger wagging at some poor person who's working a shitty job and may get some food stamps and may buy a steak every now and then. So, ooh, yeah.
Like, that is definitely a big thing. Like, I will definitely agree that for poor people, steaks are not the staple of their diet. And yeah, there's a big difference between these expensive foods like steak being a staple of their diet, some that's way out of their reach, and like their food stamps aren't unlimited. Again, that's some very important to keep in mind. To be fair here, food stamps, like the average top middle class person, like Eddie's middle class, will have way more money than a an employed person who qualifies to have food stamps. So yeah, it's way better to be living that way, then it would be to have to qualify to have food stamps. But yeah, like
You're gonna have a steak? No.
It's like, yeah, it's our fucking money. We get to tell them that. It's like, oh, you're being an asshole. Yeah, I mean, we should be allowed to be assholes. It's our money. We should be allowed to be... The middle class should be allowed to keep staying in their semi-elite bubble, keep being assholes on Twitter, demanding that, money be stolen from rich people because, they should have freedom of speech, even if it's to... I think incitement to violence should be, legal. There's like actual like in certain cases, by the way, I think that should be sometimes legal, such as like one of the Supreme Court justices were like compromising some people's lives. Like some people, if they don't have the right to an abortion, they might lose their lives. Like going carrying out the baby, they might be known to have a disease that will cause a miscarriage or have something happen. They will miscarry and they will die if they carry out that abortion, and it could save lives sometimes to do that. And like not in that specific instance. I'm not gonna point that out really, but like not gonna say anything about that. But like there are cases where like yeah, some stuff that like yeah, even though theft isn't right, you should be allowed to complain about theft and be an asshole. Just like you should be allowed, the average middle class person should be allowed to do that while being hypocrites and continuing to ignore the homeless people who they definitely don't pay their fair share to. They should be allowed to keep saying that snobby shit that like, oh yeah, these other people should like give us more stuff, be entitled, and keep ignoring the homeless people while trying to like virtue signal about them to the first class and try to seem like they care more when like their actions speak louder. And like majority of the people in towns I live in are second class. Homeless people don't get a lot of attention, dude.
No, you cannot. You want the regular pasta and not the whole wheat pasta? We're so restrictive and we're so punitive against poor people. We act like it's a moral
And rich people tend to, I've heard, be more generous towards the homeless. Because, yeah, like, $1, like, the average middle class has a concept of that. Yeah, for $1, I could get some pretty nice. And, like, so the average rich person is, like, even $5, like, what is that? I have, like, thousands. I like, yeah, I could give a homeless person $5. So, yeah, I'm guessing they're probably more empathetic towards homeless people
of anybody who's
than
poor.
the middle class.
Well, it's not. 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Are 63% of Americans just lazy?
Because they can just be nicer and feel like they did a better deed without actually having more of a compromise on
just
themselves.
Not trying so hard?
Is
that what it is? No, oftentimes...
Dude, I didn't hear what he said there. What?
Of anybody who's poor. Well, it's not. 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Are 63% of Americans just lazy, just not trying so hard? Is that what it is? No, oftentimes jobs just pay.
And yeah, living paycheck to paycheck, that's just normal, isn't that? Just being a part of the working class.
Crap. So anyway, 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Are 63% of Americans just lazy, just not trying so hard? Is that what it is? No.
Most of the working class is not on food stamps. And they're telling, according to you, whoever they are, I guess the Republicans or the elites. Yeah, the elites. And they, oh, what the fuck was I saying, dude? Yeah, they're trying to tell you that, like, and you should, hey, Wait, what did he say? I need to...
Check to paycheck are 63% of...
Yeah, like, the majority of, people who live paycheck to paycheck, so, in other words, working class, they aren't on food stamps, and according to you, these people, the elites, they're trying to tell the middle class, the average middle class, that, yeah, if these people, they're feeding off of the government assistance and not trying to better themselves with it, and, like, being considerate of, hey, this is your taxpayer money, we owe you to try to stop being parasites as soon as we can, for your generosity to actually help us with this. You aren't even getting a choice in it, so even bigger, like, incentive to need to, like, get rid of this debt that we owe, pretty much. And, yeah, if people aren't doing that, people have every right to hold them to that standard because it's their money. Just like with the military.
Of Americans just lazy, just not trying so hard? Is that what it is?
The majority of Americans are not on food stamps.
No.
Working class.
Oftentimes, jobs just pay crap.
Yeah, good for them. They get to provide, like, they demand the service, they pay the fucking salary. Like, they fucking, like, they get to choose where you don't like that, go somewhere else.
So anyway, this is a super hard...
Become rich, become a business owner, we have a meritocracy here, and make a business and treat your workers by humanitarian standards.
Harmful bill, and Iowa Republicans are not hiding their disdain for regular working people. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Maybe at least they're being fucking honest about, like, hating homeless people. Like, I'm not really liking that third class, when the middle class, they're just pandering to the fact that, or they're really just ignoring them. They aren't that hard to ignore. They don't outrage that you. They'll actually be pretty charismatic, unless, unlike the second classes to the first, just, like, yeah, they aren't that hard to ignore. So the middle class will be like, look at us, we're more moral, we're just ignoring them. And, like, I actually give homeless people $5 all the time. Yeah, as if that's representative of the average middle class. And yeah, like, oh, we Democrats just on, like, the average person who just ignore homeless people. We don't despise them. We just want them to get to keep living outside. We think that's fine. And Republicans are outright, no, we don't think they should get to camp on public property because they're drug addicts doing drugs in front of our children. Like, yeah, they're just showing the next level of entitlement bubble. But it's like, you're a middle class person on your own semi-elite bubble. Like, and you're just being hypocrites, like, demanding that the first class, like...
Wow.
Hey!
So I haven't seen this video. This is gonna be great.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Looking back, this used to be a pretty straightforward country. What you saw was what you got, or at least it felt that way. That's not the case anymore. A lot of what you read at this point feels not like news, but instead like some highly curated version of reality crafted to manipulate you. Even if you're not paranoid, you feel like the crazy guy in the bus mumbling about how nothing is real, nothing is real. So at the very least, it's obvious there's a lot of court intrigue going on in American politics, and only a small percentage.
Is he talking about, like, sex isn't real, and is he talking about
of it
that?
Ever becomes public.
And, like, global warming? Is he saying that's
you wake up
like,
and
what?
Kamala Harris is the vice president. How'd that happen, you wonder? No one will say, but you can be sure there's a story there. So here's the latest example of unexplained weirdness in the news. Mike Pence, of all people, has just swooped in to save Joe Biden. Yes, Mike Pence, a man so flamboyantly pure he won't have dinner with ladies not his wife. And yet Mike Pence also had secret documents in his house.
Wait, what? Any ladies?
A man so flamboyantly pure he won't have dinner with ladies not his wife. And yet Mike Pence also had secret documents in his house, just like Joe Biden. Bet you didn't see that coming. It was
my wait, headphone.
And so flamboyantly pure, he won't have dinner with ladies not his wife. And yet Mike Pence also had secret documents in his house, just like Joe Biden.
That's
hilarious. I didn't see that coming. It wasn't so long ago that Pence was on television saying he was sure he had no classified documents in his possession. He said that a few times. Then just days ago, Mike Pence sent his personal attorney to search his family's home in Carmel, Indiana for classified documents. Now, if Mike Pence didn't think he had classified documents, why would he send his lawyer to go look for classified documents? We can't say for certain, but it's entirely possible, in fact, it's likely, that Mike Pence was asked to do this by federal prosecutors who are trying to build a case against his old boss, Donald Trump. Now, the point would be to show that not every federal official walks off with state secrets. Donald Trump was uniquely evil in that regard, as in so many others. See, Mike Pence didn't do it. So if that was the plan, and we suspect that it was, it backfired spectacularly because Mike Pence's lawyer promptly discovered classified documents. He immediately loaded these documents into his car and drove them back to Washington to hand them over to authorities. Mike Pence, meanwhile, not only notified the National Archives about these new documents, he also called the FBI, and then he called leaders of both parties in Congress, which is odd, because what Mike Pence did was a felony. We've heard that again and again. Keeping classified documents at home unsecured is a felony. But Pence didn't seem embarrassed about it at all. In fact, he almost bragged about it. So clearly, Mike Pence is not worried about being punished for keeping secret documents in his home, and that's strange.
I think Tucker is a sort of weak argument. Like, for example, like, famously declassified document, an ink formula. And his argument is sort of, yeah, most of this classified information, it's like, it's classified for stupid reasons. And he'll point out the John F. Kennedy assassination. It's like, yeah, I don't believe that JFK was assassinated by the U.S. government. That's like, would probably have been exposed by now. But like, yeah, there was no incentive to try and hide unless the Democratic Party really is behind this conspiracy. But I don't think so. They have genuine concerns. Global warming is real. That's not a conspiracy. He's just wrong on certain angles. Like, sex really can be different from your gender. Like, science has shown that. There's been studies. Professor Davis covered that, apparently. And it's like, yeah, just assuming a fake point of view for what would be secular talk with the working class. Assuming they just can't be good people. They just are in their best interest. But we middle class who actually are entitled like them. Like, yeah, what the fuck was I just talking about? Yeah, like, Tucker's argument is pretty weak. He's like, you know, look at this ink formula that was classified for so long. It's like, most classified documents, they shouldn't be classified. They are just ridiculous to be classified. And he'll point to the ink formula. He'll point to the John F. Kennedy assassination. Like, oh, well, we still have classified stuff about that. Why do we still have that classified? And that's a good point. I mean, whatever that is, it's like, it should get to be public now. Who cares? Like, there are people alive today who might have repercussions from it that they don't deserve. Like, who exactly are we trying to protect now? But, like, yeah, he sort of has this position. Yeah, most classified documents, like, yeah, there's no reason why we should keep them from the public. They belong to the public. Because transparency is key. And, like, yeah, he'll point to the John Kennedy assassination and demand transparency. Like, that same segment, he went on to talk about UFOs. And it's like, oh my fucking god, dude, what the fuck? Like, put that on my Twitter. But I have a Twitter and Discord. But, what else? Yeah, like, the fuck? Dude, I'm so fucking high.
Pence is not worried about being punished for keeping secret documents.
Yeah, like, the secret documents, he's going like, yeah, some fucking spy, some spy in Russia isn't going to die. That, like, some secret op isn't going to be, like, compromised by, like, the average secret document we keep classified year after year, like, being released. That wouldn't be the consequences of that. Most of them, like, it's ridiculous for them to be classified. And it's like, I don't know what these classified documents are. I doubt you would know what they are. And it's like, how do you know? How can you make this general assumption? It's like, do you have any research to back that up? I mean, I don't know anything about that. It's like, how do we know? There's probably a reason to keep them classified, and Tucker's theory is, yeah, they're trying to, like, it might expose the Democratic Party's, like, fucking nefarious plan to just overtake the fucking world or some shit. Just their authoritarian plan or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I think that's really fucking close-minded.
And that's strange in a country where all laws are supposed to apply equally to all people. But Mike Pence is not worried about FBI raids. And that's interesting.
Yeah, and he brings that up a lot, and that's true. Why. Like with this thing with bodyguards, like, yeah, they want to take your gun for you, but not the bodyguard. And it's like, these people, if you have bodyguards, like, you are more likely to need protection than your average middle class, right? Yeah, I'm against the Second Amendment. I think it takes more innocent lives than having guns would protect overall when we put on a fair one-to-one comparison.
In the meantime, though, the effect on the media was immediate. If someone as unimpeachably holy as Mike Pence had classified documents in his home, that means that every person who's ever served at a high level of government also has classified documents at home, and that means, by definition, that keeping classified documents in your house is not a big deal except when Donald Trump does it. Mike Pence proves that. If Mike Pence committed the same crime as Joe Biden must be innocent. That was the media's conclusion.
The thing is that I don't give a shit about any of that. It's like, that's why I was never into politics until it became like a hoot and a hole, as Goblin would put it. And just became fucking interesting because it was just fucking clickbait type cancer. That's the vibe it became with Donald Trump. It just started becoming interesting and entertaining over just serious. And it's like that type of shit. It's like a president keeping classified. It's like, who in the fuck's life is that gonna influence? Like, if you had never known about it, would it have fucking changed your life if these documents hadn't been returned? Like, who the fuck is that gonna concern? Like, who the fuck cares, dude? Who does that, yeah, who the fuck is concerned by that? Who does that, concern? Yeah. It's like the Mar-a-Lago thing with Trump. Like, I didn't give a shit. The Biden thing now, he's keeping classified documents, and it's like, I also don't give a shit. It's like, whatever in the fuck does that, like, what does the middle class person or the third class person or the first class person have to give a fuck about that? Like, if they hadn't been caught, probably chances are they would never have known or cared about that.
Watch.
It is possible for documents to be classified that we would all look at now and think, well, that's basically public information. Like, that's right. It's not a big deal. And so that's one of the things that if it it's a strong element in what you would call the Biden defense here.
Wait, wouldn't you be against the Mar-a-Lago thing, though? That's sort of flaunting views.
Did you know that in all 50 states, self-defense law, not gun law, uses a simple 5-element test to see if your use of defensive force was legally justified, and that same test applies no matter what tool?
I mean, to be fair, it's not like I learned something like that in school, because schools will never teach you something if it actually has real life implications today. That is the last thing they teach you. The only things they will teach you are things that are not relevant to your life. But I doubt that's the case, because if that was the case, I would have heard about it somewhere outside of school.
You use to defend yourself? If you're missing even one of those...
Let me guess. He's not gonna name a single one in this video.
...required elements, however, you've made yourself an easy conviction for an aggressive prosecutor. Hi, my name is Andrew Branca, and I've worked more than 20 years as a self-defense attorney.
And you know these 5 things, and yeah, how about you name them?
Every
That's all we
state
care
has
about.
Seemingly endless, complex pages of laws regarding self-defense.
No, we don't care about your credentials. If that's the case, I guess you'd probably learn that. At least if college is smarter than, like, less fucking brain dead than, like, public school. Like, grades K through 12. And what they actually teach you. I mean, kindergarten, like, from, like, middle school to high school, what they fucking teach you. More than anything. Fucking teaching the average person chemistry, making them take that. Fucking retarded. Even though for my major it's actually relevant. Yeah, wouldn't that be the first fucking thing you'd learn? Assuming colleges aren't fucking brain dead. Which they're becoming woke, so I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't care about your credentials. I care about those 5 things.
So complex that many top criminal defense attorneys rely on my expert analysis to help win self-defense cases.
Let's humor this guy. Let's see if there are top 5 things. Oh, there are these 5 fucking people. They each tell me, you are wise to buy this material. Yeah, I don't think that's one of the criteria, so. Yeah. Wait. Is that Andrew? Funny how that's like Andrew Tate. Just running another scam, another Andrew. Okay, so basically this guy is a professional, but he's not a professional as at telling you. Let me guess, he'll tell you, click on this and I'll tell you what it is.
For their clients. Click below to get the latest edition of my book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles, free.
Dude, we only really care about those things. We don't care about the bag.
It's not a big deal. Well, actually, we gotta say it, that's mostly true, and usually isn't a big deal. As we pointed out for years now, the federal government has managed to classify more than 1 billion public documents. Now, the vast majority of these documents, citizens, us, have every right to see. Joe Biden, for example, is still hiding secrets from the Kennedy assassination 60 years ago. Not to protect national security, but because this...
And I agree if that's the case. Yeah, what's the... Like, clearly the Kennedy assassination, the conspiracy theories, if they had any weight, they would probably have gotten more traction if they weren't so absurd. Maybe it was the bandwagon effect, who knows, but maybe that just shut it down. But there doesn't seem to be any substantive evidence, other than apparently he got from first-hand information. Someone told him, who was working on the John Kennedy case, that the United States government killed John Kennedy. I don't know anything about that. That sounds fucking absurd, but if he says it, I mean, I don't know what to think of that. I don't really care who the fuck assassinated Kennedy again. Oh, was the government? Oh, okay, I don't care. Will the government today assassinate Kennedy? Like, again. Like, come on. But yeah, why are they keeping that information?
CIA doesn't want to answer questions about its involvement in the murder of an American president.
Yeah, just give that transparency, especially if you're right. So like people who censor this misinformation, you're right, actually. So Why would you want to censor it? Why would you want to give these people the free talking point if I'm such a clown? Why did you take me seriously?
And that's an outrage in a democracy. You should be mad about it. But reporters in Washington are not mad about it. In fact, they're the ones telling you that Julian Assange and Ed Snowden are criminals, not whistleblowers. So the press corps, just like the federal bureaucracy, loves secrecy because secrecy is the key to their power. On the other hand, you can never
that's always a good point. Why are the Democrats not in favor of free speech? Why do they want to ban, say, misinformation and hate speech and all of that based on, well, I disagree with it politically. And it's like, okay, you might want to be against, like, vaccine fucking misinformation. Well, the people spreading it, they really believe that, and they really believe, yeah, these vaccines are hurting people, and I want to educate the public and make sure they don't take vaccines that will cause these side effects when it unfortunately happens. A lot of these side effects that Republicans will mention, like fearmonger over the vaccines, they're actually more common from COVID as a side effect of COVID than as a side effect of the vaccine, and you'll probably even get them a lot more mild version if you just have the vaccine than you would, like, as opposed to COVID, a side effect from COVID. But yeah, they should be allowed to say that, and when you're censoring them, you're sort of feeding them, like, yeah, we were right about the government censoring us. And yeah, why would you give them that talking point instead of debunking them? If you're fucking right, you have the edge. Like, if you have the resources to spend on censoring them, you have the resources to spend on debunking them, and that's just more efficient. Oh my fucking god, dude. My fucking paperclip fell. What was that? Fuck me, dude. Yeah, I got it. Hell yeah.
Dismiss any case out of hand because the details are what matters. So in the case of Joe Biden, what exactly was in those classified documents that he took home? The entire story, the question of whether it's a big deal or no big deal at all, hangs on that question. What was in the documents? Why can't you tell us? Well, as of tonight, no one has told us, so we don't know. But thankfully, Miranda Devine...
But the thing is, there might be a reason for that. Some stuff might be compromised if it was released to the public.
New York Post may have brought us a little closer to the answer.
There's a reason to have some documents
So she analyzed the documents that we do have, the ones found on Hunter Biden's famous laptop. And on that laptop, she found...
Like, you at least have to acknowledge that there is a reason to keep some documents classified, and the premise of just having to, what's it called? Having to explain, having to justify the classification of a document. Like, to be able to classify a document, you have to justify why you are classifying it. That's sort of like demanding that to plead the fifth, you give a reason, you, like, just fucking provide the reason for which you're pleading the fifth. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. It's sort of the same thing with that.
A remarkable email, an email the Justice Department has never shown to the public, despite the fact its agents have had it for years. And the document that Miranda Devine found indicates that Hunter Biden had classified information in his possession. Almost certainly that came
Hunter Biden is fucking dope.
From his father, then the vice president.
Fucking takes dope. Apparently he used to, I'm guessing, like, yeah, Tucker just, like, fucking goes at him for that, but, like, Tucker just takes, swings at him for that, but, like, apparently that's behind him, but yeah, like, that's fucking dope,
and that
dude.
he used that information to make piles of money for the Biden family while working.
And apparently he got better and grew out of that, so more power to him.
In Ukraine. That's what it shows. So if there's an actual scandal at the core of this classified document story, here it is. So here are the details. On April 13th, 2014, Hunter Biden sent an email to his business partner at Burisma, Devon Archer. Now, he sent this a week before his father, the vice president, flew to Ukraine to meet with Ukraine's prime minister. In the email, Hunter Biden composed a detailed memo with nearly 24 data points about the political and strategic situation on the ground in Ukraine. What's so immediately striking, and Miranda Devine pointed this out, having read the entire laptop, is that this email bears no resemblance to anything else we have that Hunter Biden has ever written. In fact, it sounded like something produced by the State Department. There's no question that Hunter Biden used classified materials to assemble this email. Listen carefully. Quote, "The strategic value is to create a land bridge for RU to Crimea," he writes at one point. Notice he uses the diplomatic abbreviation for Russia, RU, because he's in the know. Quote, "That won't directly affect Burisma Holdings, but it will limit future UK exploration and utilization of offshore opportunities in particular. It will also," Hunter Biden added, quote, "further destabilize the UK nationally and for whatever government is in power, and the US will respond with even stronger sanctions. Those sanctions will threaten the tenuous support of the EU, which does not have the political will to incur steep energy price increases." And so on.
Fuck yeah. I love how YouTube I saw on another stream, like YouTube's recently been literally promoting ads that like they would fucking demonetize if it came in the form of content providers posting it. That's fucking hilarious. What is this gonna be? Is that gonna be the whole thing? Yeah, I'm fucking guessing right now. This is so fucking lame.
Problem solved, sir.
Dude, you just got fucking shot at me. What the fuck? Dude, are they gonna have some action? Like, this is really good.
Enemy severely damaged.
They're gonna get back to this. They're gonna go down.
Ship is on fire. Enemy severely damaged.
This is... Why am I fucking reacting to this? I'm so high. I just want to see if they're gonna win or lose. They sort of got hit. Like... Okay, I guess they got fucking jizzed on. Good for them.
Now, keep in mind, if you're wondering, is this plausible? Keep in mind that when he wrote this email, Hunter Biden was an active drug addict. Just 2 months before he wrote this, 2 months, in February of 2014, he'd been thrown out of the Navy for cocaine use. He couldn't even stay sober long enough to pass.
Yeah, that timeline references some good context to that, actually. That's very well.
A scheduled drug test. He was completely out of control. Yet somehow, in that state...
No, that sentence didn't sound like sentence written by someone under the influence of drugs.
This email, Hunter Biden managed to sound like a seasoned Ukraine hand from Foggy Bottom, referring to Russia as RU and all the rest. And critically, he seemed to know for a fact the details of American diplomatic strategy in the region. The U.S. will respond with even stronger sanctions. How did Hunter Biden know that? Oh, come on. Come on. Keep in mind that when Mike Flynn mentioned the topic, just mentioned the topic, of sanctions to the ambassador from Russia, the FBI destroyed his life and threatened to send him to prison.
Nah. Fuck, dude. What is your response to that? Like, what do you say the answer to that is?
And he was the national security advisor at the time. He had the highest possible clearances you could have. Hunter Biden had no clearances whatsoever. He was the drug addict son of the vice president. And here he is in this email casually mentioning to his business partner.
So you're saying, like, he was, well, not hacked, but, like, Joe Biden was typing on his behalf? I thought you were saying that he was typing under Joe Biden's name. So is it, was I just high? Did I not get that right? Or are you saying that, like, this is Joe Biden. Like, are you saying that somebody, like, gave him this information illegally because he is, like, privileged because he's a Democrat leader or something? Or, like, he's getting privileged information because he's a Democrat? Or is your argument, no, he didn't write this, he doesn't know all that?
That sanctions may be
I don't
coming.
know
Here are
who's
the
going
effects on the
with
EU and energy prices. In order to keep making 80 grand a month in a no-show job on the board of Ukrainian.
Dude, by the way, I just had to check that my mic was on. Discord, yeah. Like, yeah, now this is being on. Let's fucking go.
Energy company working on a topic he knew nothing about. So what are we looking at here? What we're looking at is a crime. That's a crime. A real one. Hunter Biden clearly knew it was a crime. He told his business partner in the same email to go to CVS and buy a, quote, burner phone to make sure their conversations were not seen by anyone else. Now, what's amazing and so telling is that the DOJ has had this for years because the FBI seized Hunter Biden's laptop before the last presidential election in 2020.
Like, this is fucking... Let me get... I just chose a random flavor. I'm not really digging that one too much. I just wanted to, like, try new things, you know?
Keep in mind also the context, and the context is always Ukraine. That was true in 2014, it's true in 2023.
It's like, I don't know, Tucker's really, like, and he's a nationalist, that's pretty fair. Like, I don't know, I'm more humanitarian towards, like, I know, I feel like this, discriminating with other people in different countries, of course, is a completely different incentive than racism. It's like, the nationalist argument is a practical one, not a race-based one. Like, it's based on logic and reasoning, not on just bigoted fucking retardation. But, yeah, like, I still think, morally speaking, it's segregation by country of origin. Like, where were you born on the globe? It's like, your race, or, like, I mean, there's one human race in terms of definitions, but, like, we all get what we mean by race. It's, like, just semantics. Like, yeah, vocabularies change. It's, like, what we mean by race is, like, what you look like physically. So it's, like, yeah, like, just like we shouldn't discriminate against people based on where their ancestors were born on the globe, aka Africa. For black people, we shouldn't be discriminating against these people who were themselves born in different places based on the same reasons, because the same thing is true of both of them. They didn't choose to be born elsewhere any more than your ancestors, any more than you would choose to have your ancestors born elsewhere. Like, it doesn't shape the contents of your characters anymore whether you or your ancestors were born elsewhere. Where you or your ancestors were born has nothing to do with anything that should be taken into account when regarding whether or not you should have whether or not you should legally have human rights. Just because you're on this fucking soil instead of the... And it's like, the nationalist argument would be like, yeah, it's just more practical to take care of our country, and it's like, yeah, we can't bear the world's misery on our shoulders. And it's like, yeah, but these people, they have their own country, but clearly it's not equal. Like, they just have their own country, just like we aren't allowed to illegally cross over to their border. We have to go by it legally. They can't just illegally cross our borders. It's just we have the right to our own country based on what, and it's like not all countries are equal. And by the way, the people, these illegal immigrant refugees, they're fleeing the drug cartels. It's like all the paperwork. Yeah, I don't think they have time for all that. By the way, like we've had like 11 years worth of paperwork back and forth between my mother and the lawyers. Some people get up to like 20 years. Some French people, because like my mother's a French immersion teacher. That's why we're here. Like she gets to have a job thanks to that. And I got to learn English, which was great, epic. Now I get to have this channel, and it's like what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, dude, whatever.
Back in 2015, Ukraine's top prosecutor, Viktor Slokin,
oh yeah, Ukraine. It's like, yeah, based on a nationalist standpoint, it makes sense. Yeah, these people, they can't cross over because every country has their sovereignty, and it's like, dude, we're not equal in terms of we have our own country to defend us, because all countries are not equal in how much they are devoted and willing to be devoted to protecting their citizens' human rights. They aren't equal in that. They don't care as much, and they don't enforce however much they care onto like legislation to help. Like, yeah, you don't have the same rights if you live in, say, fucking Bulgaria or whatever the fuck that is. I'm pretty sure it's a like shitty African country or whatever, Middle Eastern country. Yeah, like in fucking China and like any of those countries. Yeah, what is the talking point country? What used to be the yeah, fucking hell. Venezuela, yeah. Yeah, if you live there, like, you definitely don't have equal fucking opportunities under your country. So, yeah, I think it's segregation by country. If you want to live a better life somewhere else, why shouldn't you have the same rights as somebody born there? Just because you were born in a place that's more oppressive towards its people, like, I don't think that qualifies anybody as less deserving of the American dream. Just like the American dream, we think, yeah, any American, why would this not extend to non-Americans?
And wondering
like,
why is it paying the vice president's son tens of thousands of dollars a month? So how did Joe Biden respond? Well, within a year, Joe Biden, the vice president of the United States, had Slokin fired by threatening to withhold U.S. aid money to Ukraine. We're not making this up. Here's the tape.
I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action.
If they need to defend themselves, they're getting invaded, and their lives matter. Their lives are being taken. Like, they are being invaded and killed. Putin has nuked elementary schools in Ukraine. They are being slaughtered. Like, it's insane. Like, it's just, like, it's just humane to give them anything we can to at least help them defend themselves.
The state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, what, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not...
Power to him for that. For God's sake, this man should not remain in power. Well, I completely agree. I don't see why he got backlash. I think that's fucking cancerous and just very fake of people to do,
but... You're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. You got fired.
Arrogance is his weakness. Can you imagine bragging about that? Joe Biden, in front of the Council on Foreign Relations, on camera, just admitted he had the
that's just get the courage.
Prosecutor fired because the prosecutor was doing what...
Yeah, that's called strength in character, and he needs that more. He needs to stand up for his party's best interests more.
Our Department of Justice would not do. He wanted the vice president's son investigated for trading classified information to this business for cash. And Joe Biden just admitted that he acted on behalf of the U.S. government, but actually on behalf of his family. That's a crime. Hunter Biden had access to classified documents. That's a crime. And here he is bragging about it. Hubris is always their undoing. So this really is a scandal right there. It's about Ukraine, and it's about the Biden family's stream of income, which was illegitimate. So we put in a very simple request today to the White House and to Hunter Biden. Simple question. Did Hunter Biden ever receive in any form U.S. government classified information about Ukraine? Period. Simple question. Did this happen or did it not happen? Of course, they didn't respond. The answer, very obviously, we know thanks to the reporting of Miranda Devine, is yes.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens. Stories that...
Okay. Oh. My bad. I'm trying to go on there. Oh, God. It's gonna be... Okay, let's watch this. I'm just kidding that if I watch this full segment, which probably is like all these newly released videos, like there'll probably be one of these being copyrighted because they often get taken down after a while. Like, this is a pretty good stream. I don't want to ruin that.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. On Saturday morning, August 10th, 2019, Attorney General William Barr was working in his home office when his chief of staff called to say that Jeffrey Epstein had just been found dead in his cell in New York City.
Oh, God.
Barr
I think I
was
saw
shocked
that.
and upset to hear this. His first reaction, as he
that's
in his
the
memoir,
last thing
was
I
to
just
worry that
started
some
talking
people
about.
in America might not buy the idea that Jeffrey Epstein had killed himself. Quote, no one's gonna...
He made such a compelling case, except for the fact that, like, people tried to save him even though he was dead. I pointed that out earlier, but, like, I didn't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't know he had killed himself or that he was dead or anything. I just know he was a, like, popular name. I probably heard that at some point, just forgot, because I don't care. And it's like, yeah, this is really the first time I'm really hearing about this person. And it's like, damn, he made a damn good case.
I believe it was a suicide, Barr fretted to his chief of
like,
staff.
he should be taken more fucking seriously. He has some very damn good points that should be taken more seriously, like, about crime specifically.
There will be conspiracy theories
like, a lot of things,
all
generally.
over the place.
Inflation.
Now, that's a pretty odd response if you think about it. At the time, there was no way that Bill Barr could have known for sure how Jeffrey Epstein died. So you would think, as the Attorney General, his first concern would be finding out what actually happened. But instead, his first concern was worried that the public might jump to unapproved conclusions about what happened. And in some ways, Bill Barr was right to worry. Many Americans did not believe that Jeffrey Epstein had killed himself. Given the strange circumstances of his death, stranger even than most people understood at the time, it was going to take a sustained public relations campaign to convince Americans that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. But Bill Barr was willing to make the effort. 2 days later, he flew to New Orleans, gave a speech, and said this.
I don't know, CNN is willing to tell the average person who lives in the United States when, like, the rest of states, maybe they just need to convince the North, because the South sort of all knows. I live in Louisiana. No one's racist over there. Nobody. Zero. Like, all that shit, like, pretty much no one is racist. It's, like, about as many as flat earthers, yet CNN's gonna push that, yeah, America's system is, like, shut the fuck up, dude. No, America's not racist. But you are. Against white people, but that's still racism. And you saying, oh, it's not really racism, because, like, we're the better minorities. That That's all like me saying, oh well, we like yeah, it's not the same thing. It's not racist to hate black people because they're just animals. Like yeah, that is also a racist statement. It's just switching up the races. Well, I have college tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Psych? No, I'm not. Fuck, this stream's amazing, dude. 0 views, obviously. But, like, this is definitely a... I'm on this. Can I? I'm not getting a lot of fucking views, dude. Let's just say that. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm still at 34 subs. Jesus, this will have been a long ass 34 subs.
I was appalled, and indeed the whole department was, and frankly, angry to learn of the MCC's failure to adequately secure this prisoner. We are now learning of serious irregularities at this facility that are deeply concerning and demand a thorough investigation. The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability.
So the country is skeptical and concerned. Bill Barr is skeptical and concerned. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability, he promised that day. But that turned out to be untrue. 3.5 years after Jeffrey Epstein died, no one has gotten to the bottom of what happened that day, and there has been no accountability for it. The only people ever punished for the grotesque malfeasance surrounding Epstein's death were 2 low-level guards who fell asleep on duty that night. Both pleaded guilty to falsifying government records. But last year, with no real explanation, an Obama-appointed judge dropped all charges.
I even missed that, like, earlier when I saw this video, that they both pleaded guilty. Oh, holy shit. He built up such a damn strong case, and it's like, how is the, like, people call him a conspiracy theorist for, like, but he doesn't base those on like, he bases all of these on facts, and he goes on facts and reaches the logical conclusion. It's like, none of what he says is conspiracy, like, he doesn't conspire, like, he goes based on facts, and he reaches the most logical conclusion. Now, are these facts, often skewed by Fox News' cherry-picking? Yes, but, this is, you can't make this shit up.
One of the guards may still work for the federal government. As for getting to the bottom of what happened...
Bro, I need more fucking tactics, bro. My fucking head scratching. That's good. Let's go, dude. More fucking tankies. Epic.
Despite many promises from many various officials, neither the FBI nor the Justice Department's Office of Inspector General has ever issued a report explaining how Jeffrey Epstein died. Not a word. So once again, 3.5 years after...
And, like, you don't know why this is classified. Again, like, he jumps to conclusion based on, like, the obvious thing that a lack of transparency sort of implies. But like, you don't know. You don't, like, you can't jump to these conclusions. And it's, again, like, the biggest mistake that people make when criticizing you is to just be closed-minded and assume the worst intentions. But you, like, you sort of do that a lot of the time, and you don't know.
Most widely covered deaths...
Like, it makes sense, but you just don't know.
There are still no answers, and there is still no accountability. Why is that? Well, many reasons, probably, but one of them is that Washington veteran Bill Barr, the only man in the modern era to serve as Attorney General twice, declared the Epstein case closed. Now, at first blush, Barr seems to have good reason for doing that. By the end of 2019, Barr writes in his memoir, I was confident that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide by hanging himself. Now, why did Bill Barr believe that? Well, the first piece of evidence he offers up is this, quote, the New York City medical examiner had conducted an autopsy and ruled that Epstein killed himself by hanging. That's the first piece of evidence. The second is this. It's a videotape that, quote, confirmed the medical examiner's findings. I personally reviewed...
Wait, so, why isn't that tape released?
That video footage, Barr writes. It shows conclusively that between the time Epstein was locked in his cell at 7:49 p.m. on the night of August 9th and the time he was discovered
that for his family?
The next morning at 6:30,
I get if he has family that cared about him. That makes sense for private. Like, yeah, if you're dead, you don't really care about your privacy anymore, do you?
Therefore, Bill Barr explained, we can know for sure that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. In his book, Barr ends this section on Epstein with a self-congratulatory note. The management changes I made at the time to the federal prison system were good ones, and I think the agency is slowly on its way back.
It's fucking hilarious. Like, maybe other than that, good job.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
That's nice. Still one.
In other words, everything is fine now. Let's move on. This was enough for most journalists in Washington. Virtually every subsequent news story about Jeffrey Epstein's death denounced skeptics of the official story as crazy, who, for whatever reason, were engaged in, quote, baseless conspiracy theories. What's amazing, in retrospect, is that none of these reporters, veterans at the Washington Post, the Associated Press, NBC News, the New York Times, many others, none of them ever thought to revisit Bill Barr's assessment of Epstein's death and measure it against the basic tenets of common sense. If you did that, you saw that what Bill Barr said about Jeffrey Epstein was transparently absurd and very obviously dishonest. Barr began by claiming that the medical examiner who conducted Epstein's autopsy ruled his death as suicide. But that is not true. The initial cause of death following the autopsy was not suicide, but, quote, pending, which is to say unclear. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy could not say how Jeffrey...
Dude, I was true and I didn't fucking hear what he said.
Pending, which is to say unclear.
Pending.
The medical examiner who performed the autopsy could not say how Jeffrey Epstein died. Forensic pathologist Michael Bodden, who was also present that day, came away believing Epstein had been murdered. After reviewing more than 1,000 suicides by hanging in New York State, Bodden later said he couldn't find a single neck injury.
Probably on my other channel. This is so reminiscent of NCIS.
Matched the injury that Epstein sustained. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself, Bodden concluded. He was strangled. The physical evidence he saw at the autopsy made that obvious.
And that's so reminiscent of NCIS. Like, you all watched, like, NCIS with, like, fucking Agent Gibbs that got replaced with... It's like... Bro, this is so fucking reminiscent of this shit.
But New York City's chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, who was not present at the autopsy, overruled the judgment of those who were. Days later, on the basis of no new evidence or investigation, Barbara Sampson simply declared Jeffrey Epstein's death a suicide. That was the city's official but totally unsupported conclusion, which Bill Barr and many others promptly repeated. Why did Chief Medical Examiner Barbara Sampson do that? We don't know.
And if that autopsy person lied, did he get fired? Like, Tucker would probably mention that if he had, so...
I called Sampson today to ask her if she hung up on us. Then there's the question of the videotape, which Barr cited. Both cameras trained on the door of Jeffrey Epstein's cell did not work that night, famously. And to this day, no one has explained why they didn't work. So the video footage that Bill Barr said he watched didn't cover Epstein's cell, just to the larger cell block. No one came in of the tier, Barr said. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. So let's consider that claim rationally. On the night of...
Yeah, like, this all adds up. Like, if, for some reason... Like, and he then points out the security guards didn't even work that day. The cameras, I just picked up on that because I'm fucking autistic. And like, I understand fucking fast, as saying in French. I understand shit fast. Like, You have to fucking talk slow, right? Like, I understand things fast, but I'm a fucking slow learner. Yeah, I learn fucking slow. It's like, dude, it sounds less moronic in French, cause like, you know, like language is different. But like, yeah, it's one of those Dude, I need to shut the fuck up. Yeah,
August
good
9th, Jeffrey Epstein was
catchphrase.
being held in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Correctional Center.
But yeah, like all that shit, the cameras didn't work, and the security guards weren't on duty. They were off those days, and they like lied by saying that they were asleep, and then they admitted they like. That's confirming evidence. Why would this be controversial?
The most secure part of the city's federal lockup. It would be physically impossible for a stranger to get in and out of this facility without an electronic pass and without being seen by the countless cameras in place between the street and the locked 9th floor of the building. So if Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, he was not murdered by an intruder, someone who came into the tier. He was murdered by someone on his own cell block, obviously. There were 7 other cells on Epstein's tier, and each one housed dangerous criminals. So if you were looking for a killer, you would figure out who was in those cells. But no one seems to have thought of that or done it. The Bureau of Prisons refused to provide us with a list of the inmates on Epstein's tier. It's not clear how many of them were even interviewed by investigators, despite the fact that some of them were transferred.
It doesn't take that. It doesn't take being as smart as Tucker Carlson to fucking know that shit. That's sort of
out of the facility shortly after Epstein's death. That's a baffling oversight.
This clever Wi-Fi hack allows you to get super fast Wi-Fi in 6 seconds. Do you know what the extra button?
Instead, Attorney General Bill Barr simply told the country that no one from outside can enter the tier and declared the case solved. And if you think about it, that is a remarkable way to assess a potential crime scene, especially when you consider
what time is it, by the way? Of course.
Bill Barr was not a civilian or a crime novel aficionado. He was the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. He was the nation's top cop. His job was to solve crimes. And yet somehow, with all his law enforcement experience, it never seemed to dawn on Bill Barr that if there was a killer, the killer would have come from one of the cells on Epstein.
Look, he makes such good points, specifically against CNN and their racist claims.
Tier. And then further, apparently, no one in the entire FBI suggested this to Bill Barr as they reviewed the case. Excuse me, Mr. Attorney General. It doesn't matter what the camera outside the tier showed. What matters is what happened inside the tier. Again, obvious. And yet, apparently, no one at DOJ ever said that to Bill Barr, and no one in the media noticed. It's all very strange, and the story gets much stranger once you start pressing a little bit. We've pressed pretty hard for the last few days on this question, not because we have any special affection for Jeffrey Epstein. We've pressed because you don't want to live in a country where it's possible to murder people in federal lockup, cover up the killings, and then get away with them.
Yeah, that's pretty
scary. That should not be allowed in this or any other civilized place. But in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, it appears that it was allowed. And on one level, you can see why it was. This is one of those crimes that has no natural constituency pushing to solve it.
Yeah. Let's go with NCIS. Get the motive, boys.
The only people who liked Jeffrey Epstein were his friends, and some of them are clearly happy he's dead. Here's Bill Gates, whom records show spent quite a bit of time with Jeffrey Epstein after he became a registered sex offender.
What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, and, you know, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so, you know, in general, you always have to be careful.
Well, he's dead, along with his many secrets about me and the rest of our friends. Boo-hoo, we're so sorry, so sorry. You can imagine that Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew and many others feel the same way.
There you go.
No one wants to talk about what happened to Jeffrey Epstein because privately a lot of people are happy about what happened to Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know anything about the guy.
This week, we've called virtually every person involved in the story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death. And with very few exceptions, none of them would speak to us. Some of them hung up immediately. Others declined all comment. One of them, the DOJ case officer supposedly assigned to investigate Epstein's death, refused even to acknowledge that he worked for the federal government.
He had an interesting.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that, said Mr. Licensed Daniel when we reached him.
I wonder what he would say.
Why is that, we asked him. I'm not going to confirm or deny that, he repeated. For his part, former Attorney General Bill Barr also turned down an offer to come on tonight. He did not explain why. One person we did speak to at length is Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark, his only living relative. The two were never in business together, but Mark Epstein wound up more financially successful even than his famous sibling. So he's not looking for money from the estate. He is interested in finding out what happened to his brother. On the basis of those conversations with Mark Epstein, as well as with the criminal defense attorney David Schoen, who also knew Jeffrey Epstein well and met with him in his cell shortly before he died, here is a list of questions that any honest investigator would want the answers to. First, why do so many public officials persist in claiming that Jeffrey Epstein attempted suicide in prison once before, on July 23, 2019? Now, that's a very convenient claim if you're trying to convince people that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. But there is no evidence that it's true. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein himself adamantly denied ever trying to kill himself, in prison or out. He denied this to his friends, to his lawyers, and to prison psychologists. He said instead that he was injured by another inmate. That's why he was in fetal position on the ground. According to David Schoen, who talked to him shortly after that event, Epstein seemed upbeat, happy, and confident of his release from jail. But he was very concerned about being hurt by someone in a nearby cell. And speaking of nearby cells, were the cells on Epstein's tier locked for the entire night, the night he was killed? We've heard from a source that they were not locked, that inmates were able to move from one cell to another, including into Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Can the Bureau of Prisons give us clarity on this? Can they prove otherwise? And by the way, who moved Jeffrey Epstein's body and who gave the order to do that? Epstein was discovered the morning of August 10th by a part-time prison guard called Michael Thomas, who amazingly was the very same guard who discovered him in fetal position on the floor after his previous falsely reported suicide attempt. But by the time the EMTs arrived, Epstein's body had been moved to the prison infirmary. That's a clear violation of federal policy. Who ordered that? And though Jeffrey Epstein had been dead for at least 2 hours when the guard found him in his cell, by the time the EMTs arrived, Epstein was clad in a hospital gown. That means that somebody, for some reason, cut away Jeffrey Epstein's prison uniform and redressed his stiffening corpse in new clothes. Why would anyone do that? And then to make it even stranger, Jeffrey Epstein's corpse was intubated. Air was blown into his lifeless lungs. It's not clear.
That's a new word I learned from Taco. Thank you so much. But like, yeah, it's a lifeguard trainer, as I brought up earlier. I had to go through that and what sort of age, but one thing they teach you, like, if someone has a heart attack and they're dead, you have to keep doing CPR on them until the ambulance arrives. Like, it's legally required, otherwise you would be held accountable. So maybe that is something to do with that, I don't know.
Why? Now, there was handheld video of all of this happening. That might explain it, but that video has never been released. In fact, authorities will not even acknowledge that it exists, but it does exist. Nor has the EMT's account of what they saw that day, their mandatory so-called pre-hospital care report, ever been released. Nor, most strikingly of all, are there photographs of Jeffrey Epstein dead in his cell. And that means it's impossible to know the position of his body when it was found or how he died. Was Jeffrey Epstein hanging from a bed sheet, as the authorities insist? They say he was...
They said there was video evidence. I guess that'd be the same thing. Why isn't... the guy said he reviewed the video of him hanging himself. And if that's true, if he could release that, that would shut all of this conversation out. But I guess the argument would be, like, to his family members, it's like, just out of respect for his family members, we don't divulge that private information. It's, like, fair. But it's like, I guess that's the same thing for that.
Strangled by a ligature of his own making. His neck was bloody, but the strip of sheet was not. Or was he killed with the electrical cord from his CPAP machine for sleep apnea? That's what Dr. Bodden concluded, because that would be consistent with his actual injuries at autopsy. These are very basic questions.
He's just fucking hitting just fucking combo after combo. Like, he's just hitting bomb after bomb.
These are not conspiracy theories.
Jesus.
They're obvious questions. They are the essential questions, in fact, in any legitimate investigation. But apparently nobody has even tried to answer them. We dutifully called the Department of Justice today to ask them to explain some of this. They refused on the grounds that there's, quote, an active investigation in progress. But that is a lie. There is no investigation into Jeffrey.
Yeah, didn't they close the cases he mentioned earlier?
For moving on 4 years now, there has never been an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death, the death of an American citizen. Now, we can only speculate as to why that is, but all the explanations are bad and ominous. Maybe someone in the new Republican Congress should look into all of this, not because Jeffrey Epstein was an American hero, but because for once it would be nice to see the federal government forced to tell the truth about something.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube
That's the
channel.
fucking hilarious way to end that. That's amazing. Yeah, I love Tucker Carlson. What else do we want to watch? Oh yeah, I saw that. And that's fucking cool, dude. What else we have? What is that gonna be?
Here we go. Yeah, there's the set. There I am. Oh, happy Tuesday, everybody. I love you. Keep your shirt on, lady. Tonight's monologue is for the children, and not just Alec Baldwin's. I mean, all American kids being destroyed by people who claim to be looking out for them. I call it...
Everybody run! It's the attack on brats! Why are the Democrats so evil?
You know, sometimes I
What
think
is
he
this
takes
all
my
about?
direction too literally. I said, you know, it's about attacking children, and he goes, the attack on brats. It's like a nice...
Is he gonna talk about trans people? Like, don't know what that. Because, like, dude, I'm sorry, but like, you're way more likely to get assaulted in a church, which actually I was very surprised by that. Like, who would do that in a church, really? But apparently, statistics show you're way more likely to get sexually assaulted in a church versus, say, a drag queen event, which is apparently, like, the home, like, fucking, like, yeah, home place of these, like, trans people who claim, like, grooming kids. That's why people like Tucker Carlson have been, like, really going after drag queen events, because he thinks that's, like, grooming your kid, and, like, sexual assault is less common over there than in churches, so like, you'd have to explain that.
Sausage.
That's really relevant.
Tonight, I dedicate my monologue to the next generation, because someone's got to look out for them. The Democrats certainly aren't. Fact is, we're in a culture war, and the kids are caught in the crossfire. Literally, if they're in Chicago or Baltimore or D.C. If the mayor has a D after their name, it stands for duck. Post-COVID, there's a new pandemic out there. It's kids killing kids. According to the Wall Street Journal, violence among kids has soared since 2020. It's a stain on this country, spreading faster than the one on Joe Biden's pants. Homicides by juveniles acting alone rose 30% in 2020 from a year earlier, while those committed by multiple kids were up 66%. And murders committed by kids under 14 are the highest in 20 years. I guess Fox News weatherman Adam Klotz should count himself lucky that he only got his ass kicked. Still, though, I mean...
Dude, am I sort of an asshole for not really caring about that?
Anyway. Now, prosecutors and community groups lockdowns. Deprive children of interaction with others, forcing them to stay locked down at home. Their mental health, no doubt, will...
Yeah, crime sort of happens to other people. That's sort of why I'm against the Second Amendment.
Take a hit. Kids had to live like prison inmates, except inmates aren't melting their brains with social media. They're too busy sending fan mail to Kat.
Oh, yeah, dude.
She keeps them. And when kids aren't killing each other with guns, they're dying from drugs. This is upbeat, I'm telling you. Fentanyl deaths among kids are rising faster than the average parent's blood pressure.
Yeah, he actually switched my position on weed. Like in the video, I think either Secular Talk, yeah, probably Secular Talk or the Humanist Report. Like, yeah, Secular Talk made a video, like, where, like, he put his stance on weed, and I agreed with him, like, entirely. That, like, I always thought, like, fentanyl, oh, someone's just buying fentanyl, but no, it's being cut into things, and it's pretty much used as poison, so... Yeah, like, I think that specifically should be illegal.
In fact, fentanyl deaths for kids 14 and under have more than tripled in just 2 years. Of course, we know...
Well, let me... Oh, quick, Oh, fucking yeah, dude. Alright. Well, I'm, like, not really bothering to look at my live chat anymore, because I'm guessing I don't have anyone watching. I don't know, though. Yeah, it's, like, about to... yeah. Not really, like, a lot. Oh, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. It's 3 boys.
Know where fentanyl comes from.
I have to wake up
just
in
like
3
another
hours.
poison. TikTok. That relentless
Hell yeah.
faucet of brainwash
Sure.
flowing to every kid's room. Imagine...
TikTok is fucking AIDS. Like, I started watching that stuff, like, I started watching Pyrocynical make fun of it, and I was like, this is so fucking... I lost so many brain cells. This makes me want to shoot myself. And then I started getting ads, and they're all just so fucking AIDS. Like, it just makes you want to fucking get cancer.
Device of self-destruction delivered into every American home. A device that dares you to choke yourself to death, to swallow inedible objects, to embrace
makes you
ideas
want
that
to.
alienate you from your family. That's TikTok. No wonder kids are turning to prescription and illegal drugs.
It makes you want to fucking shoot your family,
Also getting
dude.
fatter, thanks to a diet of corn syrup and sugar.
Makes you want to shoot up your dude, I'll probably get.
And of course, they're choosing
like,
porn over
taken
real
down.
life. So you got diet, drugs, education, isolation, antisocial behavior. What are these kids gonna be like?
And they promote animal abuse, by the way, all the time.
10 years.
And they're very pro-censorship.
Let's hope. Let's hope not. And meanwhile, there's Antifa. They seem fine, right?
Like, Vegan Games pointed out a lot of ways in which they are, like, demonstrably just fascist.
They aren't quite kids anymore, but they're young losers with nothing but hate in their eyes. Take a look at the recent arrests from the Atlanta Antifa.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson pointed that out. I know, he only had 5 people, like, he didn't have that girl. I remember, like, she was the only girl.
Mostly peaceful protests. All smug, messy-haired, rich white liberal kids.
I know, like that. Maybe that's why she's the only one who doesn't have that. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Clearly aren't spending their trust funds on hygiene products.
He doesn't have messy hair.
Be glad that their mugshots aren't scratch and sniff.
Yeah, except for one of them.
Think of Sam
Who,
Bankman.
like, could look sort of trans, actually. Might be trans, who knows.
With a chip on his shoulder bigger than his. So what happened to them? And again, where are the adults? Well, Bill Maher is one adult. He's looking at what's happening to kids, and he's worried too. Listen to him.
We live in a prison yard in this country where just everything is tribal, and like anything to do with schools or education is something really the Democrats have to answer for because they control it. I mean, if you look at the Democratic convention, it's like 3/4 of them are teachers. My sister's a teacher. I'm a big defender of teachers, but what's going on in the schools is outrageous, and somebody needs to answer for it.
Now, Maher, who like me doesn't have any brats of his own, is also saying kids are being screwed by teachers, and not the fun kind, like in.
Bro, by the way, like, I tend to agree with this shit way too much. Let's look at the Humanist Report. some that I actually sort of agreed with to a big extent. Oh my fucking god, this has to be really old stuff. Whatever, yeah.
So the fun thing with the
no, I
serpent
get the thing. I will disagree with them on that, like, bookman. Like, they're talking about things like critical race theory, which I get why Republicans have a problem with this, because it implies...
How does
Wait,
a serpent
I'll
talk?
get to the video,
What,
and then
and not
I'll
only that,
criticize
but
it.
why is the serpent's punishment?
The last thing we need to do is to monkey this up by trying to embrace a socialist agenda with huge tax increases.
That was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis during his 2018 campaign against his Democratic opponent, who happened to be black.
Like, it's not the first time he did that. Like, he just uses the word monkey, like, to say, like, we screw this up, because, like, monkeys are, like, the closest relatives with to us, and, like, we monkey this up, we act like sort of retards, right? Like, we can't just be sort of dummies. Like, that's his way of saying a dummy, right? Like, black people aren't monkeys, by the way, just so you know. So, no, him saying, yeah, we should... There's a reason why monkeys aren't allowed to vote, but black people are allowed to vote, because monkeys shouldn't get to vote, but black people should get to vote. So yeah, there's a big difference between a monkey and a black person. So I'm saying we shouldn't be retarded over this. Like, yeah, monkeys are a lot more retarded than people. That's one of the big reasons why they shouldn't get to vote and why they can't vote.
Really interesting choice of words there,
Like,
Ron.
yeah, he's being racist. Okay, some people, like, that's a thing. Like, some people say, they don't monkey this up. That's very family friendly, which he's gonna be very family friendly. Looks like fucking Dr. Seuss type shit. It's like he looks like a character maybe in Dr. Seuss. Like, I know he's very family friendly type guy. He's against weed and stuff. It's like he's probably against swearing. It's like, I don't know, dude.
Really, really interesting. Now, fast forward to
I don't
today.
think that's a gotcha. Like, alright, buddy.
And his state just banned an AP African American Studies course from classrooms. I wonder what...
Critical race theory. So yeah, the reason why that's so contemptuous among Republicans is that Republicans have a sense of identity with their country, and people are teaching us that that country specifically is systemically racist, that society is just racist, and racism is oppressive, racism is immoral. Teaching people that the country is just inherently immoral, because if the country is racist, that means the country is bad. Now, the thing is, I would, like, since I'm not a nationalist, and Republicans take this specifically because they tend to, like, the nationalist standpoint appeals to them more, and yeah, you just claiming that the entire country is sort of a racist shithole. Yeah, the average person who lives in this country, who they're calling a shithole, would obviously be the middle class, and that's why people like Tucker Carlson have a big incentive to point that out. Hi, they're calling you a shithole. They're saying we have contempt for you as a middle class person, and that's sort of what they're implying. They are too lazy in their thinking to realize that. But yeah, you're calling people, and the thing is, yeah, it's not specifically Americans. Americans aren't better than anybody else from any other country, illegal or not. But people in general aren't bad people. People have good intentions. People don't have hatred. They have good intentions. They want the best for others around them. It's like, people live amongst black people, and they have black friends, most of them. They have a world with black people around them. They don't hate those people. That's not who Americans are, because that's not who people are. People are not that way. Most people are not that way. People who have lived amongst them in a non-segregated world for a long time, yeah, people today are not racist. They fucking aren't. Like, that's very weird. That's like, do most people believe that the earth is flat? Fucking no. Just like most people aren't racist. CNN just found out with Donald Trump, like, oh yeah, we, like, clickbait. We just learned that's a thing and that works. And yeah, they're corporate Democrats. They have no core values. They'll just pander to the left wing while mostly signing off on right wing ideas when it comes to like policy decisions. So they have no core fucking ideology. They aren't fucking pure to their ideas. But yeah, when you try to tell people that like you try to tell your citizens, hey, we represent you and we think, like, we're trying to spread this message that you're all fucking racist, when people in the southern states who were accusing of being racist, like, the average person will say, oh yeah, if you live in Alabama, you're racist. As if that wasn't like saying, like Donald Trump saying, oh yeah, this shithole African country. Oh, if you live in Alabama, you're automatically racist. Well, what if you lived in Alabama, dipshit? What if you happen to have your same opinions and live in Alabama? There's probably someone in your opinion, probably, I mean, someone in Alabama, probably multiple people who have that fucking stupid opinion. A lot of people think all white people are racist, and they're white. They're fucking retards too. Some people are retards in Alabama. Clearly, some are racist, so they're also retarded. And it's like, yeah, are you just making a generalization of everyone based on them living in a state? Yeah, that's just as fucking insane as being racist. And it's the same principles. Like, racism is based on, like, origin, Africa. Like, except it's with your ancestors. The same thing with, oh yeah, you live in the southern states. Well, again, I live in Louisiana. Other than online, how many people have I met who were racist? And I've lived here since I was 6. I went to public school. No one is racist. Nobody. Like, the last school I went to had thousands of people. I was actually really well known because I was a fucking class clown. Like, fucking in and out of class. I kept getting in trouble for dumb shit. Me just acting up. I was super ADHD and shit. Like, I would bring the fucking, like, huge balls and stuff from like, the fucking, like, you know, the huge mat ball? Like, I would find those huge ass balls from outside and, like, roll them up the stairs and shit. Dude, I did so much epic stuff. Like, it was fucking
What his
cool, dude.
motivations could be. Now, he has received
But yeah, people don't like to hear, especially people in southern states who know from first-hand experience, yeah, I'm one of these places that are accused of being so racist. How come I do not know any racist people? Like, I've had plenty of years to, like, especially me, I went to a different school, like, 6th grade, I went to one school from 6th grade to, yeah, I spent 2 years in the, yeah, I went to 2nd grade, then to 3rd grade, then, yeah, I took a different school for 4th grade, went to a different school for 4th grade, then for 5th grade, I went to, again, a different school, and then in 6th grade, I went to a different school, for 7th grade, I went to the same school as in 6th grade, 8th grade, I actually went back to France, and for high school, I stayed in the same high school that, like, most people who went to my middle school didn't go to. So I met all new people. The only people who were ever racist were racist against white people. So, like, that's just not consistent in the states we live in. Like, the majority of the racism is against white people. So, like, this claim that these things, like critical race theory, heavily imply that, like, America's just racist, are just not true, and people who live in the South can see that it's demonstrably not true. So that's why that type of stuff would be banned, because it's just inspiring just contempt and divisive culture, trying to make a fucking fake issue that's not real, trying to make that the truth. Like, no, people, society fucking like, makes progress in terms of its, like, acceptance of, like, I don't know, like, not discriminating as much. I'm so fucking high. Society becomes more accepting and more tolerant of differences at a faster rate these days than money goes down generations. It's fucking poverty. Money is not redistributed throughout generations as fast as society, like, improves and makes progress towards being more tolerant. Like, these days, it's a movement that's really taken offshore. Like, yeah, that's just no longer the status quo. Racism is thing of the past. That's completely gone. If McDonald's tried to segregate today, they would immediately go bankrupt. Like, on top of the fact they'd be shooting themselves in the foot because they'd be having less labor with people who are just as qualified. So yeah, that's why people have a problem with that, because it's divisive. You're just accusing a lot of people of just being hateful, and like, humans are just not that way. And yeah, people take a specific offense because it targets specifically America and it's anti-America. That's true. It's literally a defamation of the average middle class and like the average middle class, first class, and third class. It doesn't go specific. It's just yeah, everybody's racist, and no one's racist. Is America a flat Earth country? No. But about as many people believe that the Earth is flat as people who are racist, at least against black people in America. So if you're not gonna accuse America of being a flat earther country, you're gonna accuse America of being systemically racist, it just sounds like you're trying to spread hate towards America that shouldn't be allowed in schools.
A tremendous
I think that's true.
amount of backlash, but
defamation.
Despite that,
and it's just yes, divisive hatred, and it's racist.
He's remaining defiant, and he's maintaining that whitewashing history, pretty brazenly so, is really important for the state of Florida. Politico explains, the Republican governor said that he supports banning the course being offered to some high school students because its lessons delve too far into political agendas, broaching topics such as queer studies and abolishing prisons. Black officials in the state, from Democratic lawmakers to faith leaders, however, are seeking to overturn the DeSantis administration's determination that the class significantly lacks educational value. Florida's move to block the course follows a concerted effort by state Republicans to restrict how race is taught in local classrooms. Under DeSantis, the state education department has rejected math textbooks.
So fucking, like, zoned out. I didn't hear anything he just said.
Educational value. Florida's move to block the course follows a concerted effort by state Republicans to restrict how race is taught in local classrooms. Under DeSantis, the state education...
Yeah, race should not, race doesn't matter. Should, like, I don't know, should you be taught about, people who go bald at an early age? Should that be talked about? No, it's a physical appearance thing. No one cares. That, like, doesn't matter. Like, extend that.
Department has rejected math textbooks over, quote, impermissible content, including teachings on critical race theory, something that Florida banned in education.
Maybe because it's divisive race hate, that is just fear-mongering. That's fear-mongering about, oh, yeah, like, America just hates people when humans in general are good people, well-meaning people. And that's just a defamation of America. Like, that's not who these people are. And when you're speaking to the people you represent and you're telling them, hey, y'all are just horrible people. Like, in general, I'm just speaking to y'all in general. Y'all just horrible, hateful, stupid people. It's like, yeah, when you say that and the average person in the South knows it's a lie, you're not appealing to them. No shit. It's like, from there, they'll probably pander to the right anyway, because they get the argument with property rights from a capitalist standpoint, which is half the thing. They're very religious, so you can pander to them on that too. And from there, you pretty much got them. They're pro-life. That's a very touchy argument. It's like the Second Amendment is also big. And the Democrats are very anti-free speech as well, which is one of the most sacred things to our Constitution, but
along with the 1619 Project through official action by its Board of Education. He simply just wants people to be stupid and to kind of prove to you how important it is to know your history.
No, it's not. That's retarded. I forgot all about that.
This is what will happen. This is what you'll sound like more specifically if you are ignorant of history. Here's one example.
It was the American Revolution that
Alright, so yeah, if you don't know about I would say that's more. Here's what'll happen if you don't know about history and you try to make a historical reference, but you don't know about history. Yeah, if you don't know about history and you make a historical reference that you aren't familiar with, maybe you just shouldn't have made that reference if you didn't know about history, because you could have just applied critical thinking and logic instead of, hey, look why it was bad then. Just say why it's bad now, because it doesn't matter that it was bad then. It matters that it's bad now. And you shouldn't need the fact that it happened in the past and it was bad in the past to be able to use logic to justify it's bad now. Like, that's just retarded. That it's like what people in the past, their mistakes, that's not the present people's mistakes. That's sort of like saying, oh yeah, because slave owners were racist, you should have white guilt and not be able to like say the word nigger. And it's like, shut the fuck up, you're racist.
Caused people to question slavery. No one had
and equal rights are not racist.
It before we decided as Americans that we are endowed by our Creator with unalienable rights and that we are all created equal. Then that birthed abolition movements. So you can't teach history that's being used to pursue an ideology.
I know, the government and the state. I mean, he's just saying his opinion.
Logical agenda.
Yeah. Yes, because DeSantis, of all people, is clearly the one without the agenda here. Unbelievable. Unreal. Kids, that's why you need to learn your history, because you sound like that. You sound like a complete...
No, you just need to learn logic. Because I went to public school, I learned history. What did you learn? Not the lesson to pull from anything, not the context behind any situation of why these people were wrong and how they would. No, you just learn dates, the names of the people involved. You learn facts that were specifically relevant to the situation then that cannot be applied to now. So that's fucking retarded. I went to public school. What you're taught is literally, it might as well have been made up, might as well have been fictional. And it's like, it doesn't matter. None of it is relevant to shit. Dude, he looks so gay in that frame. And I know he is gay. That's fucking funny. DeSantis in the background. So I think the Humanist Report looks more gay than DeSantis in, like, looking in composing there. Yeah, more than a little bit, actually. I was about to say, no, a little bit.
Dumbass, if you are ignorant of history. Now, I don't know if he's ignorant or he's just pretending to not know the way that things transpired. But either way, that's why we need history taught in schools.
No.
Now,
that's a waste of our time. The past isn't relevant because we don't live in the past. We live in the present, so the present is relevant. The reason why the present isn't taught is, oh, well, the present is controversial. You can teach the facts, and like, people can bitch at you for it and not, like, tell them to shut the fuck up and just teach the facts. There are facts that can be measured and taught objectively. Yeah, if some things a politically like intended thing, don't teach that. But other than that, teach the fucking facts.
He's not just extending.
And teach the facts that are true today, because what was true yesterday or when it was true, that, yeah, you might as well teach me how to take a proper piss. That's gonna be more relevant to me than learning history.
Ending his
like, that's more
authoritarianism
to the average person.
to classrooms with respect to African American studies. This goes much, much further than many people even know about. The press secretary for DeSantis announced on January 4th, quote, all state university and college systems in Florida have been required to report expenditures and resources utilized for campus activities related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and critical race theory.
Yeah, I wonder why. By the way, Tucker Carlson made a video. I think this is pretty relevant. Dude, let me... No, I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, I think this...
During the
This is sort of
our country
relevant
depended on businesses like yours to hold together and pay your employees. If you did, your business might be eligible for...
Jesus Christ.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. For months now, privately, we've been searching for a meaningful definition of the word equity.
Yeah, the Democrats don't really provide one.
We dusted off moldering...
It's sort of like woke. The right doesn't really provide that definition. They tend to try to say that the left, no one will a lot of leaders, they're fucking stupid. They won't define... Like, that's sort of dumb, but they won't define what a woman is, but a lot of Democrats will. Republicans just don't give those people a lot of attention. But, like, yeah, the whole anti-trans movement, there would be deception in it, because, like, yeah, it's based on God. Like, how do you know your God is real when every God claims to be the only God that's real? It's like, yeah, you know that's going to go down a slippery slope. But, yeah, the Republicans, they want to answer what is woke. That's sort of a...
Reference books. We've scoured the four corners of God's own internet.
And Jordan Peterson, for example, says it a lot. He's a fucking clown with that shit.
All in an effort to figure out what equity is. We've done this not for pleasure, we have hobbies, but because we feel it's our duty as a news program. Equity is now the organizing principle of the United States of America. On the very day he was inaugurated, Joe Biden signed Executive Order 13985. That order makes equity mandatory across the federal government in all the agencies. And yet, strangely, neither Joe Biden nor anyone else in the administration has ever defined the word. So what is equity? Well, tonight, finally, we know what it is. Equity, it turns out, is racism. It's as simple as that. Equity is racism. And to be clear, we don't mean racism in the sense that ice cream...
Yeah, so, by the way, just pointing that out, DeSantis being against racism isn't a bad thing.
Shakespeare and math are all now supposedly racist, or that Dr. Seuss is now considered an exalted cyclops in the Ku Klux Klan. We're not talking about the Ilhan Omar Atlantic magazine definition of racism, which, by the way, isn't actually language, but just another blunt political weapon. No, we mean racism in the literal sense, in the way that Martin Luther King defined the term, which is the act of hurting some people and helping others.
Why is this lagging so much?
Others purely on the basis of their...
Dude, if I refresh this...
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight, and helping others purely on the basis of their respective races.
Dude, this is really lagging.
Bigotry, in other words, prejudice, hatred. That's what equity is. We know this thanks to Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago. Earlier today, Lightfoot...
Yeah, she's insanely racist. Like, she legit decided at some point, yeah, we're done having white people out, from now on, like, I will only interview people who aren't white. Like, this is an elected official saying that, and apparently there was no legal action against that. Imagine if a white person said, no, niggas, I'm not accepting to have any of them, to interview any of them, they would be prosecuted. Yeah, that's an openly black supremacist, racist lady who was an elected official who apparently, like, the Democrats aren't outraged over that. Oh, racism, so bad. But yeah, you have an open, like, you have a lady who's openly pro-segregation, like, who's openly pro-segregationist, and, like, yeah, that's a good thing, that's great. Like, okay, buddy. No one ever on the Democratic Party talks about her that I see.
Manifesto defining equity. Quote, equity and inclusion are the North Stars of this administration, Lightfoot explained. Then she got specific about it. Quote, on the occasion of the 2-year anniversary of my inauguration as mayor of this great city, I will be exclusively providing one-on-one...
She's just insanely fucking racist. Like, Tucker Carlson exposed her for that. Like, yeah, she was, like, KKK type racist. Like, just, yeah, she was basically a Nazi.
Interviews with journalists of color. So in the name of equity, Lori Lightfoot is refusing to grant interviews to white people. Lightfoot took pains to explain.
This might actually be the video on which he exposes her
personally. In fact, she conceded that some of the white reporters who cover City Hall in Chicago are talented and hardworking. But unfortunately, they are, Lightfoot said, quote, white nonetheless. So there it is, as plainly as anyone has ever said it out loud. White people are disqualified because they are white, not because of anything they have done.
And that's sort of the premise behind affirmative action. So let's talk about legal Jim Crow in 2023. Where was the racism systemically, like in the system? What was that? And America is racist. So it's not racist on a... Yeah, it's systemic on a systemic level against white people, and on a social level against white people, but y'all, including CNN, are fear-mongering about this white supremacy movement that's about as relevant as the Flat Earth movement now. We just would like to know why y'all are doing this. If we could have answers, that'd be great. Should use that as a clip for a video.
Done, or
that
said,
could be
or
an
think,
easy video.
Lori Lightfoot doesn't care about that. She says so. Lightfoot is not interested in what these white people might be like as individuals, as people. She doesn't even care what kind of...
But I don't know if she accurately represents the Democratic Party, because no one on the Democratic Party that I've ever seen, like, has ever even criticized or, like, mentioned her
white
at all.
They are. Their ancestors could be from Italy or Luxembourg or Finland or Spain.
But I would guess if they disagree with her, if they, like, dislike her, it would probably not be for that reason. It would probably be for other policies. So, like, people on the left tend to actually dislike Fauci, and, like, Tucker tends to, like, paint the picture as. A lot of people on the left dislike Fauci because at the beginning he was apparently too loose on mask mandates. It was like, oh no, you don't really need a mask or something. And people found that unreasonable. So apparently people on the left didn't like Fauci for that reason. I guess if people on the left, it turns out they don't generally like her, it's probably not because she's an open segregationist and a black supremacist racist, openly, like explicitly. So yeah, sort of proves when an elected official that isn't outraged when one of your party members is openly racist, you don't even denounce them. Sort of says a lot.
They could be members of the British royal family. They could be penniless Romanian immigrants living in a box on the sidewalk in Michigan.
Like if Donald Trump said, I will not interview any black person from here on out because they might be hardworking, but they're niggers nonetheless. Yeah, I would say, yeah, this guy is definitely a racist. Check mark, but guess what? He, unlike this Democratic elected official, isn't making such racist fucking statements. So who's racist, the left or the right?
It doesn't matter to Lori Lightfoot. To Lori Lightfoot, all that matters is the fact they're white because all white people are the same. They are entirely defined by the color of their skin. You can see how this makes life a little easier for Lori Lightfoot.
And yeah, like, you see someone like that, like, imagine saying Tucker Carlson is racist. Would these be the arguments a racist would make? Would Nick Fuentes make these arguments?
She knows who to hate just by looking at them. If someday the Chicago police round up the entire population of the city, Lori Lightfoot would have no trouble pulling the right ones out of line for punishment. By the way, in case you're wondering, yes, that was a Nazi reference. It was deserved. Lori Lightfoot is a monster. Any society that allows politicians to talk like this has a very ugly future ahead. Very ugly.
Yeah, and he's not wrong. Is anyone on the left denouncing this? I haven't heard anyone on the left even talking about this.
No one said much at all about what Lori Lightfoot said in her manifesto. Even Chicago reporters, some of whom could no longer do their jobs purely because of how they were born, offered only tepid complaints. Listen to this person from NBC.
Another reporter called and said, "Hey, I'm hearing they're only
So,
talking
like,
to
you
black."
see equity, fear-mongering about anti-black racism, that's a thing of the past. Just because, well, wealth doesn't go down generations down. Well, wealth redistribution, let's just strawman that fucking, like, just another socialist talking point. Since there's the red skin, let's just make up this fake talking point that will appeal to more people. Racism, it was a thing then, it's still a thing now. You can believe it. Y'all are more poor on average, right? Like, look at this police officer shooting a black person. Like, your authorities hate you. And it's the same thing as the fear-mongering against trans people, against immigrants. Like, I covered that in my, the Daily Wire and Fox News are copying CNN video. And it's like, that's the shit that makes you stop trusting the authorities. Yeah, the, shows, like, what is racism? Like, on a societal level, people in red states, like Louisiana, where I live, from my personal experience, people are racist against white people, not black people. If you try using a word in public that the average black person, at least when I went to school, uses multiple times in a sentence, just like we use the word fucking, they talk to each other. If we use that, we'd get beaten the fuck up. But if black people drink from our water fountains, we don't beat them to shit, and then maybe even call them racist. We don't do that. That doesn't happen. And on a systemic level, what does legal Jim Crow look like in 2023? Is segregation legal? No, well, is affirmative action legal? Oh, who does that target? White or black people? Like, case fucking confirmed. Are black police officers more likely to shoot black people than white police officers? Well, yeah, they are twice as likely, in fact. Yeah, so that whole thing is a fucking joke.
For brown journalists, and
yeah, teaching a theory that might be right in some of its stuff, but like when the core idea behind it, what's been a key takeaway is, yeah, this just basically going to push this fear mongering of anti-black racism, which that's not what America is like today. It's like, societal change happens today at a way faster fucking pace than it fucking did a long time ago, and now it's changing at a way faster pace, exponentially so, than, say, the fuck's it called, fucking, yeah, like, well, than the pace at which wealth redistributes down generations, and segregation was just 2 generations ago. Like, fucking live with it.
What? It just didn't even sound.
It's like, the thing with that is you can't really redistribute wealth because you can't really tell a rich person who also might have worked their entire lives to earn their wealth. Yeah, like your wealth that is yours, that you might have worked for, you might care about your own kid more than you care about some random kid, say. But, like, some random kid deserves a dad, like a mom, a parent deserves fucking caring parents that care just as much as you do and are just as rich as you and can give them equal opportunities. But they don't get that, and it's like, fear those kids deserve a caring parent who can give them, who have the monetary ability to give them as many opportunities as a rich person would to their kids. Fair, but like these rich people care more about their kids, and it's their fucking money. They earned that, and it shouldn't be fucking stolen from them because that's a property right. So that's the whole thing. Like, you earned that money, you're entitled to give that money to your kid because you care more about your kid, and your kid should be if you have a kid, your primary priority. It should be a selfless thing. You should do everything for your kid.
Real. And so I reached out to the communications director, Kate Lefergy, and she texted me back and said, yeah, that's true. She said, no, white reporters have been in the room for the majority of the year, and it's time to hear from other people.
What? Can this be real?
Why is this so fucking far
What you just
apart?
heard was confusion, but not outrage. And yet there's nothing confusing about who Lori Lightfoot is. Lori Lightfoot is a dangerous bigot.
Yeah. Okay, you do get the idea, but like...
Stay tuned. Now, aside from explicit directives like that and them banning specific courses like African American studies, well, a lot of these laws...
Dude, basically, like, this goes on to talk about, like, librarians might be... Like, in public libraries, yeah, you should be allowed to have these books in public libraries. Like, maybe for kids, but, like, kids aren't gonna read this shit. So, yeah, I agree with them on that front, but it's getting late. I really need to get to bed, so... This was a great stream. Not a lot of people watched, unfortunately, but, I am still at... Let's see, 34 subs. Well, hopefully y'all have enjoyed this live stream, and I will see y'all next time. Peace. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Dude, this is gonna crash my fucking OBS. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.